another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. They said it. They said it. I didn't. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. That is what they said. That was the Igbotic Orchestra from Equilobia. The Igbotic Orchestra from Equilobia. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is indeed their mother's savior. So that is what the Igbotics will have you believe. So holy, holy, good day to you, good to be in your company. Of that it's going to be a 2-session day today. So we're having a snapshot little afternoon session. Only then that will be the aperitif, the appetizer to a later session in the evening. So holy, holy, all that. We're actually going to the Dangote space this time around. You know, there's a saying that goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. Some of you may be aware of that. A lot of you might not, but be aware now. There's an idiomatic expression. There's an idiom that says revenge is a dish best served cold. So revenge is a dish best served cold. And there's another idiom, there's another saying coming out of the north that the Fulanis are very vengeful people and they hold a grudge for 1,000 years. But that doesn't apply in this particular instance because Dangote, the vengeful guy, is not a Fulani man but a Hausa man. But the person that is asserting his pound of flesh against is a Fulani man. So Hausa Fulani clash is essentially where we are wrapping the conversation around in this particular session. Hausa Fulani fight. So the story started about what 3 years ago thereabout, when Dangote refinery was at last about to come upstream to start production, and then the elements within the NNPC space were looking to somewhat hold it hostage and stymie its progress. So let's pick it up from here. Actually, this is actually where the story started. So let's pick it up from here. So what we're about to listen to is a character called Farouk Ahmed, who is he is the head of one of the satellite agencies within the wider NNPC space, trying to undermine the Dangote refinery. So we start it off from here.
The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has disclosed that Dangote refinery has not been licensed to begin operations in the country.
So this clip actually, it dates as early as just about a year or so ago. So you can see the date right there, a year ago. So this was Farouk Ahmed telling us then that this Dangote refinery is not licensed, it's not completed, and it's not ready for production. And then it goes on there to say even the quality of petrol coming out of the refinery is substandard. So all of this happened a year ago, but let's document that first.
Chief Executive Officer of the NMDPRA, Mr. Farouk, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has disclosed that Dangote refinery has not been licensed to begin operations in the country. Chief Executive Officer of the NMDPRA, Mr. Farouk Ahmed, made this known while speaking with journalists at the State House. According to Mr. Ahmed, the claims of ongoing efforts to scuttle the operations of Dangote refinery due to lack of supply of crude oil by international oil companies were not true, adding that the refinery was still at pre-commissioning stage and has not been licensed.
So that's Farouk Ahmed right there tried to undermine the Dangote refinery, but he did not stop at that statement. He continued. It was a relentless onslaught for a good part of a year and a bit. So it was so that wasn't where I wanted to be. It was a relentless onslaught for well over a year and a bit. So that was him in that particular clip telling us then that the Dangote refinery is not licensed for production. That was as early as a year ago, but he doesn't stop there. He continues. Oh, okay. So this guy now. This is still a year ago. So you can see the date right there. 1 year ago. So this is still this guy, Farouk Ahmed, telling us then that the Dangote refinery, as early as a year ago, even though the refinery was commissioned under the Buhari administration and production had already started, we've seen tankers going in to lift petroleum and other products from there. He's telling us that the refinery is still 45% completed. So on what authority is he saying that? So this is now battle now between the Hausa, which is Dangote, and the Fulani, which is this regulator called Farouk Ahmed. So now it's not even Dangote that is saying that. It is actually the law that says that. The law, the Nigerian Petroleum, the PIB, Petroleum Industry Bill that was signed into law by the Buhari administration, it states there explicitly that Nigeria only imports petroleum product if the local capacity cannot satisfy the demand. Do you understand? So the law, not Dangote, states quite explicitly that the only time that the petroleum industry issues licenses for the importation of petroleum product is if the local capacity cannot satiate the demand for that particular product. So the Dangote refinery can more than 10 times satisfy the demands of the Nigerian petroleum need. So that is what then stops the issuance of licenses rather to importers of petroleum products. So it is not actually Dangote telling them to stop it. It is the law that mandates them to stop it. Unless, of course, they can establish that Dangote is not capacitated to satisfy the local market. If they can, that's why this guy, of course, is saying that Dangote is only 45% capacitated, because, of course, he has deals with all of these importing oil importing spaces, and is one of the importers as well by proxy. So he's protecting his own self-interest over the national interest. So it's not Dangote that is saying that they have to stop issuing importation licenses. It is the law that actually says that. So have you ever heard of the phrase hatchet job? So what you oh, you can't hear the volume. No sound. Oh God, no. I was hopeful that you could hear the sound. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm going to have to download it because it's very important that you hear what this guy has to say. Let's just do this quickly. Twitter. Should I show you the process that I go through to do these things? So let me actually show you. So this is what I usually go through. So that's the app that downloads things right there. So I'll click on that so it doesn't waste my time too much, and then I'll post the link into that app and request it to download. This usually takes just a moment. I thought you could actually hear everything that guy had to say, but where is it? No, I'm posting it in a YouTube. I'm posting it in a Twitter download. Let's use this one. So let's grab it. Just hold on one moment. What that guy was actually saying, he was doing what you would describe as a hatchet job on the Dangote refinery. So I think it's very important that you hear exactly what he has to say. So I'm just going to download this quickly. When I say, often I tell you guys that let me quickly grab that clip, that whatever. So this is what I'm usually saying when I'm quickly grabbing. So this is a quick grab right here. So yeah, do you want to download or shall we seek another? All right. All right, so that's it coming up then. So that's it downloaded. Then I'll come into the studio and then I'll upload it just so that you guys can hear what he has to say. This is a guy called Farouk Ahmed, who has been for the last 18 months, 2 years trying to sabotage the Dangote refinery. So now Dangote now came out yesterday to tell us then that this guy is the public face of corruption in Nigeria, and Dangote now is demanding, not even requesting, but demanding the arrest and prosecution now of this Farouk Ahmed for reasons of heavy corruption. And by the way, when they tell you that the Fulanis have an account within the NNPC where they park their money, this guy right here, Farouk Ahmed, is the account that the Fulanis have in NNPC. So now listen to what he has to say. So let's take it from here.
Well, just like you rightly asked, there are a lot of concerns about uh, supply of petroleum products nationwide, and the claims by some media houses that we're trying to scuttle Dangote refinery. That is not so. Dangote refinery is still in the pre-commissioning stage. It has not been licensed yet. We haven't licensed them yet. They are still in pre-commissioning. I think they're about 45% completion rather. So we cannot rely heavily on one refinery to feed the nation because the Dangote is requesting that we should suspend or stop all importation of petroleum products, especially AGO and jet fuel, and direct all marketers to the refinery. That is not good for the nation in terms of energy security, and that is not good for markets because of monopoly. So, in terms of quality, currently the AGO quality in terms of sulfur is the lowest as far as West African requirement of 50 ppm. Dangote refinery, as well as some modular refineries, like Walter Smith refinery, RD refinery, they're producing between 650 to 1,200 ppm. So in terms of quality, their quality is much, much inferior to the imported quality.
So there it is right there. So that was Farouk Ahmed. That was as early as a year ago. So what are the outtakes from what you just said there? He told us that Dangote refinery is 45% completed and not at all ready for production, which is a categorical lie because Dangote has been now producing for well in excess of a year. So that's a lie. And then he told us that the Dangote petroleum product is substandard to the requirements of the Nigerian market, which is also a lie because Dangote then brought in international experts to do a forensic assessment of its product vis-a-vis what obtains in the market, and its products are vastly superior to what obtains in the market. So what this guy, this Farouk Ahmed, what he was trying to do was to sabotage the Dangote refinery for reasons not any out of any spite, but out of the self-interest of his own personal interest, because of course he's invested in petroleum importation, and then of course Dangote would put a stop to that. So that was Farouk Ahmed as early as a year ago, and we're still staying within that time frame as Dangote responds to that narrative. All of what you're looking at, by the way, is Dangote now responding to those allegations and criticisms from Farouk Ahmed that his refinery was not ready and the product of the refinery was substandard. So this is Dangote responding to that. All right. So what this actually establishes is that, contrary to what Farouk Ahmed told us, the petroleum being imported by himself and other entities is actually subpar, very dangerous. This is why Nigerian vehicles break down so often. These Fulani characters, they import all these cheap, the adulterated, not fit for use petroleum products into the Nigerian space and sell it through the NMPC, which they have control of. But the fuel being refined by Dangote, it not only does it satisfy the Nigerian needs, it meets with globalized standards. So an actual outright lie was what that regulator told us. So that was where the battle started between Farouk Ahmed and Aliko Dangote. So the battle now fast forwards to as early as yesterday, with Dangote now demanding the arrest of that guy that was trying to sabotage his business. So we pick it up from here. All right. Somebody is telling us no sound again. I really hate this. Um, oh God. But I needed that one to actually play. Um, I don't quite know why that is happening actually, because I can hear the sound, but you cannot. Uh, I'm going to have to give you in a snippet. Let me see. So I'm going to have to just bear with me 1 second. I'm going to have to download it and play it to you. Let me see if you can hear it from here. To that guy telling me no volume, tell me if you can hear this one. Hear it from here. All right, I'm hearing that you still cannot hear the volume. Apologies for this. These are matters outside of my control, but I will download it now, and then I'll play it to you. Uh, um, you know, the reason why I like to play it straight from the source is that I'm able to pause and interact with the clip in real time. But if I download it, then it makes it that much more difficult for me to pause it. But as we're waiting to upload and download that, let me play you Dangote in happier times whilst I do some background work.
One of the best of our family. One of the best of our family. He's well behaved, well trained, and I'm 100% sure he's going to take care of you. And I know you are from one of the best families in Nigeria. You will also look after our son. But I know from today, you are now in our family because your name has been changed. I mean, it's going to change now. It has changed actually from this afternoon to Dangote. So you are very welcome to the family. You can be rest assured you'll be very, very well taken care of. You'll be very, very, you'll be happy in this family. We'll take you automatically as our daughter. And you know, I have had a relationship with your family, maybe dating back to at least, if I can remember, 40 years.
So that was Dangote marrying off some member of his family, and then making that promise. Then, can you imagine? That girl, man, it's like a lottery win, isn't it, for her to marry into Dangote's family? And he's giving her the assurance that look, your life will change for the better. You will know not that the girl came from poverty anyway, because usually with the Nigerian experience is usually money marrying into money. It's never anything to do with love between the two characters. It's usually money marrying into money. But we're going to play in a moment, just as soon as it uploads. Dangote accusing the regulator of the downstream space in the Nigerian and in the NNPC of just wanton corruption, and demanding then that this guy should be investigated and prosecuted. So just as soon as the clip uploads and I can see the wheel spinning now, we'll play you that. I was going to play you it in real time, but this thing seems to be acting off its own will. So just as soon as it should now be ready. It should actually be ready now. But just wait 1 microsecond. I can see the thing spinning furiously. It's only a 5-minute clip, so it should really be done by now. So be done so we can play the thing. So what do you want me to do? You want me to? Oh, all right, it's ready now. So this is Dangote now telling us then just the level of corruption in the NNPC and demanding, not even requesting, demanding that the government go after Farouk Ahmed, the guy in charge of the downstream this downstream agency within the NNPC space, that they should go after him and prosecute him for reasons of wanton just misconduct and excessive corruption. This is Dangote inviting the prosecution of a particular member of the NNPC.
Nigeria is supposed to be the refining hub of not even West Africa, of the sub-Saharan African region. You know, we have the crude and we have the refineries. If our own, continues to work, you have the NNPC's refinery. So our own and NNPC is over 1 million tons. 1 million tons can feed the entire West Africa and Central Africa. So, and I don't know why, we should continue to allow, some corrupt government officials to try and destroy a whole sector of the economy. And I think it is something that when you look at it, I've had actually people making complaint about a regulator who has actually put his children in secondary school, and that secondary school education, which is 6 years, 4 of them cost Nigeria $5 million. I mean, you cannot imagine somebody paying $5 million for educating 5 children. Even my own children, they didn't go to those schools. My children went to Nigerian secondary school. They didn't go outside Nigeria to attend to secondary school. I don't know about your children, Tony, but mine, yes. So, and this is a system that, some of us, because you know what, we're taxpayers. When people are complaining, we also complain, because the issue is that, yes, when I pay tax, I want to see that my money is being put to use, not to be stolen. But today, as we speak, the S, I don't know what is the, that is the authority chief executive, Malam Farouk. Malam Farouk has 4 of his children that he educated in Switzerland at the cost of $5 million for their secondary school education alone, not university. And I know that one of them just finished Harvard. So I want to now see what kind of system are we operating that, people are now busy destroying a country, taking money from the government. Because when you look at his income does not match paying this kind of fees. I think even if it's me paying $5 million for 6 years for my 4 children, the taxman has to look at my taxes, how much I paid. And really, this sort of thing, we're not going to allow it to continue. We'll take it up to the highest authority so that they will look at it. People who have done something wrong must be prosecuted. It must be prosecuted, because there is actually no way where somebody will now come. I mean, today, from where he comes from, Sokoto, people are struggling to pay 100,000 naira for school fees of secondary school. And a lot of children are at home, not going to school because of 100,000 naira. Tony, can you pay this fee?
Why,
No, I'm asking now whether can you?
I can't.
Okay, so if you cannot afford, I cannot understand why somebody who has worked all his life in government and he has 4 children that he has paid $5 million. I've seen that people have taken this post and nobody is listening to them. So we will actually join them to make sure that this is done properly. The man must come and explain to Nigerians how he paid $5 million for 6 years of his 4 children's education. And I don't think if any one of you has actually paid that kind of fees for your own, children. So we can't allow this to continue, because we must make sure that people don't come and destroy a country just because they want to make a living that is not genuine or that is not, legal. Because I mean, for somebody to have this sort of money, he must be supported by people. He should come out and tell people how did he make $4-5 million to educate his children in Switzerland with a cost of $5 million. And when these questions are answered before we go to the to the court, he should come out and reply. This is what we have seen, and I think we must make sure that this system, this what do you call it, this downstream must not be destroyed by one single person because of personal interest.
So there it is right there. You don't get more frontal than that. You don't stand more accused than that. There is no equivocation, no. There is no ambiguity in the language, oh, and there was no big grammar. It was essentially me and you, whoever you are that you're listening now, me and you, we're standing in front of we're standing in a crowd. You're standing opposite me. And suddenly I point directly in your face to the hearing of the crowd gathered around us that you are a thief. So there is no ambiguity in that, because everybody around that space, they understood exactly what I said. They say, oh, you this guy, you are a thief. You stole money from my wallet. So that is what I accused you of. So you don't have the option of silence. That's one. The police don't have the option of saying they did not hear it. That's two. The government cannot pretend that there's nothing going on. That's three. So it's a call to action that Dangote has made there. He stands that guy accused of being a thief, and that guy doesn't have the option of pretending like it wasn't said. So Farouk Ahmed, because we've already all known anyway that you are a thief, but one from your own stock is now telling you that you're a thief. So you now come out and defend that space. And by the way, before I play the Kegite music and then we'll see if anybody turns up, let me just clear something up quickly. There's a character in the comment section arguing with me when I said Dangote is a Hausa man. Dangote is a Hausa man. This is it. Aliko Dangote, Nigerian billionaire, is of Hausa ethnicity, belonging to a prominent Kano State, a prominent family from Kano State, Nigeria, with his native language being Hausa alongside English and Arabic. Ethnic group Hausa, nationality Nigeria, origin born in Kano, to a wealthy family. So Dangote is, contrary to whatever it is that agitates your mind, Dangote is a Hausa, not a Fulani man. So Dangote, a Hausa, not a Fulani man. Let's play the Kegite music and then we'll see what happens after that. I'll send the link again. See if anybody wants to come in and share thoughts on this. So Farouk Ahmed, you stand accused. What says you, Omomala? I was going to lie on the K guy there. What says you, Omomala?
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koderu Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Al, who is of Fulani stock, but not of the Nigerian variety. So good to see you, Al. And talk now with us as well. Good to see you talk now. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Let's start it off, kick it off with Al. So, Al, this is quite a very peculiarly Nigerian narrative, but I'm not quite sure how you are positioned. So they battle them between the Hausa, Aliko Dangote,
well,
and the...
I saw the one.
You there?
Jump in.
What's that?
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah. I said I better listen to one man again. I said, I'm not Nigerian, but I saw the word Fulani. Okay, I better listen to one man again.
Oh, yes. I was actually just highlighting.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you loud and clear. Maybe a bit too loud. Actually, let me turn down my volume a little bit. I was. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, I was actually.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, I was actually just saying that contrary to popular misconception, Aliko Dangote is not actually a Fulani man; it's a Hausa man. But nevertheless, there is a protagonist. There's a guy called Ahmed Farouk, some Fulani looter, as we all know, the Fulani by instinct,
yes,
and they are criminals by
instinct.
Yes. All right. Oh, okay. The floor is yours. What do you make of what's going on?
Yeah. First of all, the Dangote said Farouk Ali is a Fulani man, and that's the reason why he did it, or just
no. He didn't say he's a Fulani man. He said he's a criminal. That's what he said.
Hello.
We can hear you. Are you on Bluetooth or something? Because you sound vague and distant, and the communication doesn't seem to really be taking place.
Well, man, the line is a bit bad.
Are you in motion? Are you driving?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Are you driving?
Yeah, I am. No, yeah, I am in. I'm in Somerset in England, but it should be fine now.
They let you into England. How did you get into England? Who let you in here?
How did you let your people in England? Don't forget, we had your people come to England with our passport.
With your passport.
When the door was open to come to England, Nigerian passport was nowhere to be found. I will tell you how many. My uncle used to work in the immigration. I will tell you how many Yoruba got through Freetown to come to England with our visa-free passport. So be careful, woman.
With your visa-free passport.
Can you hear me though? Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So, do you have any thoughts on where the conversation is?
Yes. My two in this is two business people having a fight over money, and me and you, we're poor men. We don't. It's not our fight, and it seems like Dangote has been sabotaged by the current government, and then obviously via other businessmen to start with, and obviously the government changed their stance because of the fuel crisis. I don't know if it's early this year or last year, and they realize Dangote is more needed. You know, that's one of the reasons why Buhari actually set this refinery up anyway with him. So I don't think this is as simple as we want to make it. Oh, a Fulani man versus a Hausa man. I don't even know if Aliyu Farouk is a Fulani, because a lot of people in Nigeria claim to be Fulani, but when they look inside, they're not Fulani. I think it's wrong. You know, we should be doing this to
Why
one
would
another.
anybody that is not Fulani claim? Fulani is a negative in the Nigerian space.
In Nigeria,
Why would
in South,
anybody that is not Fulani claim to be Fulani? It's like claiming to be Igbo. Why would anybody claim that? Unless, of course, it's invested on you by
so Yorubas are the ones everyone want to claim. Yeah, one man. Is that your delusional?
I cannot imagine anybody that is not Igbo claiming to be Igbo. That because it's a negative, and I cannot imagine anybody that is not Fulani claiming to be Fulani because of the public perception of the people.
Well, Fulani got thick skin, you see. So no matter what you say about them or what you do, you wouldn't actually move them. And you can imagine if other tribes were that resilient, you know. And I mean, maybe that's one of their strengths. But anyway, the thing is, when you look at two businessmen fighting, I think politicians should stay away from it. And if one of them break the law, they should be accountable to the law. You know, simple as that. And it's not up to Dangote for someone to be arrested in Nigeria. Bad precedent. It's up to the government. Tinubu is the one that is in control of the state, so he knows. And not only Tinubu, in fact, going down to the law. You know, his people.
But it's up to Dangote to highlight a wrongdoing and invite an investigation.
Absolutely. I fully back.
Yes.
I fully back Dangote in this. I think it's totally wrong. That's my first statement. I fully back him. And I think it's wrong, whether it's a Fulani man, whether it's a Hausa man, whether it's that man or this man, I don't give a shit. That doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. What is relevant is our business people in this world today. We need a lot of leverage. We need a lot of support. We need to be patriotic. And that man shouldn't be used. If you want oil from Nigeria, if you want to make money from oil, you should do what Dangote is doing. Refine the oil, use Nigerian oil, make money, use that money to develop the people in Nigeria. But unfortunately, that's not been the case for a lot of these oil philanthropists. You know, they all sell out. And I only rate Dangote, who is actually taking the oil, refining it in Nigeria, giving the Nigerians job, especially your people in the southwest, you know, and also developing the help pay tax to develop, you know, Nigeria. I'm with him in this argument. That other brother there, even though I'm Fulani, if it's Fulani, I'm telling him it's wrong. You shouldn't have done that, and you should pay the price for what he's done. However, you know, to say, you know, it's a Fulani versus Hausa man fighting over, that's bullshit, man. Because these guys are making business. They run businesses all over the Sahel and West Africa. You know, Dangote is just one of them. So it's really irrelevant, you know, in my tools, or any average Hausa person tools. And we need to be careful also how we set these things, this tribe versus that tribe, because I'll give a good example, one man, as a Yoruba man, take this lesson from me, right? You see where they call Osun State, it's border to Ivory Coast, right? I was reading and it's tough going back to the late 18th century, where there was a tribe in Nigeria. They were the Juju tribe, we were classed, and who was actually instigating a war between the Fulani and the Mandinka. They were instigating war between the Samori Ture and Alpha Yaya Diallo. So the Mandinka and the Fulani faced their cavalry to go to war against each other. And the Mandinka, who is one of my ancestors, Samori Ture, said, Fulani, the great warrior, the great tribe, our cousins, are you going to fight us? We are all the same. We are Muslim. We're one people. Why are we doing this? Why do we fight the tribe that's instigating us? And they went and took over that part of Ivory Coast border near Osun State, and they pushed the people back and captured a lot of them, and they took their territory from them. And it's a great history lesson to learn. Do not instigate two tribes to fight thinking they're going to fight, but they will come for you who's trying to instigate them eventually. That's my take. So Dangote, I give him the full rights. He is 100% spot on in this. If the man break the law, fine. But if he doesn't break the law, they should work together and build Nigeria, not destroy it. Because Nigeria right now and the current government need a lot of support, not basically trying to make things worse for them. Because right now they've got a bigger threat outside that they're facing than the threat that they face.
What threat are they facing from the outside?
America is one of them. I think America is targeting
America is
Nigeria.
not a threat. America is an ally to Nigeria, not a threat.
America has always been a threat to West Africa and Africa throughout when it comes to geopolitics.
Yes, yes.
They-
That's an overarch, but in actual nation-to-nation relationship, America has always been and still is an ally to Nigeria.
Well,
We've now even recently they are offering us free guns, free intelligence to go and battle insurgency in our country. So how are they a threat?
Good question. How are they a threat? Who are the one that's sponsoring them at the first place? These terrorists.
Sponsoring who?
Who are the one that's sponsoring the terrorists? Are you actually reading?
You tell me. Is it the Americans?
Americans are behind it, 100%, and the United Arab Emirates.
Sorry, how can you say America and the United Arab Emirates? It can't be one and the two. So how is America sponsoring it?
Then you know the United Arab Emirates is a satellite state for America in the Middle East. Didn't you know that?
Every country is a vessel state to the America.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is, okay, right. At the moment, what the whole world is saying, America is bullying Nigeria. They came into Nigeria, and they're claiming Christian genocide. They only went to the Christian side and they returned back and say, oh, yeah, what we say is confirmed. And listen, I have read the American Foreign Policy report from their whatever Department of War and stuff like that. What is their name? What is their main agenda for the next 100 years? And I can see why they're doing what they're doing in Nigeria. You guys keep hoping that you're friends with them. You will see what happens eventually.
Hold on. Not even the United Kingdom can claim to be any friend with America. America acts on American interest, and on the understanding of that interest, you navigate your relationship with them. So Nigeria has been navigating that relationship, knowing that America has an overarching self-interest in that relationship. So nothing has really changed. Nothing has really changed. So they highlight
it has changed. It has changed
what's changed?
Okay. What has changed is before America was more on the sideline and say, you know what, okay, we're gonna watch and we're gonna basically sit on the side and we're gonna direct. But today they're dictating on you guys, and actually to the point where I think it's one of the reasons why you got a Nigerian plane landing in Burkina Faso that's been seized, not being returned, because now Nigeria have become the boogeyman of West Africa. You need to, if you understand French, go around and listen to what they think about you in West Africa.
No, nobody cares. Hold on. There's no Nigerian born that cares what any francophone. You say what we want to hear, what you think about us. Do you know what we think about you? We don't consider you even to be human beings. You're just some little, some smelly cousins that share the same region. Nobody. Why would a Nigerian care about what a Burkina Faso, whatever? Who cares? Of what relevance? Look, forget all this nonsense, nondescript francophone. Who cares about anything that comes out of your space? Look, when Nigeria.
No, I'm not francophone. I'm not francophone. Listen, I'm from Sierra Leone. We always back
we care even less about Sierra Leone. Nobody cares about this. There's no human being alive. There's no human being alive that cares about Sierra Leone. So forget who cares?
We always
outside of a Sierra Leonean. Who knows that Sierra Leone exists as a country outside of a Sierra Leonean? Nobody.
Okay.
You don't even exist. You're not even on the map for anybody to care what you think about anything. Who cares?
No.
What is Sierra Leone?
I am listening.
People know Lagos State. People don't know Sierra Leone. People know more about Bonita than who cares?
One man get emotional. I'm not. You not listening.
Coming here to say this, that, and the others. Though anybody cares about what comes out of your Ikeja local government area is bigger than in anyway.
One man,
nobody cares about Sierra Leone. No.
We in Sierra Leone, we fully support Nigeria. We always have been. It's our older brother country, right? It's not a problem. It's not like I haven't said anything against us. Sierra Leone as a group and our political system always back Nigeria, regardless of what happened. We're actually one of the most closer allies to the West in West Africa. But you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. All I'm saying, the other Africa francophone countries, what they're saying. I'm not from the francophone. You understand? They say a lot of things, on their social media about Nigeria, thinking the West is using Nigeria as a puppet, which I strongly disagree with them because they back in military and I'm against military coup. That's one of my number one principles. However, all I'm saying is when what you need to do, as people, you need to get this business. Nigerian government need to support more of the private sector and actually work with the private sector to develop the country instead of having to have two of the bigger sector, like people are exporting oil or importing oil, fighting each other. You need to find a solution to it. But I fully support Dangote in this, all right? So that's my take. So about Sierra Leone, we're a very small country, one man, but
Now, what's the population of Sierra Leone? 3 million, 5 million?
9 million.
9 million. Should we look up the population of Ikeja, which is just the capital of Lagos State?
Oh man, I'm not calling every to start putting out,
so you keep talking about Sierra Leone as though it was of any. I mean, there's no human being on this planet that knows that there's a country called Sierra Leone now.
No,
there's
that's
no human being that knows that there's a country. Who knows? You walk the streets of London, tell them that you're from Sierra Leone. What sort of response would you get?
Oh,
you go on the streets of London, tell them they are from Nigeria. What sort of response would you get?
Okay,
I mean, come on now. Let's have some perspective here now. What's all this?
Okay, if you say you're from Sierra Leone, they will say you're the first black people to exist in England because Sierra Leone are the first black community.
They know that there's a country called Sierra Leone. Who in England knows there's a country called Sierra Leone?
Who in England knows? You don't go and read history. Sierra Leone is a
knows. Look at this guy. Don't clown yourself, man.
Let's leave it at that. I'm not calling.
I'm pretty sure when you go on the streets, you lie to people that you're a Nigerian. I'm
Whoa,
pretty sure
man.
that you do.
Whoa, man.
You're fucking mean, bro. Woman, you're fucking mean, bro. You're fucking mean. Why would I ever want to be Nigerian?
No, because that's what a lot of Africans do. Because they don't have cachet, they don't have steez, they don't have the courage, they don't have the authority, they don't have the swag. So they just lie that they are Nigerian. So they want to tap into that Nigerian the Nigerian swag and the Nigerian steez. And that is what Africans do globally. They say, oh, I'm Nigerian. Wow. Especially the Ghanaians and you Sierra Leoneans.
Oh God, so man, come on.
You know what usually gives you away? The fact that you cannot pronounce R. That's the one thing, because you cannot pronounce R. That's what usually gives the Sierra Leoneans away. But no, I jest. But stay with us. Let's go to talk now. Who now seems to be ready for us? I think he has a more nuanced understanding of this back and forth between Farouk Ahmed and Aliko Dangote. So lock him up, as Donald Trump said. But can he escape it, Farouk Ahmed? Talk now.
All right. Good day, everyone. Thanks, one man, for the opportunity. Baba, I hail you. I'm a Sierra Leonean friend.
How are you doing?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
I'm good. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, first of all, one man, I have a close family friend here. Well, we become family literally, and he's from Sierra Leone. The kids are my boy's best friends. Yeah. So please, Sierra Leone is not only Nigerians that are in Africa. Sierra Leone's, Ethiopians, we are one body. We just have our difference.
Yeah, but do they have steez? Do they have swagger? Do they have the cachet? Can they carry their shoulder in the way you carry yours?
No, look, we are just different people. Okay, we are just different people, and we all have our origin. We have our culture that determines how we carry ourselves, but ultimately we are the same. Okay, so let me speak to this Dangote issue, and I want us to be very circumspect when we are looking at these things. We understand that Dangote needs to be protected. After a while, when our refineries have been moribund, Dangote gave us what we needed. He gave us the leadership across Africa and across the world. We are being seen at the world stage in oil and gas. He has stepped Nigeria up to that pedestal where we should be. And I agree with all that. But let's understand the place of monopoly. Let's understand the place of a capitalist. Let's cast our mind back to Ibeto Dangote, way back in those days. It looked like he was doing something right when they had the issue with Ibeto then. Subsequently, if you cast our mind back right now, seeing the monopoly in that sector, it gives us the reality that a capitalist will always be a capitalist, will fight for himself. However, I do not indulge criminality from the side of Farouk. I don't know the details. So when two opposing sides are hitting themselves to have a domineering, to dominate a sector, sometimes you have to be balanced. Dangote somewhat plays to his advantage by aligning with the government most of the time. And that's the way he plays his game. And that's the way he dominates the market. That's his style. It's very subtle, but it's very, if you look at the back end, it's very domineering. So it brings us some of these subtle things to be able to dominate whatever market he wants. And you can't blame him for that. He's a capitalist. But you have to be balanced in our thought process to understand that this person is a businessman. The other business people. We do not want, once there's a monopoly within that energy sector, in the nearest future, we might be in trouble. It will be more than we have a refinery that is bigger. It will be the fact that there's only one man that determines a price. So for me, what is bringing out, it should have just petitioned the FCC or whatever. You know, coming out like this, it's a game. Understand that it's a game. For him to come out and create a press conference around this, it is a strategy. He needs to dominate the market. He wants to dominate the market. Now, on Farouk's side, I don't know what is true. I don't know what is a lie. But one thing I know is that it is important to also balance monopoly. And this kind of sector is very, people are, it touches the lives of people, everyday man. Energy is very key. So we have to understand what he's trying to do. You have to know that he's seeing someone that is bringing in products that is competing with his own product, whether adulterated or is bad or it's not up to standard.
But it's against the law is the thing, though.
Yeah,
and you say all these things, but he has frontally, publicly, and at a senior level accused this guy of being a thief. The guy cannot escape it, and the government cannot escape it. So it has to be addressed. What this guy is alleging. And sorry, also, the petroleum industry bill states explicitly that if there's capacity within the country, then importation licenses should not be issued. So Dangote has every right to feel aggrieved now. If he's made all these great efforts to build that capacity to satisfy the Nigerian market, then why are importation licenses still being issued for petroleum products? So
agreed.
Aggrieved.
Yeah, and I get your point, but I'm just trying to throw in some nuances to it to say that, look, a capitalist will always fight for its profit. So we should have that in our mind. Number two, let government do its bit. The government's issuing licenses, I'm sure, I don't know what exactly would drive them to do that. If it's against the law, it's against the law. Let the law take its course. But what we will not do is to make it look like a capitalist is a victim. We have to balance that. So we have to understand that businesses, different businesses go after their profit, and they will run after their profit by all means. So I believe as citizens, yes, we should fight for what is right. What is true, the government should investigate. If truly is bringing adulterated products, that should be punished. Farouk, whatever his name is, should be punished. Whoever is doing that should be punished. However, I understand that there are other businesses that also have refineries out of Nigeria. I understand that Oando has a refinery outside Nigeria. Now, the question is, if Oando as a Nigerian company brings in products into Nigeria, would that be against the bill? I don't know. Let lawyers speak to that. Now, we have to look at these things holistically and be very clear-headed. So somebody coming out right now, we cannot just rush at it and say, oh, let's skin him alive. Let's skin this man alive. Let's look at what is true. Let the regulators do what they need to do. Let them investigate. Let Dangote submit petition to EFCC, whatever it needs to be. Let him bring out evidence that he has submitted these petitions, and let the process drive itself. We cannot listen to
does it alarm you somewhat talk now that no matter how prestigious or the position is, that a salary earner is able to pay $5 million $5 million a year for 4 children to attend some Swiss finishing school? Because of course, if it's paying $5 million a year, that is to speak to the quantum of the money that he controls, because he's not using all of his money, so he'll be using a portion. So how is that not alarming?
Yeah,
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think
should that guy be arrested and put in handcuffs?
No, I think this issue should be investigated. If that is true, then EFCC has his work in his hands. The guy, I understand that the guy is a civil servant, is he? The Farouk person? Or is he a business person? That is where...
No, he's a civil servant. He works for is the head of the downstream arm of NMPC. So it's a salary.
He's in charge of NMDPR, that is Nigerian midstream and downstream petroleum what's it now? Regulatory authority. Sorry about that. Okay. Regulatory authority. So it's like the PAMSEC or DG.
So if that is
and
true,
it's an agency under the Ministry of Petroleum Resources.
Yeah, if that is
so
true,
he has a minister at the head.
Yeah, that if that is true, then that should be thoroughly investigated and he should be prosecuted. That's as clear as black and white.
Sorry. This one man. Greetings to you. It's been a while. How is everybody? How is everything going?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yeah, we're good. Good to have you. Good to have you.
Yeah. So I think for some reason this is the same problem. This is the same thing Tinubu did with Kyari. Sometimes he leaves these things too long. Farouk Lawan should have been fired long time ago when he came up with those nonsense of trying to bring down the quality of Dangote petrol. This man was the head of NDPRO when we had that useless importation of fuel that was destroying people's engine across the country. You guys remember? Till today, nobody was held accountable for that nonsense that happened. They import very, very bad quality petrol into the country, and a lot of people had losses. Engines were blowing up across the country, and it became an issue. This man does not, the government does not even have a standard laboratory to test quality of refined petroleum. And he came out and was trying to look, the guy is as corrupt as hell. Tinubu needs to have sacked this guy long time ago. And he did the same thing with Kyari. Kyari stayed there for too long. And this time we are seeing another problem again. This man his hand is sold in corruption. Those guys that are importing fuel from Malta, they've bought him to the teeth. He's getting a lot of money from them, and he's just using his position to try to give them some level of advantage, to the point whereby Dangote have gone down now to 699 naira a liter. Okay, so we'll see what they do. It's crazy. Like you cannot be at the end of a government agency and then you're trying to.
Import licenses should not be issued at all.
It should not be issued at all. But what is Tinubu doing about it? What's Tinubu doing about it?
But this is the thing now. When we're saying that there are certain forces more powerful than the government, this is what we're saying now.
Yeah, but it cannot be. The man should have been sacked not even today, not now. He should have been sacked long time ago. The man is corrupt as hell. It's like Mele Kyari, it's like Mefelde, it's like Malami, it's like Adi Sirika. All of these guys, when they were under Buhari, you could see they were not even hiding their level of corruption. They didn't hide it. They were doing it so openly that what can you do? And I have said here before that if Malami was never prosecuted, then Tinubu should not even run for second term. People that are calling it political, I don't know what is wrong with us. When we saw governors came out and was even fighting with Malami, saying, how are you supporting foreign agencies to take money from Nigeria when we are saying, no, we're not going to pay that money? Malami was against Nigeria at that time, trying to stake our money to pay those foreign lobbies, just because of what he wants to benefit from it. And people come today and say, oh, it's a political prosecution. No. Malami should have been prosecuted long time ago. Kyari should be prosecuted, and this one Farouk Lawan, in my opinion, should already be in prison as well.
All right. All right. Akim, let talk now. Carry on with his thoughts. We go to Baba and then we come to you. The room is not fully populated yet, so we get you. But I share with you the passion and the anger. What Akim is somewhat highlighting their talk now is something that I think in the back recesses of all of our minds, it's somewhat something that we've resigned to, that there are certain characters, and a lot of them northerners, that are above reproach in that country. They're untouchable and above the law. Why is this guy, never mind going back and forth with Dangote, why is he not already in prison, this Farouk Ahmed?
Yeah, well, if the guy is a civil servant, truly, I was thinking he's a competitor. Maybe he's someone that imports fuel. If the guy is a civil servant, then that's not even a subject of discussion. That guy should be properly prosecuted if it's true. So I think it's well. I'm just looking at I'm checking some of the old on that same Farouk. I think he's the one that didn't allow Dangote to kick off pretty early. He said some of the products were adulterated. He didn't give approval.
Yes, he said the products were substandard. He said that. He said that Dangote refinery was 40%, 45%, that the refinery was not fully ready. He said that. And then he said that you know when he said Dangote's refinery was substandard, there's too much sulfate content. Dangote had to then get all of the National Assembly to come to his refinery, take them to a laboratory, and then do a sample test on the spot. So this guy
I think that guy,
you know.
Yeah, I think that guy should be, first of all, should be suspended from that place. He should be prosecuted. They should review these things substantially. And there are some Buhari allies that are still in Tinubu's government, and I feel that some of those people needs to be checked and reviewed. Really, well, I will leave that part. Just dropping one or two of this. I heard Osun State, Accord Party, they have another factional governor, candidate from Accord Party. I don't know what's going on there. There's a lot of things.
So having crossed over, Adeleke will not get the ticket.
He's
That's what.
looking very
Oh,
messy
girl.
now. Yeah,
Eh,
he's looking really messy for him.
Ade
He's looking
dancer.
really messy. I would advise him to go to Showore's party. That's what I would advise. Let him go to Showore's party. Showore is the chairman and is everything. He's in charge.
You
Let
know,
him
I would
get that
advise
ticket.
him to go to Abga. I think it would just look so nice if he goes to Abga, Adeleke.
Well, I'm not sure about Abga. I don't know. I don't know about Abga. I don't know about Abga. They don't have that spread, but let's see. Let's see how it goes. Yeah. Let me yield the floor. Oh man.
Oh, all right, stay with us. Talk now because I still want to hear from you about other matters as well. But let's bring Baba into the equation. And Baba, as you take the floor, because I know you are very much vested in the oil industry, so you know the nuance of what's going on. But before you even get to all of that, I've been going back and forth with Mongo Park in the comment section. Dangote, to my understanding, is a Hausa man. So do you want to clear that up as you take the floor?
Yes, thank you, woman. Let me quickly. I think you are correct. Dangote father, Mohammed, actually is a low-level Hausa businessman who died middle age, and from the mother's side, the mother is a Dantata, actually. So the Dantatas are Hausa, Kano, the biggest Iroko tree in Kano. So there is no equivocation about that. Dangote is both on mother's and father's side, pure Hausa man, pure Hausa ancestry. Nothing relating to Fulani except his nephew now marrying Dati Baba Ahmed's daughter. Maybe the blood has started mixing somehow down the line. So Dangote is an Hausa man. So quickly to the main topic. Actually, it's unfortunate what is going on. I will try to lean on both sides, even though I'm Aliko's man in this regard, because bottom line is Dangote is doing us a big favor as a nation, and we are blessed with his enterprise, his prowess, because he could sell his product anywhere in the world without bothering about Nigeria. Short is landward gate against Nigeria and face seaward, being in a free trade zone. He could do that easily and without batting an eyelid. But I think he's just full of the fight to save Nigeria in this regard. I mean, look at what is happening now. He's trying to now make pump price about 740 per liter. He has his trucks ready already. They have their trackers so that that will curtail smuggling, because this they will be monitored from the word get go as soon as they leave the pump station. So these are the people fighting him, and I like the word he used. He said, "Look, these people are more dangerous than the cartel in South America, and really they are very dangerous." And with people like Farouk at the helm of Nigeria midstream and downstream petroleum regulatory authority, they are having a field day. I think it was Akim was saying, look, the president maybe is acting too slow. But the president is well grounded in free market enterprise. You have to allow them in the marketplace, both the Dangotes and all the rest. So let them fight it out. And that is the reason why the benefit of that is now the pump price coming to about 740. Because if he had left Dangote to his own devices and he oppresses them through a presidential fiat, Dangote could still stick to 900 and something per liter. But when he is on the floor fighting in the gutter with these people, he's forced to do the needful by maybe cutting prices to drive them out of the market. He did it with sugar and all the rest. Besides that, what I look with that, he's expanding into 1.2 now, 1.2 barrels a day, because the U.S. market is in demand of his products, and they can't get enough because U.S. actually mostly they have sweet crude. Sweet crude is not a straight blend for diesel, heavy industry oil like AGO. They will need heavy oil, every crude oil to do that. And here it is, Dangote has a single train refinery that has a capacity for diesel and petroleum and other byproducts in the oil sector. So it's already supplying Saudi Arabia, it's already selling to America. And a lot, because of him, a lot of refinery in Scotland, somewhere in Germany, they are closing down.
Sorry, Baba. Let me step down for a moment. Let Kenny take over. Carry on, Baba.
Okay. So
Hello, Baba.
yeah, hey, Kenny. Okay, how are you? Welcome. So they are closing down because most of those refineries are already beyond 50 years, beyond their years. So running those refineries is even costly. So he has the most modern of this refinery. So he's doing good for himself. And this Farouk of a man, though Dangote was, how do I put it, was maybe exaggerating when he said he's spending 5 million for 4 children in Swiss finishing school. I think it's maybe for the whole duration the 4 children were there. No, they finished school. It's around $250,000 a year per child, and I envy Farouk for being able to afford that, because that's where it's in those schools. Actually, you meet reality. You meet the high and mighty of the world, their children. So once you attend those schools, you have a very good network to follow in life, and you are made. So, but for a man like that, if you know your hands are not very, very clean, as soon as you have a new sheriff in town and you know Dangote has his ears, I mean, you should be able to try to wind down your activities. And but knowing our people with recklessness, they still put their teeth to the meat, and it's going to pay dearly. Is going to pay dearly. The day of Kiari will come, as Malami's own have come now, and his own day will come to, he will be answerable to the people because they've destroyed a lot of businesses, transport businesses, by importing fake products. Those people that he gives license to bring in these products, actually, I mean, they should find other things to do. Once a, a business is finishing along the line, you have bigger authorities. I mean, with bigger industry with higher capacity. Then you start looking elsewhere. You can force anything, because if Dangote starts now with this 740 naira per liter pump price, there is no way you can import any fuel that will can even sell at even 800. No talk of 740 to compete with Dangote, except you import water, except you bring in only water. So he will force them out. And it's not a fool. It could be underselling, but at the end of the day, it's a product. It's like manufacturing something every day. It will make up. It will make it up later. And besides that, other model refineries that are coming up, most of them, of course, are just producing AGO. So they don't have the capacity to produce PMS. So it's not a threat. They are not a threat to Dangote, except that of BUA. in the southeast. I think
Baba,
that one. Yes. No.
you know, I'm just joining in the middle. What actually happened between Dangote and the rest of you people, so I can understand the topic very well. I'm sorry
No,
to cut you in the middle,
he
but
accused Malam Farouk of the NMDPR, that is the Petroleum Regulatory Authority, of corruption, of allowing importation of petrol, some of them adulterated into the country, and that he's not authorized to do that. Oh, yeah. I don't know. So
he's not exposing them now.
he's exposed. I think his hands were first, and he came out. Unlike Dangote, you understand. Unlike Aliko, he came out to spill the bean, and he adjusted his statement much more later at the end of the press conference to say, "Look, I'm not saying you should sack him. I'm only just putting this in public view." You understand? Because he knows definitely you can't say such a thing and still expect that man to be at seat, at post. There's no way, because the vuvuzela of the cyberspace will start trumpeting and pressing the president to do something, to action it. And of course, that's going to happen soon enough. But of course, it's not going to let go like that. Whatever we think of the president, I think all these people will be brought to book. Will be brought to book naturally, because what has happened in the petroleum industry, I mean, where we have a PIA, that's like a framework we can follow easily, line by line, and here we are inching towards it, and some people are hell bent in sabotaging the people and the government. Because what Dangote has done is beautiful in the sense that, look, most of our products are being smuggled out, because as we speak, even at 1,000 per liter, you understand, our neighbors will still buy. They will still encourage the smuggling of our fuel, because averagely the pump price there is about 1,500 per liter in almost 90% of our neighboring countries.
That's
now.
true.
Now that we are even going to 740, you can imagine. But he has mitigated against that by importing his own 4,000 trucks with trackers. So once you have the trackers, they have to deliver at the designated point. They cannot go out of the country. It will be very, very difficult. But knowing Nigeria very well, they will still try. It's not going to be a deterrence. But they will still try, but they will fail. You understand? Because Dangote is not a soft meat.
Yeah, I'm going to leave you Nigeria.
Who is this guy that is disturbing everybody?
No, I said I'm not disturbing. I'm leaving. I said I'm leaving you to discuss your topic. The only reason why I came,
brother, okay, you have a very good afternoon there.
Thank you. Adi man,
Baba, this sector is a sector that you know very well. So with Dangote coming out with fire like this, what do you think is going to be this end game, and what do you think government is going to do, or the people that is fighting against? So I'm looking at it in a 3 different ways now. Dangote himself, government, and the people is fighting. So how do you think this is going to end?
Baba.
Yes, Dr. Simba. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Simba, how do sir?
Oh, Kenny, Joe. You know, there are so many. I have a video. There are so many propaganda going on against Dangote now. They have been sponsoring a lot of bloggers in Nigeria that are now releasing videos talking about his businesses generally, and then they were propagating that most of his products, cement, sugar, and all those things, that he's selling them out of the country cheaper for foreigners than Nigerians. I think that they have a plan of actually, staging Nigerians against Dangote. I think that is part of what
don't mind them, Simba. As we speak today, it's very simple. If you read such a thing, go check, for instance, Ghana. the price
Baba,
of
you know what I did? When
yeah.
a guy posted the video on one of my, in fact, it was even my secondary school class WhatsApp group. And immediately I saw it, I now Google prices of petrol and prices of cement in West Africa, Ghana, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, South Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, and I posted it, and I warned the guy that I should desist him. You know the problem we have, Baba, is that unhappy Nigerians doesn't verify anything.
We don't research
they
at all.
hear anything that suits their narrative. We are very, very gullible, and that is why the politician can and anything can happen.
I think it's beyond gullibility, Simba. It's wickedness, because you have a phone in your hand and you just read something or watch something. Fact check, cross check. How much is Gasem? Gasem is Ghana cement. Or how much is Dangote cement? Also, which is in Ghana. And you compare. And how much is cement here? There is about 2,000 difference between cement in Ghana and Nigeria. About 2,000. Nigeria cement is 2,000 naira cheaper.
Cheaper than Ghana.
Yes. Per bag. I can tell you that authority. I don't know what is wrong with our people. They relish in just cashing cruise. I think that's the word they use now.
Baba, they're not cashing cruise. They just don't like progress. That's the thing. They don't like progress. Baba, as it is so now, Simba did there now, everybody did here. Nobody really knows us. Let your name come out on social media that you become, you're a big person, you rich, you have this thing. They'll start digging deep and lie against you because they don't want your progress. But now that everything is quiet now, they're not saying anything. That's who they have, some of them.
It's a strange attitude, actually, because as far as I'm concerned, he's just doing us a favor, and these people cannot beat him. Even Coca-Cola, the richest beverage producing this thing in the world, Coca-Cola Nigeria couldn't compete on sugar with Dangote. Dangote beats Coca-Cola. Even Bua attempted to beat him on cement. Within 2 years, Dangote override him. So, if once a man is blessed, he's blessed. He is blessed. So I don't know what they are thinking they can do to him. Look at what Farouk has done. He has messed himself. Things he's been doing for years with his children and trying to arrange his life, but then not knowing when to quit has put him in this mess now. Because every Nigerian, if I didn't come out to maybe...
Baba, corruption is like a pool. It's like gambling. Once you are there and you are making money, even for you to even invest that money in any productive venture will be very difficult because it's cheap money. You don't need to work for it. Taking that money to go and now put in something that has a gestational period that you have to put your eye to for you to even make any meaningful money out of that money. It's very difficult. But for you to just carry your pen, Baba, and make millions of dollars or billions safe, it's very easy.
But Simba, is it how we're going to continue in that country? Yeah. This NFP petroleum sector has been like this for years. What is the solution? I just don't want us to complain only because
they should just privatize everything. That's just the solution. There's no rocket science about it.
Yeah, but Simba, sorry guys, listen. It's not the privatization or no privatization. Well, this is not an issue with the NNPC downstream now or Nigerian. This is not the issue with the Nigerian local government-owned refineries. This is a man who is on the side of importers of refined petroleum products against somebody who is a local refiner of the same product.
The question you not ask yourself: if these same people are the one working against the local refinery not to work?
Of course. One second.
So I'm saying that it's not about the local refinery. They are
no,
the one.
Yeah, but let me learn. So the question is this, right? If somebody is in that position, he has come up with a lot of statements about local refineries. And in that same country, you as a president, you want other people to come and build refinery, but you see the way the man is treating the person that has already built refinery. Why are you still keeping the man there? He's a regulator. It should be fair to everybody. You don't like if as a regulator, as the head of a regulator, what you should do is look at the capacity of the local refinery, go there, take stock, and say, okay, this is the percentage which you can cover, and don't come and just issue licenses like a madman everywhere. Okay, just
Akim,
blow licenses everywhere.
let me say
Akim,
this. You know,
Akim,
Nigeria.
the
It's,
thing there is
Okay,
this
Baba.
guy Farouk.
it's
It
not being
does not
fair. It's not being fair.
wait. It didn't only come out, or he didn't continue issuing licenses. He came out openly addressing press conference that Dangote's products are not up to scratch. One,
He said they are
two,
substandard and that the
so I mean
refinery was not even
So
a,
so
supposed
a
so
to say they
so
was about
so how is
55
it?
percent.
That means it's
billion
not.
dollar
It's on one side.
Hold on,
investment,
guys. Hold on. Let Baba finish. Let us
billion dollar investment, and you, a regulator in Nigeria, came out to lampoon that kind of thing. I mean, he should go to a tribunal and be condemned to firing
So
squad. I
so
tell
so
you,
Baba, you need to understand that this is the same refinery that is now exporting refined petroleum product and Jet A1 fuel to the United States of America.
with the
But,
highest standard.
but somehow somebody in Nigeria is telling us that that standard is not good enough. Something that is
That's
good
why I
enough
say he
for them
should
to
go to
use in the United
tribunal
States
and
of America.
sentence
No,
You are
the
not
Baba,
telling
firing
us that
Baba,
it's
squad.
not good enough.
Akim, let me ask you this. When he did a public press conference that time, what my own stand is that the problem of Nigeria is not the politicians. It's actually the Nigerians that are the problem of that country. When he came out that time, the press are there cheering him. Most people believe what he said. Now that they have not seen the facts, have they ever called him now? Even the same press that we have in Nigeria to say, okay, this man, this is what you said. It's not up to a year when he made that statement.
No,
Just about 9 months ago.
it was last year or no this year.
Okay.
So
Now, have they called him out?
it's not even that. Forget that. Look, in any
The
sane
issue,
country, in any sane country,
let me say this, Akim, let me say this. It's very easy for anybody to say, Tinubu should have taken him and jail him and do whatever. Let me ask you, this is a country. You understand? There are certain things that you cannot do as a president of a country. You know, the way we talk, sometimes we talk as even within our own family. If a member of, let me finish what I want to say. It is misbehaving. You see how difficult for you to even talk less of taking an action. You cannot, the way we say, hey, as if it's very easy, take this one,
oh
put
no
this
no
one.
oh no. Simba, I disagree with you. I totally disagree with you on that. Tinubu, as he's currently stand, is the Minister of Petroleum. So Farouk Lawan is directly under Tinubu. This is not family matter. It's government we're talking. It's governance. We're talking about leadership that we're talking about now. It's not about family matter. Both of them have no blood affiliation. They have no emotional connections. So this is government now. So you get rid of the man and put somebody else there. It's simple as that. First of all, I want to ask you a question. In a sane society, right? When they imported those bad petrol, you remember that period where they imported very bad petrol into Nigeria and people's cars were blowing, their engine was blowing up. So why was Farouk Lawan, why was he made to stay in his job in that moment? He failed in his duty in that moment. Why was he not fired? The same man now come out and be saying somebody's refinery is producing low quality. You that supervise the importation of very bad, not even low quality, very bad quality petroleum into the country, and then you're talking about standard. The man should have been fired long time ago. Like there's nothing like it's not everything present. No, this is what I'm saying. I said this before. Tinubu was too slow with Mele Kyari. Mele Kyari should have been gone a long time ago. He was too slow with that. We see all the progress that NNPC has made since Mele Kyari left. It's not a rocket science. Those people that were there under Buhari, they were corrupt as hell. Malami was the one who was the head. He was the one giving directions as to what they should do, what they should not do. Up to Bawa, up to Keyeri, up to Sirika, up to all of them were corrupt as hell. And every single one of them should go to jail.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. What is the problem that we normally say that normally work against anybody that want to prosecute in Nigeria? They will go to court. At the end of the day, they say they don't have any evidence, enough evidence against them, and they will free all of them.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just sack him now. Why not fire him?
They're going to sack him. That's going to be.
So why not? Why not fire him now? So forget. Okay, why not? What's stopping him from being fired?
No, they cannot fire you immediately like that now.
Why? Why not?
So if you want to just fire somebody without having any reason, that's what you are saying.
I've given you multiple reasons why he should be fired.
It's all those things that you said. They are not. If somebody just if you make a statement against Dangote.
Okay. Why did they? Why you? What is the reason why Kyari was fired? Can you give me the reason why Mele Kyari was fired?
I don't know.
It was not remitting NNPC fund according to PIA letters and spirit to CBN. So that's one of the reasons.
President Tinubu is the head, is the Minister of Petroleum. He can go and say, look, I'm going to reform this sector, so I want somebody else to lead it. Get him out. Simple as that. He doesn't need an excuse to fire him.
Brother, see, let's give the president time. Every media, they are talking about this. Obviously, people are talking about it. It's not going to go away just like that.
Bro, so we don't need to give. Do you know the amount of investment that are coming into into oil and gas sector in Nigeria today?
You are expecting to work.
Do you listen? Do you know the amount of investment that is pouring into the oil and gas sector? We don't need somebody like Farouk Lawan to put spanner in those.
Tinubu doesn't work like it will take his time. They will have evidence against him.
He cannot be taking his time. He cannot be taking his time. He's not running his family's business. He's running Nigeria. He cannot be taking his time.
All right, no problem. Thank you very much. Baba, are you finished with the submission? So you can go to Dr. Simba.
No, you cannot go to Dr. Simba. You come to me. I'm next.
Akim. Okay, sorry. You are next.
So let him carry on. Time him.
No, Baba, give us some 2 minutes about Osun State party, Adeleke and stuff like that, because his party is in trouble. Now, what do you think is going to happen to him?
Well, I think
just in 2 minutes, sir.
Adeleke has already given up his second term in spirit. You can see the life is really out of him because it's very cool to do second term. Actually, is APC. And because of his problem with Odetola, Tinubu's cousin. Oyetola. So he didn't stand a chance. They tried to try and maybe get the president to intervene, but it did not work, actually. And now in our court party, the same APC.
The problem he has is not with Oyetola. People are just looking at it as if we had problem with Oyetola because he defeated Oyetola in that election. If you look at it very well, Adeleke ascendant as a politician actually started during Aregbe. And when his brother died, it was even Aregbe that was.
That's Isiaka.
Yes. So it was Aregbe that was in the government house in Osun State that time as APC governor. So his problem it goes beyond Oyetola. Oyetola just inherited whatever he met with Aregbe now.
No, but Oyetola spent only one term as a governor. No human being will be happy.
Oyetola's defeat, let me tell you, Baba, most people doesn't know, was orchestrated by Buhari. So
through Aregbeshola's influence, because it's just not Buhari.
No. Let me tell you what happened.
Simba, please.
That,
Okay, continue, sir. Just condense so I can go to the other guy that wanted to speak, please.
Prior to that election, the team sent by the federal government to go and supervise that election were actually working against Oyetola. In fact, the election in Ede, which is where Adeleke.
The Adelekes.
Yes, that area, Ede, Ijigo, Ag 6, they were still voting till like 11 p.m. of that night. And that was where the Oyetola lost that election. So they have the support of the federal government because of people that the APC ministers and everybody that was working with Buhari that time, they were against Tinubu and they were against Oyetola. So they were the one that actually ensured that Oyetola lost that election.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Please, like what I always say, don't go anywhere. We're going to come back to you.
Can I just add?
Yeah.
Can I just add to what he said? Please just permit me 1 second. He is very right. So if you check the...
Just 1 minute, please. Yeah, 1 minute.
Yes. Historical trajectory. So you will notice that, number one, from Ife, Omishore did not turn up the numbers. Question is why? So it was like a syndicate working against Oyetola. He was supposed to win that election. They were expecting the volume to come forth. If you check the way Osun is divided, the volume that comes from that Ife area is also high. So it didn't bring forth the numbers. Now, the ground discussion is that Omishore actually partly worked against Oyetola, which is very correct. Buhari did not want Oyetola to return for some reason, which is not, known to all. Of course, he was also compensated. Omishore was compensated. We all know that. He was given the secretary of APC just to compensate him. There were a lot of games that was being played. And right now, the same Omishore, I don't know what he will do now because it's also delicate for APC. The primary that was held, I'm not sure Omishore is happy with that primaries that was held. And there's a lot of infighting also going on. They are trying to put them together. The presidency is trying to call them together. They need to get Omishore on the table. If Omishore doesn't come to the table, the likelihood of whoever that is coming from APC winning is also slim.
All right. Thank you very much, my brother. All your thoughts. I'm going to come back to you in a few minutes. Yes, my brother, please take it away.
Thank you very much. So I've interjected a couple of times. So I'm going to go to this Osun side of a thing first before I go to this.
Yeah, please hold on for 1 second, please. Before you continue, please. I just want to encourage everyone that is listening and both of us on the platform. Please, let's power tap. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel.
We are not on TikTok, man. What are you power tapping?
Sorry, I said power taps. Let's super chat. Yes, let's super chat. Yes, super chat.
Oh, maybe one man is also streaming on TikTok as well.
I'd like as well, please.
No, it's a TikTok man. Kenny himself is a TikTok person, so that's why he's talking.
Okay. So basically, in my opinion, I think the president Tinubu should have done everything. He should have overridden. He should have override the decision of the Osun State APC to make sure Adeleke goes back to APC. He should have done everything to make sure he goes back to APC. You cannot deny. If you deny, even when Arigbe was governor trying to bring Oyetola in, we all saw what happened in that election, whereby they had to do a recounting, rerun, and all of that for Oyetola to win that election. And then the guy came back again the second time, and then people can say because there was faction this, there was faction that, the man won the election. As a governor, he delivered Osun State at the presidential election. So if I'm Tinubu, I'm going to ask these guys, I'm like, look, if you are this good, why have you been losing elections there in the same state? So the man has been winning elections. Forget about governorship election. He won presidential election. He won legislative election. Osun State House of Assembly election. Then they won nearly all the seats there. So if you guys say you are this good, if Yetola say is that good, if all the APC guys say they are that good, why have they been losing elections? And I think it was an error from Tinubu's side not to push for Adeleke to come to his party. If he had pushed, in my opinion, if he had pushed for Adeleke to join APC, regardless of what this Osun State chapter does, that would have guaranteed him that state 100%. But Adeleke not being on his side, believe me, it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed for Tinubu just like it was 2023. People can say, "Oh no, it's not different." You
Adeleke
cannot
not be on whose side, sir?
Sorry,
Adeleke not be on whose side?
if it's not on Tinubu's side, that state is not guaranteed for him in 2027.
No. Continue, sir. Continue.
So that's regardless of what the result, the pattern, the results have shown over time. Since the man became governor, he has won every single election that's been held in that state, whether it's a federal election.
Okay, can I interject for 1 minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, I'm from Osun State, okay? I know be a little bit about Osun politics. Listen, the last time election, like Dr. Simbarali said, right? See, he involved a lot of things. Number one, Adegbeshola sabotage. APC actually lost the election by themselves. It's not because of opposition. It's not because of Adeleke. Yes, you cannot take away Adeleke popularity in Osun State. He's popular. But right now, as we are talking, most of the people behind him that make him win the election, they're no more with him. All of them are in APC now, right? The only area in Osun where Adeleke is popular is Ede. And only Ede vote alone cannot make him carry the day. You understand? So he has lost all the senators from PDP. They're now in APC now in Osun State. See, this man from Ife, Omishore, is going to work for APC. Ashwaju is not like Buhari. He's in charge. This guy, the governor, he doesn't have the control of the local government at all. All the local government is not in control. So everything shows direction that he's going to lose. That's why they allow him. Have you seen any states?
Okay, don't worry. It's okay. The election will hold soon. Okay, there's no need. The election will hold, and we'll see the result.
Hakim, let me tell you one thing that I don't know about Osun. The problem actually started immediately when this Fourth Republic started. When Akande was the governor, Akande did a lot of things, especially to the civil servant of Osun State, because you know when Osun was created, Osun inherited like 70% of the civil servant from Oyo.
Yes.
So they have a very bloated civil service. Meanwhile, Oyo is bigger and is richer than Osun. So when he came in 1999, he retrenched a lot of civil servants, which and that was under AD, which metamorphosized to ACN to APC. So the civil servants of Osun State are still bitter about what actually happened to them, and that was what happened in 2003 when this Okuku man, what's his name, became the governor under PDP. Then when this guy now won through the appeal court in 2010. He was actually doing well for the civil servants from that 2010 to 2013. In fact, as at that time, he was paying 13th month salary for the civil servant. But the mistake he made was that he borrowed a lot of money, because you know during that between 2010 and that 2013, that was the era of the oil boom, where they are also sharing the excess crude money and all those things. So they borrowed a lot of money against that money. But when there was not shortfall, the crude oil prices fall and everything, he could not actually able to pay civil servant again. So that is the second time that the so-called Tinubu people or APC or ACN or AD, whatever, coming in and they are now not paying salary again. Looking at what happened during Akonde's regime also. So for now, The civil servant in Osun State, no matter who is not about Adeleke. No matter who is contesting against APC, they will see them as a better alternative for the Osun people than anybody that is coming from APC. Another factor that you don't also know is that we have zones in Osun State. We have the Ife-Ijesha axis, we have Osun North, and we have Osun West. Osun West has not ruled that state since the inception of that state. In fact, no, they were, but it was short-lived. The brother of this same Adeleke that died in around 2016 or 2017 was governor, yes, was a governor for like maybe 1 year or so before the military took over from them in 1993. So, but since then, they have not been opportune to rule. Aregbesola is from Ife-Ijesha axis. Akonde and remind me the name of this Okuku man now, Kenny, the former military governor of Lagos State. Oyinlola.
Yes,
Oyinlola and Akonde, they are from the same zone from us. So these people, they feel marginalized. In fact, so now what APC is now doing now is to now, the reason why they pick somebody.
Simba, which people feel marginalized? Which people? Which people do you say they feel marginalized? Which people? Which zone?
The Osun West.
Okay.
Those areas like Ikire, Ejigbo, Ede, Iwo.
But this guy from there now. This current governor is from there now.
That was why they voted for him that time now.
Okay.
So now they have not finished their own 8 years. You understand? So for APC to now be able to break that area and share the vote, that was why they picked their own candidate from that same zone. This Bola Oyebanji that they pick now is from the same zone.
Yes.
You understand? So as Akim said, if they were able to actually resolve their internal wrangling, well, I don't know what Omishore is going to gain by working against APC, because what is Accord or whatever party that Adeleke is going to offer him.
Anyway, so we'll see how the election goes. So let me go to the Farouk Lawan, the Farouk Lawan man.
Ahmed, not Lawan.
It's Farouk Lawan.
It's Farouk Ahmed. Farouk Lawan was the one that the guy in the house that time that was sacked during the subsidy regime. This one is Farouk Ahmed.
Okay, Farouk Ahmed. So basically, I was saying earlier that in a situation like this, because if you understand the level of brazen corruption that went down under Buhari government, you might not say Buhari directly, but you have somebody like Malami, who I personally believe was very, very influential in that government, and he used his position as Attorney General to carry out a lot of havoc. And for me, I'm glad to see him being prosecuted. I don't care what anybody say about political persecution. No, it's not political persecution. That man is corrupt as hell. He should have been prosecuted a long time ago. From the day he left office, Malami should have been in jail, just like a Mefele. So that's one. But this Farouk Ahmed guy, the day, and I asked question that I'm like, okay, you are the head of the regulative firm. People went to import very bad, very low quality petrol into the country. As we speak today, nobody was arrested, nobody was done anything. They just come, bring rubbish into the country, and people acquire losses on top of that. Even though they use their money to buy those products, ended up having to go and replace car engines, replace generators, and all of those things. Then nothing happened to this man. He got away with it. And this time come, it started to have a back and forth tango with Dangote. Okay, he came out, he put out information. If I'm the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, when he said to me, when he said the public spaces, Dangote refinery produces very low quality, I said, okay, can you show me the difference? Can you show me the laboratory tests that you conducted that shows this? And before you go out to put out statement like that, who did you consult with? Who did you speak to? Who authorized you to be putting out statement like that? Because statement like that have far-reaching consequences. Because Dangote is not only supplying Nigeria, it's also supplying international market. So when you put out reckless statement like that, how do you think his business outside of Nigeria will take it? His customers outside of Nigeria will take those kind of comments. So the president should have called him and say, "Can you explain yourself?" And if his explanation is not good enough, you have to go. You fire him. That is one. And two, this idea, this one that they said is spending 5 million to send, like, I understand the war, the battle that is going on between Dangote have to fight back. But that should be left to the anti-corruption agencies to handle that. But in my opinion, the man has done enough personally for him to be fired. He has come out publicly to say enough personally for him to be fired. And if you look at the rate and manner in which he is issuing licenses, this is the same thing they did under Emefiele. Just go in there, take dollars from the central bank, just taking dollars from the central bank without any input to the economy. He divert those dollars into the black market and then make a lot of money from it. A lot of these people become multi-billionaire from just round tripping dollars in the system. So this is the same thing. We are seeing this man issuing multiple licenses. How much bribe is he being paid for those licenses that is issued? How much money are they paying him? These questions have to, why are you issuing licenses? Like, somebody have to ask, how many licenses do we need in the first place? What about the people that are currently imported? So why do you need additional licenses? What's the point? Are you trying to flood the country with whatever level of petroleum? Like, are we short of petroleum? Do we have queues in our petrol stations? Are people complaining of not having product in their petrol station? So what is the idea behind you flooding, like throwing just chunky licenses out there? So if these questions should have been asked, and if the explanations are not right, it should be sacked. So if you are the head of regulator, you have to be seen to be fair. And fairness means that you play, you play equal with everybody, both local refiners and those that are importing petroleum products into Nigeria. And those that are importing petroleum into Nigeria, their product must be adequately tested before it goes into the market. And if it does not meet the right quality, these people should be made to dump them in the bin. Just dump them in the silo or dump them in the bin. That's their loss. So the idea that we are doing everything to frustrate local refineries, you have to look at the far-reaching consequences. So if somebody like me, I have money tomorrow, why would I go and invest in Nigeria? It's just like what is going on in Edo State now, where the governor come in and is just fighting all the businesses that are there, all the investment that the previous governor So why would I go and put my money in a place like that, knowing that any change of government or any change of one person could lead to some stupid policies whereby I could lose all my money?
They don't think like that, though. But I don't think they are thinking now.
Yeah, but why? But I'm saying, in a business environment, if I have money to invest now, why would I in that sector? Why would I go there? Why would I go and build a refinery when somebody like Farouk Ahmed is behaving like this? When I know that it could turn around tomorrow, and then the way this man is behaving, you think if a Fulani man become president tomorrow, they will not influence him to bring back subsidies? Do you think they will not influence him to bring back subsidies?
The funny thing, Akim, this NMDPR, they don't have their own laboratory. They kind of outsource the testing of incoming products. And that process is even a joke at best. Because when these tankers, when they arrive, and the people from NMDPR have to go take sample, if you see the if you see the people that will go on board and take sample and then go ashore in a cubicle, they call all secondary schools I know, their lab is even better Their chemistry lab is better than what you find in that cubicle of these contractors. And all they do is just, they bring the paper, the certification, and they sign it. And that's it for a product.
Yeah, but Baba, why these people cannot
It's a
just
joke.
bring the, why they not just take that money, go and buy the local refinery and repair it and start it? Why, or build your own refinery? Why do you
No,
insist?
their own laboratory. It's not.
Apart from that, why the hell bent on continuous importation? Why don't just build? Go, it's okay. You know what? Now this game is changing. Why don't we just get money together and go and build our own refinery and then compete with Dangote locally? Why are you hell bent on bringing refined product into the country? I don't know what,
Because of instant gratification, instant profit. That is why we will salute all those industrialists all over the world, not just Nigeria. A man who buries 1 billion and will not recover his money for the next 15 years. You salute such men. It's like a landlord when you use $1 million to build a house, and when you give it out for rent, it could take you about 15 years to even recover your 1 million in 15 years.
these guys have look. Dangote is planning to list his refinery next year now, so people can buy shares. You can become part owner of that refinery. You know, you can have shares in that refinery.
He said he will pay dividends in dollars.
He said if you want, you can get your dividend paid in dollars. So okay, as a Nigerian, we are going to benefit not just from him supplying us petrol, but we can also own part of the refinery. You can own a piece of it. I cannot own anything from what these guys are bringing from Malta.
In the last 2 years, no queues, no queue
No,
again. We've
I cannot
forgotten.
have
We've
NDPRO.
forgotten.
I cannot own anything from what they are bringing in. I don't have any shares. It's just personal.
In that case, you have to blame Tinubu as well. Like you rightly said, Baba, and my brother speaking.
Yeah,
Tinubu
but this is what I said earlier.
He's the minister of petrol. Why is he allowing them to do all those nonsense then?
It's free market, the spirit of free markets.
It's not. This is not free market. If you are trying to go against one person.
Look, most of these marketers too, it's not like their money. They borrowed money from bank. It's a chain. When you upset one, they could affect the other. So you have to create a balance. Because if the man who takes loan of maybe $5 million for one importation and something happened, that bank could go under.
Okay, why not face it? Face it out then. Face it out.
Exactly. That's what's happening now.
Face it out.
They are facing it out, and Dangote is becoming impatient. He's trying to reroute them.
How are they facing it out when they are issuing more licenses, more licenses, more licenses, more licenses?
That is where the problem is, because the money don't switch well.
That's not facing it out. If you are issuing more licenses, it's almost like, no, we want to expand. No, like you cannot continue to expand.
But
like,
the president actually have given this Farouk Ahmed instruction, if my memory serves me, about a few months ago, they should stop issuing licenses. The president said it. But we are hardened in our way. Very hardened.
But Baba,
anyway, listen, I'm gonna give way to Simba to continue because I need to eat.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Baba, you open another thing that we need to talk about. Why is it like people are not listening to Ashwaji direction when he tell them, okay, this is what I want you to do? Why are they not doing it? Mr. Simba, please take it away. Yeah.
What do you say? I can't hear your question.
I said, why is it like Baba said Ashwaji give directive a few months ago that they shouldn't issue licenses anymore, right? And I believe once president issued that directive like that, it should be honored and obey straight away. Why is it like they're not doing that?
Kenny, I will tell you, what they do is, if they issue license today, they will backdate it to January. They will backdate it. So it becomes difficult.
Baba, let me even give him a very good example of what I even witnessed, and it happens to me. In 2012, during Goodluck Jonathan, when they started this integrated payroll system for the federal civil servants, so they asked all the MDAs to submit the list of their workers. Before they have the budget, they will tell them that, okay, this is the budget, this is the number of workers that we have, and this is the amount that we are paying them every month. So because of them, for them to be able to cover up for overinflated and the ghost worker that they have been submitting, they have to employ like ×2 of the workforce that they have on ground. You can imagine that. They will now backdate like 3 years appointment for them. So what I wanted to do, just to support Baba, let me tell you, the way we talk as if things are easy to do, there is a lot of rot in that country that we are just looking at it as if it's very easy, as if it's a one-man business that somebody will just come and take a decision. This license that you are thinking, if actually they issue anyone after the directive given by Mr. President, go and look at the data and everything on this thing. They might maybe backdated maybe to 3 or 4 years ago. So
I agree with what I said. Yeah, I agree. That's okay. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, let's hear from you from the topic we're talking about. Farouk Lawala, what's his name? What's your take, sir?
Farouk Ahmed.
Yeah, Farouk Ahmed, yes.
Let me tell you, this popular university that wanting to add the Badamiloguno. That is what
it's playing out.
Yes, that's what Dangote is trying to do to Farouk. He waited for him, maybe thinking that the guy will stop all these shenanigans that he's doing. But when he discovered that he actually continued, that was why he's actually now fighting him frontal. Now, the problem with the only solution is only Nigerians that can fight for themselves. Believe me. But Nigerians, are we actually ready to fight for ourselves? Because we are also divided based on our belief, our ethnicity, our religion, and whatever. So we can't work in unison, and that is why the few people that are actually benefiting from the disrupt system that we have now have been having headway. If you look at what happened during that saga, when Nupeng and Pengesan went on strike because of this same Dangote, if you see what the former Nupeng, Pengesan and chairman, in fact, when the guy was fighting, yeah, I brought him here.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So, there are a lot of people that are benefiting from that importation of crude, of a refined product into that country. And they've had a lot of investment, as Baba said. They built tank farms and all those things that they borrow money from banks in Nigeria. If they didn't allow them to if they just stop importation of fuel like that, refined products, it will actually affect Nigerian economy because most of them will not be able to pay this thing. And the reason they were giving that time was that, also to actually reduce monopoly in that sector. Because if also you allow Dangote himself to be the only single supplier of refined crude to that country, he will not also be bringing the price down the way he's bringing it down. It's because he's facing stiff opposition. That's why he's doing what he's doing. If he's the only one there, I can bet you he will not be bringing down the price. Now,
so Nigeria is gaining. So
Nigeria is gaining from their fight. Exactly. Nigeria is gaining because if he's the sole supplier, the guy will be comfortable and be selling maybe even above 1,000 naira. So for us to come and say, okay, it's supposed to stop it, it's supposed to just leaders don't do things in a haste the way we normally. Nigerians, we are always in a hurry. Our body is always pinching us. Oh, do this, grab them, kill them, punch them. You don't do things that way, because by the time you are trying to solve one problem, you create 100 problems, other problems for yourself.
Well said. Nice one.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simba. Mr. Dewale, Unmute your mic.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody.
How you doing, my brother?
I do. I did listen to now the battle everybody.
Thank you. Good to hear from
Àlàáfíà
you,
fún
sir.
ẹ o, Adéwálé.
Baba me,
Compliments of the
Caro.
season.
I wish you the same, sir. Merry
Baby wa ń
Christmas.
kọ́.
I feel the baby you are. I feel everybody well. Thank you,
Adúpẹ́
sir.
lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run.
Thank you, sir.
Bàbá ẹ̀ tó fẹ́ retire ló tún sọ̀rọ̀ bíbí.
Yeah. Also, guys, please, I would love us
You
to
are
talk
still
about
firing, eh?
Mr. Dr. Simbasa. I would like if you can talk a little bit about Pella as well, if you have interest in it.
Okay. Let me just.
Okay, let Adwale talk. I want to talk about that guy.
Yes,
I don't actually know what is happening to that guy. It's a very disheartening situation.
Okay, let's
Okay.
away.
A little bit that I've heard about the rift between Lawa and Dangote. I mean, you guys will remember that this is not the first time you hear from both sides, their grievance against one another. And I believe Lawa is working against Dangote on behalf of the importer, the fuel importers. The moment you're trying to discredit your homegrown company so that you can allow this element to continue to import fuel from abroad, they will continue to enrich their pocket. They are still not happy that subsidy has been taken away from them. And that is why they are doing everything they could to discredit or to tarnish the homegrown products. Now, for the record, at the beginning, after all the equipment and everything be put together, I think it was before they started producing on a larger scale, Lawa came out and said, well, the product is substandard. How do you even come to the public when you know that this is more or less the only saving grace for the economy of this country? So to government, which Lawa represented, everything is a game. It's all about numbers, all about them. I don't care if Dangote is the only surviving refinery in Nigeria, as long as their interest is being done. Now, I believe the importers will be praise singing, happy with what Lawa is doing. And Dangote himself, he can't come out to say his hands are clean. That's a fact. Because here is a guy who, at the backdrop of government, was able to establish a brand called Dangote, and he has been able to put himself front center as a point of reference when it comes to African economy. Now, every government in power since 1999 has successfully, or should I say, support this man and his company. And Dangote is not the only producing company in Nigeria. I think the government should enable empowered similar companies to also step into the game. Because if you say, well, we're trying to operate the open economy where, it's all about capitalism and level playing field. But if we put all our support to one individual and others have nothing left in the industry, I think it will be disastrous for the economy that the Mr. President is building. Somebody said Lawal should have been fired. I don't think Lawal should have been fired simply because of Dangote issue. I don't think so. But you see, Dangote is also enjoying public support because as of now is the only known company that is producing refined fuel, petrol in the West Africa. Leads to the level of international standard. So, and at the point, government has to be careful how they will regulate or how they will manage that sector because one, Dangote is enjoy public support. You guys remember at the point where there was an uproar from the marketer. I mean, I think it was marketer when they were talking about monopolizing the industry. I mean, based on Dangote's antecedent, we can tell that look, if care is not given or the government looked elsewhere, Dangote will monopolize it, and that is how our businessmen think. because you want to corner everything to yourself. Now, all the allegations Dangote was putting out when he was addressing the press about him putting his kids in school, paying this, I don't expect such flimsy reference from a man of Dangote standard. Look, if you are going to accuse somebody of actually committing the crime. Give evidence. Don't refer to family. Look, what if somebody, because we've seen it in the civil service, where a civil servant would not actually collect bribe from corrupt business people, but then they will go around using their kinsmen, their family as a proxy. Even I've seen people sponsoring other kids' schools abroad. So if you don't have a concrete evidence, don't use such lame excuse or lame accusations. No. Look, just like the Farouk Lawa and Otedola issue, Otedola got Farouk Lawa red-handed in the cookie jar. He actually presented evidence, and that was the reason why the Senate or the House couldn't protect him, because evidence was out there. So, as far as I'm concerned, Nigeria should be worried of even Dangote's sing song at the same time. But Lawa as a person, I think it's high time either the Senate or the House, that are overseeing that sector, actually shine brighter light. Because if you remember, yes, we've had Southern NLPC director, president, chairman, but if you look at the downstream sector, you realize that most of them have been coming from the north. So, and you begin to wonder, is there anything to this or why this is happening? So I will expect, and somebody said that Tinubu is the de facto minister of petroleum. Yes, but you see, when there's no allegation, because one person alleged something happened, of course it could come from a point of bias as well. So you can't just say, you know what, I'm dismissing this person from this agency because this person doesn't, they don't get along well. No, it doesn't work that way.
Mr. Adewale,
Look, everybody will account for the action while working in government. Look at the Mefele and Malamina. Even Buhari said it when he was the president. He said, look, don't ever think that I will come to testify on your behalf when the law come knocking at your door. Because what you do now, if you cannot account for it, you will face the music when the time comes. So the likes of Lawal and even the NNPC director himself will account, just like the likes of Mayfield and the rest of them are accounting. Yes, go ahead. You wanted to interject on something.
yeah, I wanted to say, don't you think that what Dangote is trying to do is not about evidence, it's about opening up to investigation. Don't you think that's what Dangote is trying to do? Because everything Dangote said now, he will open up for people for the security agency, the EFCC and all that, to dig deep in or him and investigate him.
What I want us to also understand is that oil and gas sector in Nigeria is like a cabal run sector. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody is barao. I want us to know that this is not like, oh, as a matter of fact, any emerging sector of the economy that you will find cabal, I doubt it. Even the people importing cow, livestock to the southwest, they have association. So if you don't belong to that association, they will sabotage you. They will connive.
Alabaru have association.
Alabaru too have association. So there's always a cabal set up for their own interest. Now, for you to penetrate, because you can only penetrate when there's a permeable circumstances. And in this case, Dangote is just getting into a sector where there's no level playing field. One. Two, the tight grip hand of government on this sector is so tight that regardless of which administration comes in, there are still people that will run it the way they always run it. The fact that subsidies even removed is painful to them enough. Now, Yes, the House, the National Assembly could shine more light. But if they're going to do that, that means it will be an open session inquiry, not just like, oh, let's talk about it, internally behind the curtain. No, it will be in the open. And you see a lot of drama that will happen. Nigerians like to sensationalize, and I don't want to, dwell on that because it's still going to end up becoming a jamboree. But I think if both sides continue to bicker this way, the truth will surely come out if the National Assembly would not step in and the presidency would not, because presidency would not settle this thing in the open. That's one thing I want us to know. They won't. It will be behind. I mean, look at it. Dangote was now, crude was now being sold to Dangote at Naira. I mean, initially it wasn't so, right? And to make profit with such huge, humongous investment, you will have expected that they want to, dollar will have been the mode of transaction. So to round it up, I think both sides needed to be investigated. The National Assembly should open an inquiry where the chairman of that stream will be brought forward to explain. And then Dangote also will explain his own side of the story because the more we're trying to discredit him, because he's the only, at least, saving grace now in terms of crude, refined product of crude in Nigeria. So, and Nigeria can gamble with that, but they also have to be careful because when the likes of Boa and the rest that are coming up were fully established, I don't know if they are not able to establish a regulatory policies now. It will come back to hunt those other one coming behind. Now, let me speak briefly on the young boy called Pella. I don't know. I think I'll blame the parents. A child of, I remember the lyrics of Obesere in Mr. Magic. He said, almost 20 years. A child of 20 years doesn't know small money anymore. They're now after big things. So when you have a platform that gives a young man like that some financial uh, 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 lesson, you begin to see that as a young boy, his experience in life is not that much. Now, what he should have concentrated on, not necessarily going to college, but at least do something or being guided. But when you have a family where he is even the breadwinner of the family, it will be hard for them to even guide him. It was making a tick. I saw a snippet of that video where he was, emotional and then driving and then hit culvert and then.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can anybody hear me? I can't hear anybody.
We can hear you. We
I
can
can't
I
hear
can
hear
hear
you.
you,
again.
Kenny. I can
Okay,
hear you,
okay,
Adewale.
okay. And I see that if care is not taken, because social media,
Simba, if you can
there
hear
was a
me, I
particular,
can't hear
there was
you.
a
I can't
particular
hear anybody. I'll
research.
come out, bring back
Oh,
on, okay?
okay, I can hear everybody. Okay, so there was a
I can't hear
research that
anything.
talks about those on the impact of social media on kids, and I'm glad what is happening in Australia. I hope other countries will adopt that, where kids will have no access. As a matter of fact, I expect it to even increase the age limit, not sustain, because the like of Pella think that life starts online and ends online. I mean, when you have a kid of, is it 20 years old or less than 20 years old, already have millions in his account, going online, talking, and see their counterpart in the Western world also doing the same. You begin to see the trend in this. And it becomes dangerous because, I mean, it's Yahoo Yahoo that we see that is, the likes of Pella should have, not one, psychologically examined, because the impact of a little child like this, not just shouldering the burden of the family, but also putting himself in the public all the time. So his life. In fact, I won't be surprised if he's filming himself while he's defecating in the toilet. And that is the problem. That is the bane of the society that we have today. There's no limit. I mean, I don't know. Somebody like him should still be under apprentice. Even if he's making money, we will have been guided. But unfortunately, there's nothing like that. You see him talking to people. I don't go to his platform, but I think he needed mentorship, guidance more than before. Because if care is not taken, the impact of this on his mental stability will be
You
so.
have forgotten, maybe you have not been following. That guy is just, he started at the age of 18. I think,
Okay.
no, not 18, sir, because it started in 2021. It came to limelight in 2021. And it became, I think this year is now 20 this year. So if he started 2021, that means probably he started at the age of 16.
Yes.
So you can imagine the kind of success he has is actually yes, in the social media. He is not actually emotionally mature to handle it. Several times he has broke down, even in live stream, crying, and you understand. So that guy
What are you guys
actually
talking
cannot
about?
cope with disappointment. I think that was the time he was invited to come and. What are you
Kenny,
saying?
don't run, no. Kenny, don't run, no.
I'm not ready.
I'm only asking. Yeah, what is
I'm not ready.
Uncle Siba
Don't
talking
worry, I'm
about?
here.
Okay.
But what's topical we are not talking about is the direction Obi is headed. Where does it belong? ADC.
Baba, do you hear the breaking
Obi
news?
is working for
The interim national,
Hey, Ola Mukie,
the
compliments of the
interim
season.
national working
Alafia.
committee of the party.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Obi is working for Tinubu.
That's extreme.
No,
How is that
I'm
possible?
telling you, man.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Divide and
Adewale is
conquer.
being mischievous. It's been
Divide and conquer. There's no sane human being as of now, at this time, at this point of time in their political career, they are still not sure daily which platform they're going to use to campaign. So the more confused he will try to put his follower, the more they will be confused, and then he will divide. It's just about dividing the vote between himself, between Tinubu and Atiku. Take a portion from Atiku and go away with
But
it.
he has his place already. He doesn't want
Which place?
to occupy. VP to Atiku.
Well, we will see because
Why is he running away from that? He
his
would take it
followers,
ordinarily, but he's afraid of the reaction of some elements in the obedience.
his followers are already warning that they will not vote for him if that's what it comes to. They don't want a second slot. They
But
don't
does
want
he
to
have
be
a choice? Does he have a
well,
choice?
that's why I said he's working for Tinubu. He knows what he's doing.
Why is he working for Tinubu? Adewale, don't
They are from
gaslight.
the southern side of the country. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised.
Adewale, why should you even make this kind of statement? What came over you? Why are you saying this kind of thing?
Because that is the only as a sane person, that is the only thing I could conclude there. This is 2020. We are going to 2026, and you still haven't found a platform. By now, I expect him to be everywhere. Even the likes of Mechi is commanding some respect in ADC, even though it's not going to be ADC candidate. So, even if he's settling for that vice president, I can bet you there are some people, some of his followers online saying they are not coming with you. You must be a fool. And it's about taking vote from Atiku's camp. And that is what is going to result to. That's why I said it's working for Tinubu, either
And do you
directly
know
or
the
indirectly.
election may be November 2026?
You see? And we are in 2020. Let me
Dewale, you see that thing you are saying. You will see why I don't agree with you. Even despite what Tinubu is doing of a recent, some guys they can't still see beyond their ethnic group and the religion, and it's unfortunate. See, as I speak now, I can't even trust those people from the middle belt to take the right decision, because when it comes to this thing now, they will still they might still use this religion matter to play. Whereas the only person that I think can help the security situation of that country now is Tinubu, because he has already been pinned to the corner, all the sins of the past government, especially Buhari, is upon him now. You understand? Some even at the international community, they are saying the guy should be taken to Hague, or for his that he is complicit, that he allowed genocide to continue. All those, So if it's anybody that has that vantage position and that is able to pin all these criminals from the former cabal down, I think it's Tinubu. You understand? Because I don't think if Obi is there today, that I don't think this criminal, former AGF, you understand,
He can't do anything.
in here today. So those are the things. Now, if people cannot reason beyond their ethnic group and their religious group, so that Obi will help divide vote of article. No, I think it's even going to divide those votes against the like of Tinubu if Tinubu does not handle the situation very well, because all this Fulani hegemony or cabals that we are talking about, they are looking at the body language of what Tinubu is doing. Even if Tinubu needs the second term and is behaving this way, you can bet what can happen to them when he gets that when he got that second term.
But Tinubu already has divided the North. Anyway, the North is no more one. And even people in ADC, sorry about that, Ola.
No, I continue, Baba. No, I continue.
The Tambuwal, El Rufai, they came out in the last 24 hours and say, no, we never said we'll kick Tinubu out. We didn't say it. We just want the APC out of government so we can take over. It's not about Tinubu. They are modifying, because less than a month and a half ago, they were pointed by saying Tinubu must go. They have this way. He must go back to Bodilon. All kind of manners of cliches they were using. But now they are backpedaling. And I start to ask myself, why are these people backpedaling? All them, Tambuwalu, Malamiu, El Rufai, they are all Fulanis. So Tinubu is breaking their wings. And by first quarter of 2026, I think the position of everybody will be defined explicitly.
Yeah, and that would be good, because when we talk of this, our brothers in the southeast.
Yo, how are you, man?
No, guy, if you disrupt, I will kick you out. Don't do
How
that.
are you?
You don't want me to
Hello?
remove you. Behave yourself.
Let him stay there till we want him to speak. And that guy does not learn and listen to people. Just bump into discussion like so the thing is, I'm still finding it difficult to believe, especially people from the
Which kind government Tinubu is running?
Carry on, Ola, please.
So I don't still trust our people from the south, because you see one of them, you just heard one of them now when he just came now. See the mentality. It is more of the ethnic thing for them than the progress of the country. When they don't even, some of them don't really understand the how critical the situation is now, especially our security situation. They don't care. They don't care about.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ola, because when we hear often now, Tinubu should resign, he should leave, and I start to ask myself, are you pointing your torchlight at the VP that will take over from him?
Exactly. They are not even looking at that. So Tinubu should leave is what is paramount to them, and it is unfortunate for people not to still understand the danger they are facing now. They are more about, let us be there. When people were asking for Buhari to be there that time, Buhari was even crying. I think we know better now. So it goes beyond emotional attachment to your people. It is more of who can actually save you, who can actually protect you from existential threat. Because in attempt to turn the thing upon Tinubu now, I think I think a miracle is happening in Nigeria, because I don't see where all these criminals will run to, honestly. And look at even I said I was even coming for Talk Now, Professor Talk Now with his economic theory of Dangote. This you understand? Although that's anyway. So to me,
am I in trouble?
don't worry. Don't let me change the topic. Let me just keep quiet for someone to speak. I'm still coming for you with sledgehammer. So anybody that wants to speak, and please go ahead.
Sorry, can I say something? No, it's about the election, the OB and the article and the likes. So let's understand that there's already an agreement between article, OB, and the likes. They are aware that they want to use OB as vice. Of course, they need the obedience. The problem OB has, he doesn't know how he will communicate that. That's a fact that he knows. That's why he keeps talking about the ADC, or he's aligning with the ADC. He's with them. The problem that he has, he doesn't know how he will pass that message. They want to use him as vice because they need to get the Southeast. They need to get that bulk votes. Unfortunately for them, I think the APC is also aware of this. They are strategically trying to work on certain states in the Southeast. It's not going to be El Dorado like the last time where they got 90%. That's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen.
Tell you, it's not going to happen. So their eyes are open. They are trying to get some key people that are very grassroots related. That's why you see in the last election, the by-election that was held, even in Obi's local government, he lost.
Not his local government, too. In his polling unit. Polling unit.
In his unit. So I'm saying that they are getting some guys that are very much on ground. They are pushing them. The truth is, the best way, and is the best way to have a good competition for 2027 is for Obi to be vice to Atiku. That will create a.
But sorry, recently there was a report where you said he's not picking vice president. Is contesting for just presidency or presidency only.
That he has to say that to his supporters. Unfortunately, yes, he has to say that.
But that is demarcating him, because if you're saying that, they're going to use that against you when that time comes.
Obi changing politics. We all know politicians. Today, I'm not leaving Abga. If I leave Abga, heaven must fall.
And you know the funny thing, some of his followers are deluding themselves that his delay is a strategy. How can this be strategy?
No, he's not. He's confused. That's a fact. He can't.
Less than 1 year to the election.
Yeah,
or at best 13 months to the election.
Look, the problem he has is like he can't go back. Going forward is confusing.
No, I think I believe you. It's kind of difficult to sell the VP ship. Yeah,
Baba, there's another problem. Breaking news now. You know, the interim national working committee of that Labour Party has been dissolved.
Yeah, by the BOT. Yeah, I read that.
The one led by Nenadi Ismail.
Nana, what's his name now?
That is another problem for Obi in that party.
Yeah, that's the challenge. They can't go back. The Labour Party is already in murky waters. It's a mess. Unfortunately, he was supposed to hold on to that Labour Party, take charge of that Labour Party. That's how politics is played. You can't see a Trump just leaving Republicans. He has to dominate the party. You have to control the narrative of your party. You have to be in charge of your party to hold forth. Look, you can abuse Showore all you want. But guess what? He's holding on to that party. You can call him, he's the chairman, he's the everything in that party. Guess what? He's holding on to that party because he needs that platform. You can't just look as a candidate of a party that you are looking at the future to an election. You have to hold your party. House of Rep members, you have to hold them accountable to their faces. You have to be the domineering factor in that party. Otherwise,
you can only dominate when you have something to give. When there's no money to share, people would turn against you.
Not necessarily about money. Okay, there's a money aspect.
You remember that the party doesn't belong to him from the inception. So he took over the it was just your platform to contest. So it cannot dominate the party that you didn't help grow.
No, ADC is owned by another group, and some people took it over. Look, political parties are, it's just an association. People
It's
moving
about
money.
money, politics. Anywhere in the world, you can't discount the importance of money. Like I said yesterday, made a comment. There are 178,000 polling units, and if you have to man each, let's say with 10,000 naira alone, that's a lot of billion. Not to talk of even APC planning 2 agents at each polling unit.
My annoyance with Obi is if a winner of an election got 8 point something, close to 9 million, and you have 6 point something, and you cannot hold on to sustain that. It's painful, but losing that bulk and losing that momentum is just not good. It's not a good one.
No. He got that just because of conspiracy. Just
Yeah,
because of
well,
conspiracy. So thing like that is how do we call it in
That
that
number has evaporated.
transcend.
You know what?
So,
Politics, there's conspiracy, there is manipulation. Even in the north, the Muslim ticket was sellable to certain groups too in the north. Politics is like that. Politicians understand this. You will form conspiracy to get the numbers. You will manipulate to get the numbers. That's why it's called politics. That's what it is. But once you have that number, you have a momentum going for you. Whether it's in a positive way, you got in a positive, or in a negative way. It's either here or there. But the truth is, he just let go. And you now want to come back to where? You start from the bottom again. A lot of the groups that were supporting him, they've been left without support. They are just out there. They've moved on.
Anyway, one thing about Obi is this: if he love himself and he doesn't want, because to me, if he contests in 2027, I may be one of those people that I will put my resources in place to write a book. You understand, to make sure that his name is mentioned as one of the sabotage. You understand, those people that they're one of the saboteur. You understand that we have in our democracy. Because the thing is this: we look at Atiku as the desperado for supporter of Atiku among the Southerners that keep supporting Atiku. Is it true Nigeria? All those stuff. You see the desperation in his move is telling you that the like of him might become like Buhari and may eventually even achieve what Buhari did not achieve, and Nigeria may be in for soup for a very long time. So that is why that if we have to think properly, we have to reinforce every good thing that Tinubu is doing now. And personally, within my heart, except God want to bring someone that is far better that we've not heard of before. Personally, within my heart, I think Tinubu has a mission to fulfill and to deliver the country for now. So this is just a form of appeal. It's not a matter, because when you look at the kind of one being open in the middle belt, oh my goodness! If you know what is happening in Kogi now, holy moly! A lot of these things are being covered because the media. Some of them were claiming not to have evidence. Some of them were looking for mobilization before they could even publish some atrocity. Nigeria was practically gone. Nigeria was practically conquered. Oh my goodness. See, you just need to have some information to know that politics is not the time to play politics, because some of those your leader that you are ethnically, if there's any English like that you have some kind of a strong ethnic emotion with, you are emotionally attached to emotionally based on your ethnic group. They're not going to save you. You should look for what works now. Even as I pray now, when I learned that Tapabio was sick and was brought to hospital yesterday, I was praying for him seriously that this man should return back with his old head, because I can't even joke with the person that is going to be the next. I can't even think of it. Something will nothing will happen to Akpabio, whether by impeachment or whatever. I pray that his head be straightened and the guy will come back stronger. Because if you get another Senate president too, you don't even know how that kind of person can even work against all those restructuring and everything that they have to push forward. So I think it's time for Nigerians to just gather together, look around you. When you are look around you. Okay, I don't want Tinubu. I don't want that. Okay, fine. You don't want Tinubu, but look around you. Who are those people you are seeing there? I bet you there are tens, if not hundreds, of this Farouk in NNPC. You understand, that are ready to come into your power, to come into that office as in that position, in that presidency position, and just for you to witness the kind of havoc that you've never witnessed in the history of that country. Oh my goodness! Many things in Nigeria are underreported. They are seriously underreported. You know, if you want to know whether not lie, I dare anybody, just provide, especially those people in diaspora. You don't need much. Just set aside $1,000 and mobilize people within the local community. You will see some video here that are not AI video. You will run away. You see the atrocities that are going on that these are media, they are not covering. You will run away. You will run away. So to me, anybody that is still supporting OB, that want to be to slide the vote of the South, we are thinking that all those 12 Sharia states will now come back and fully support Tinubu in 2027. Personally, I don't trust those guys. This time we need the North Central and the entire South. Anybody that is opposing Southern interest now, honestly, I'll be one of those people that we put my resources behind publishing a book so that the person will be on record forever, and his children and grandchildren. We have because I'm going to write it as a conspiracy. Those people that don't love Nigeria, I will commission people to do that.
Look. Democracy allows for diverse of thoughts. Look, you don't want to create a megalomania. You know, looking at Tinubu as all in all. He's not Pope John Paul. He's not. He's not God. So
no, diverse of thought. I agree with you, but let me tell you one thing. When people say diverse of thought, they are not saying diverse of evil thought. Let me tell you one thing. When they say diverse of thought, the only thing maybe they should have qualified with diverse of good thought, not diverse of evil or demonic plan. You understand? Guy, you say I have no resources. Good luck to you. If you know that only you need little to write book, they play. You can just do Uber. You can just do Uber for a week and you will get more than enough resources to write a book. They play there.
No, in 2025, it's easy to write a book. It's not a.
No, let me argue say I have no resources. I don't know what the guy did here. So the thing is, the thing is, when we say we have choice, we are saying, you understand. Don't forget that criminality is also a choice. Oh, it's just choice. You can do this. Everybody is free. Yeah, in democracy, you are free to commit a crime, but you are not free. You are not free to run away from the consequences. So when we say free, sometimes you should look at it in a positive light. Diverse opinion, you should look at diverse opinion in a positive light. You don't have diverse opinion, you understand, to create situation of banditry and situation of terrorism. That's a diverse opinion too, you understand. Diverse of positive contribution, diverse of positive thought. You understand? Maybe we should qualify it that way. So what I'm preaching is that don't allow your selfish interest to becloud your sense of judgment for the progress of the country. You understand? So these guys, they are fighting for the soul of the country. They want to put article there. if it will be like me jump from air to this, even that already they want him already. Even his deputy, his running mate was already warning him of the way he's playing. So that means that guy can see what is happening.
Ola,
yes, sir.
Add it to your submission. Supreme Court has upheld the judgment that president has right to what's it called, to sack.
State of emergency.
Yes, it's emergency.
But bros, you already know my
Yeah. So if you can add that to our convention as well. So they say it has right to suspend any governor whatsoever. So anybody that's saying
you know my position on that. You know, one thing about constitution is this: constitution is mostly the English is very simple. You don't really need serious interpretation, even though court will still have to put a stamp and put some scenario whenever they feel like there's argument there. But it's so clear. It's so clear. Then, and we have that constitutional convention. You know, it's a constitutional convention. It's not what is written that you look at it, that this thing has happened before and it has never been challenged in any way. Obasanjo did it. You understand? The situation when Obasanjo did this already, there was already anarchy. We have a situation that already degenerated to anarchy. What was happening in Rivers State, just because people are politically biased, and so because they believe that Tinubu was benefiting, anything that Tinubu did that time already, they were reading meaning, but they forgot that Obasanjo started it. And nobody has challenged that Obasanjo. I'm sorry, I'm not diverting. Even before I go, I will keep quiet now 1 minute from now. Talk now. Why I was saying the other time is this: don't be carried away with any campaign against Dangote. Don't be, because people keep saying Dangote is a monopolize. Dangote monopolize, and Dangote is an employer of labor. Just like when people criticize religion, I will be telling you that, for example, Oyedepo only, I think he employed 30-something thousand people. People that are criticizing that are running, you understand? How many of them already employ 5 people? So before you come and anybody will come and whip any sentiment, let me know your value first of all. I can't but thank God for Dangote, that Dangote is existing during my lifetime. You understand? Those people that Dangote employs today, you understand, push them on the street in the name of you don't want monopoly, and now replace them with all these importers, and see how your street will be, and I see how you are going to be able to sleep. So when you see a regulator working very hard to destroy those people that is regulating, you were the one saying Dangote is not meeting the standard. You were the one carrying, everything. You were doing everything to destroy that investment. You understand? Already, even your activities without even this about this criminality around the $5 million you pay your children that they're talking about, that alone, that you were even taking side, already qualify you to be removed from that position and then face trial, because you are running those people that you were supposed to be regulating down. It is not in your place to run them down. If you caught Dangote doing the wrong thing, you were supposed to subject him to that to the legal framework around the Petroleum Industry Act. It is not in your place to come out and be running some kind of negative PR against Dangote. It was wrong. And please don't let all this emotion of is monopolizing.
No. I guess you might need to listen to my submission. So first of all,
I listened to you.
I
It
appreciated Dangote's position, right? I also talked about the things he has done and how far he has pushed Nigeria. I mean, I understand that bit. But what you don't want to do is, because there are a lot of nuances around some of those things. And I know initially I thought Farouk was maybe an importer, which was my thought process initially. Later, I checked details of it. I understood that it was the same regulator that blocked him from kicking off the refinery. So I kind of made adjustments to that. But however, understand that a business person is there to make money. First of all, ultimately, that's the primary goal. Okay? The shareholders' dividend is ultimate for them. Now, and to grow the business is also key. They will not mind being the monopoly. And that's normal. A capitalist system, that's how it works. But what you will not do is shooting ourselves on the foot in the future. So we have to draw a balance to say, okay, let authorities handle what they ought to handle. Submit a petition to EFCC. All this discussion of he paid 50,000 to his child for his children fees, those are too petty. They are unnecessary. You can draw out a petition, submit it to EFCC. You know, when they come out, what was trying to say, when they come out in the press like this, they want to get public sympathy. Now, as a person that is balanced, you have to also understand that this person is a business person and understand history. So I understand if they sack Farouk, another Farouk will come up. So that's not anything.
Oh, okay, talk now. Let me tell you something. You understand? Textbook economics is good, but you know what textbook economics will tell you again. You understand? You have to consider your environment. That is why sometimes you see some kind of monopoly in the system, like especially in the area of electricity. Maybe you look around your city now, you see they say there are good monopoly, there are bad monopoly, and government always support good monopoly because of the cost of infrastructure and the impact it's going to have in an environment. So majorly, like city of Calgary now, you understand we have MX. MX is a form of monopoly, you understand, backed by the government. So, and it's regulated because if you carry too many people to do what they are doing, there will be some kind of a catastrophe, some kind of chaos, you understand? So, but in situation of Dangote, it's a monopoly, even if you want to call him a monopoly, you are in a market where others, they don't want to do anything. Where you have people importing poisonous, I heard Baba that time. Baba really said that incorrectly, that this man imported a fuel that damaged people's car. But another thing I want to add is this. A doctor is here so that he can counter me wherever I go. You understand? We don't even know the type of content that is in those gasoline that can cause some kind of long-term brain damage. You understand? So that is how evil some of people can come to us. So now, when you say monopoly, this monopoly will have to be in accordance with the current law, not just because you don't like this person. You understand? Before I can say a monopoly is against me, I look at people on ground that are complete. Because one thing, when people are shouting monopoly, monopoly, I look at that person. If it's not another person like you and myself, we argue. I don't go talk too much. But if that person is a businessman, how you go and look at what's the person doing? You understand? Like the time they were talking of Ibeto now, Ibeto was importing cement and rebag in Nigeria. Why others are putting infrastructure in place? You can even see that technically in the number of employees they have, in the number of personal income tax that the employees are paying. So, but once they use the power of media against you, because they know that Nigerians, not Nigerians alone, that people, you understand, they buy into some kind of media PR.
Yeah.
So if
let
you
me
don't
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Think deeply about this. So Wando has, like some other ones that are Nigerian-owned companies, they have refineries outside of Nigeria. I think in Guyana, Wando has a major refinery there.
Allegedly.
I think they do. It is in their books.
I don't see in their financial report anyway. Allegedly.
I think it's in their. I think it's in their books. The one outside of Nigeria.
Please point it to me. I would love to. I would love to know that refinery.
I will try and point that to you. So, if they do have that, do you agree that also that kind of a company, as a Nigerian company outside, can also supply across, which includes Nigeria? to use
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying. So sometimes as the president, he will understand Dangote's position, but he won't be hasty in making a decision. Sometimes you need to allow these these systems and to compete against themselves, even in the open and fight dirty. With that, it will also reduce the price and it will be beneficial for the people. You don't want to put all your energy into a particular company. It's important what they are doing, but you don't want to give it all. Otherwise, the person will control everything, including government itself.
No,
So
I tell
that's just
you,
my
I tell
balance.
you the other time that I tell you the other time that I told you the other time that they say who different between textbook economics and reality. On textbook economics, whatever we say is very good, but majorly what we want to look at is our environment. Okay, a textbook economics will tell you that structural adjustment program, you understand, that we create devaluation of your currency, we make your economy grow. True, it's a fact. You understand? If you take that, okay, you devaluate your currency, you invest in critical infrastructure, and your goods will become cheaper to be consumed internationally, so you become net exporter. But you are forgetting that you have some kind of you have some scavengers, some predators, some parasite that the money you are supposed to use for that critical infrastructure, they will embezzle it. At the end of the day, you'll be worse off because you will now be swimming in debt. Those infrastructure that is supposed to be invested in the means of production will not be there. Textbook economics, because you are not looking at your environment. Now, environment of Nigeria, we are talking of this monopoly. It's a textbook economics when you don't look at your environment. Now, Dangote and Etodela, they bought refinery in 2007. The same kind of people you see today shouting, "Oh, they are selling our asset to our people." All those things, you understand? They came out under pressure for him to sound nice, Mr. Nice Man. Yaradua reverse everything. You understand? What happened? The money Nigeria lost between 2007 till Dangote started that business was enough to have more than 14 refineries in that country. Today, by the money lost along the line, just because of our activity, just because we listened to some criminals that were benefiting, that were using, that were using some kind of the media power. It's the social media that is changing everything today. That use a media power to change the narrative without strong counter narratives. You understand? People fought for thieves. Nigerians, they know how to use the common people, especially all those groups, to use the common people to fight for their cause. You understand? So what happened? By today, the capacity that the money that we lost should be enough to even process 6 million barrels daily in that country. To boost us. I know people are still doubting that Dangote, when Dangote said this guy spent $5 million, you understand, on the children. See, Dangote said, let him go ahead and debunk so that he will come and publish it. A person like Dangote, when he speaks like that, you have to look at that man when he was speaking. He was even dragging Tony. He said, Tony, can you pay that? He was dragging him along. You will see that guy is really serious. He's ready to fight to finish. And that's not the first time he'll be doing it. That's not the first time. So what we are saying is this: yeah, he could have paid that money because when he says school fees could be a lot. You understand? Maybe the children were staying in hostel. It may not just be feel like education alone. That's the same $5 million is too much for 5 children. No, it's not. It's not, because we know common people that are even spending like 100K on children right in Canada, Edmonton, in Canada. You understand? In secondary school. So a lot of things may go into that school fees. So the question you asked yourself before we start talking is this: when this man is spending $5 million, a civil servant, someone working in government parastatal, you understand? $5 million. Look at the exchange rate that is going to that. Look at the pressure on Naira only. going to that. And not only that, that money, do you know that $5 million, you want to bet? Convert it to Naira, and let us use local content and build hospital. I'm tempted to say is going to build a very standard specialist hospital in that country. Or even we can build
just boreholes for water. How many boreholes would that money build? Thousands.
You understand? You understand? When you look at that, when you look at that, so see, when Dangote is talking seriously, I'm begging of us, let's stop this sentiment of monopoly. Look at the person that is speaking against Dangote. What was Dangote doing that person is not doing? Dangote is the largest employer or private employer of labor, because I don't want to say government, because I've not been able to verify that. Definitely, government I in aggregate will definitely employ more than Dangote. But when it's come to private sector, Dangote is the largest. See, if that one alone, when people say monopoly, some monopolies are good. Let's not see. Even the textbook economy says some monopolies are good.
Thing. Sorry for cutting you off, guys. Good evening.
No,
even the monopoly
don't worry,
thing.
You're not cutting me. Come in, please.
Even the monopoly thing, I think is propaganda, because there is a first movers advantage even in liberal market economies. If you move first, you have that advantage. And you are not stopping anybody from coming in. Of course, there are other modular refineries. Bua is doing his thing. So even the very fact that there's a PIA bill that stipulates, I think a lot of Nigerians do not understand what policy is and how policy is translated by government, through its ministries, departments, and agencies, and how that is implemented. Of course, we know because of the corruption and the bureaucratic bottlenecks, the red tape and things like that, and just the manner in which this country has been run, for decades, that things are so rotten that things which are naturally supposed to benefit the ordinary man do not end up benefiting him. That is why a lot of us have cried against, this over borrowing and just the way you mentioned this structural adjustment program. Now, you see, we have to do away with the mindset of thinking that government only operates to service the interests of the corrupt, privileged few who are in political positions. I think the ordinary Nigerian will give a politician a pass of being corrupt, and give a government worker a pass of being corrupt. We understand only, we just have a skeletal understanding of what transparency, accountability, and even good governance actually is. We do not have the civic education necessary for this kind of democracy that we are running. An uninformed, gullible citizenry is a bottleneck for for a government that is not authoritarian, that will just treat everybody like children and force. When a child is sick, and you want to give that child medicine, the child, maybe the medicine is bitter, or the child will not want to take the medicine. You have to force it down the child's throat. It's for the benefit of the child, but the child do not understand it. Now look at how Naira has appreciated. Do you think if it was not for the excess amount of foreign exchange that Dangote was contributing, that led to, and Naira appreciating, a lot of us have felt this impact. Of course, food prices have reduced. Fuel prices have reduced. I don't know what Nigerians want. They want magic. Where does that work? Like, how can you just wake up? Today you are a baby, and tomorrow you wake up as a 25-year-old man. Where does that happen? It doesn't happen anywhere. And these arbitrary comparisons without understanding the basic concepts of what is actually happening at the macroeconomic, at the microeconomic level, and other international context and realities that affect your own market. No, nothing like that. Only sentimental, half baked intellectual and ethnocentric takes on everything that is national. Yeah, my Tamasule once said that Nigeria is like a silk is like a silk it's like a gown that is made of silk, and when you fold the arms, one falls down and then the other one so it's just so difficult to handle Nigeria. And that level-headedness of handling a democratic Nigeria is what people fail to appreciate. That is why they keep cursing and cursing. And this is across the board. You see, the Tinubu now that you, Allah, you are praising, and Baba and everybody from the southwest is praising to the high heavens as if he's the things that others are seeing as his demerits was the same thing Buhari faced, and people were condemning him. Believe you me, Tinubu will leave that office. There will be goods, there will be bads, there will be in betweens. The hope is that the good will outweigh the bad, and then he will leave a legacy. But this idea that somehow his 8 years will be the end all and be all of Nigeria's problem, I think it's not actually rooted in fact or in the historical context of what Nigeria is, because even Tinubu, I know right now he's coming to terms with the reality of actually ruling a country like Nigeria. From the outside, it looks simple, but when you get inside, yeah, it is hard. So you have to give him that space, you know. And I understand sometimes, and I don't get it when people don't. And that is not to sound insensitive or anything like that, but we have to be at least understanding of how policies, translate into meaningful benefits. If those policies are actually meant for the people, and there is a gestation period for such policies to become what they are, you have to. You cannot be president and be everywhere. Right now, Buhari is taking the blame for everything. Believe you me, there are people in this Farouk that is effing up. At the end of the day, just the way you are criticizing Buhari because of Malemi and Emefiele, if some the box stops are still stable, so it will be intellectually inconsistent and hypocritical not to allow people to also criticize Tinubu for leaving people like that, you know. But I can see why it is Nigeria is the way it is. It is it is this I think the the Nigerian way of the psyche versus what a democratic, informed citizenry we need to have for the democratic system to work. The discrepancy is the reason that there is this failure. Now, how do we fix that? It's going to take a lot of time and effort and some kind of a mindset shift uh, to such a way that people will actually understand what the government is doing and why it is doing that. And one thing that I fault this government and even the previous government, Buhari's government, was doing a very poor job of actually explaining to the grassroots, why they are doing what they are doing and where they are coming from, where they are going. In a layman's term, you can actually carry people along by the amount of information, but because there is so much things and so much power behind that Aso rock. Anybody that gets inside, it's like there is one Ojuju that is inside that just possesses them. And then the moment you become president, you don't want to let that power off. You don't want to devolve it. You don't want to, you so much become so secretive. You don't want the common man to get any, meaningful information, and they hide behind security and all that. Well, there's a place for that, but, it is what it is. But for me, in my books, Dangote, he's a human being. He may have his faults, but as regards this issue of refinery, I think if we do not, if we do not, hail him as a hero, we shouldn't condemn him. This is somebody that a lot of African countries wish they had somebody like him, and we have him, and now this is the kind of treatment. Well, I think he's forged from stone, because if you know the family history, these guys
You see,
literally they have seen everything.
Azan, I think people don't know the issue of Dangote. You understand? Dangote has been a rich man from the beginning, but government, because it's documented, Obasanjo documented it, has documented it. So even Dangote to some extent corroborated that there was a day when the problem of cement was giving him a headache. That Obasanjo called him, maybe like when he even was not even, maybe around 4 a.m. I can't remember the time, around 3 a.m. or say, Dangote, can you see me? Can you see me now? Dangote was like, I'm in Lagos, you are in Abuja. Mr. President, how are we going to do this? You understand? That he has to find a way to run to that place that they say. He called Dangote, say, he was asking me, how do we, what do I need to do to solve this problem of cement in this country? You understand? And Obasanjo was ready to give it back, because, you look at everyone around you, nobody was even trying to do anything. You understand?
Yes,
Obasanjo started calling all
and you
those
see
big
where
men.
people will not give Obasanjo his credits, and they will not give him his flowers.
You
As a
understand?
leader, the ability to
Obasanjo targeted
understand
some
and
of them.
delegate, to know the person that can do something and delegate that person to do that thing, that's a quality of a good leader. And and history has and our reality today has proven Obasanjo right, that yes, he targeted because he knew the potential of that young man at that time. And and what is wrong with that? What
He
is
or
wrong
she.
with that? There's nothing wrong with that.
So
Man, this country now, wow.
Obasanjo targeted the Dangote, and he started, he used Dangote. The same way, Jonathan, when Jonathan was unable to solve the problem of petroleum, because I know that, when people say, okay, I'm not saying Buhari did not try for, how do we say it? I'm not saying Buhari didn't try for Dangote when it comes to refinery. The same way Jonathan approached. Practically, Jonathan was looking for Dangote to solve the problem of petroleum when he started, before he issued the license. And I think up to today, we have about 30-something licenses of refinery. Some of these politicians, they got the license.
The same people that are fighting him, they all own the licenses, but they refuse to invest. And then they are trying to
refuse to
manipulate
invest. Yeah, because they were actually interested in fuel importation. You understand? That was why they went for that license. So immediately they saw that they are saying that the game is over. What they are doing now is that they are using money. See, the only thing that is making Dangote to stand out, because Dangote himself knows how to play that game, because these people that are fighting him, they've got a lot of resources to fight him. But just because the government is still backing him. Now, when people are now trying to criticize, when people are now saying that talk now, don't run away. Okay. When people are now saying they should have gone to EFCC, look, even if Dangote went to EFCC and the president body language is not supporting, you are still not going to get anything there. So that was why he just first of all make it the thing public. He cannot go to court because after all, he took Ibeto to court. Because initially he was not even taking Ibeto seriously until Ibeto won a case against the government. That was what infuriated Dangote. That this guy that won case against the government, that the government is going to pay several billion of naira, that this guy was doing something illegal. Dangote just went to court. No, say no way. This guy is getting undue advantage. People don't read the story. And that's why they were saying Dangote is monopolizing. What monopoly? Make Ibeto come out and come and swear to, may go and use a Ogun or some go to swear that he didn't do something wrong. So we should be thankful that Dangote is existing during our time. And to me, all this, before you tell me, come and tell me that those people that want, because Nigeria, we are so easy to say it's monopolizing. I keep telling people there are more than 100,000 jobs, businesses you can create that nobody will challenge you. Go and do it before you start saying someone is monopolizing. I don't like a textbook ignominies. I don't like textbook ignominies. And when people, where's Prince Daddy that just came now? So when people like what you said the other time about Buhari, Alaji, is this. You see, thing is this. Me and Buhari, we don't run this thing before we even became president. To me, if we were to be tried for coup plotting, you understand? The evidence was there that this man plotted a coup, so he's a criminal. So when I call him a criminal, I call him a criminal from that angle of overthrowing democracy. Then, what he did in 2015 is gross incompetence. We know. Some of us don't talk this thing on Facebook before now that this man is not competent. There's a difference between you own a business empire. Let me use a Globalcom, for example. You were made a team lead in a subunit. Let's say you have your information technology department, and you have a manager, and you were made a team lead, and you perform as a team lead, not as even as the manager of that particular group. It's different from when you were the manager or when you are the CEO of a company. Buhari could have been the best position for Buhari would have been to be a minister. A minister, not as the president of that country. So when people are still trying to give him flower today, you understand? I ask question, why didn't you allow Osibajo? You understand? You see what you witnessed what Osibajo did when he was away. You understand? But when they brought you in, the way they were facing Osibajo, there's no way Buhari would have told me that Osibajo didn't complain about how they were removing his personal staff and they were replacing his personal staff. No way Buhari would have told me that he was not aware. So, giving someone that brought us backward credit. No, I know the difference between a progressive economy and a retrogressive one. This man brought us backward too much. You understand? He made security at a level and he left security in a worst situation.
Yes, I will agree with some of your points. I would disagree with others. I would agree with you on the basis of principle of opposing, military coupists, because that is actually being a traitor. So if you are once a traitor, you were once a traitor. But in that game of high stake of being that kind of traitor, it's like Russian roulette. If you lose, you die. If you win, you win. And if you are part of the winners, you take that. Yeah, but I agree with you that yes, he deserves to be, yes, talked about as a coupist because he was actually truly a coupist. Yes, that is true. But in regards to, you see, other issues like when he was president and the kind of span of control that he had, which was quite poor when you think about it, regarding some aspects and quite good in other aspects. I think for me, in the Northeast, Buhari did very well because the army did very well in countering and reclaiming a lot of territory. I had a lot of wonderful nights. I went and partied, had fun, things that I didn't expect I could do again. Those years of Buhari, I did. I couldn't go to my local government for a while, for years, and then I had the privilege to
No,
go to
Azan,
that
you will
local government
continue.
because of it.
You will continue.
But just one thing that I want to draw your attention to before I leave you to continue is the fact that you see, you remove Buhari out of the context of the times in which he existed. The global recession at that time, the COVID emergency, oil was selling at practically minus minus the dollar, and he had to borrow. Now what would he have done? What would he have done? Nobody would have done anything quite different. So when we remove the historical context of the realities of when that president, and then we choose to only say things that propagate a certain narrative. Nobody is perfect. I'm not saying Buhari is perfect. I'm not saying Buhari, and I will not also agree that Buhari is the devil. He is not. If you can assign Buhari to be the devil, then your Tinubu too is also a devil. That is not that is fair game. That is just being fair. However, let's wait and see. I think Tinubu so far, yeah, he's doing good in some areas, in a lot of areas, and he's not doing that good in other areas. Is there,
Okay.
a space for him to do well? Fine. I think, yeah, there is a space for him, but the report, his report card is not yet in, so it will be too early
Okay.
to now just reach a conclusion about him. However,
Okay.
we have hope that he will do well. That is just the thing.
Let me respond to you. You see, one thing is this: whether Buhari is a devil or Tinubu is a devil is a matter of contest. You will see that I don't normally agree with Tinubu 100%. So maybe if you don't know, let me re-emphasize that one for you now to know. I take my thing from the area of policy and area of what they've done. Now, look at this. The question I wanted to ask you the other time is, you understand, Boko Haram, they were majorly Kanuri, yes or no? Azan.
They are majorly Kanuri. Yes,
Okay.
that's true.
Now, do you think if they were to be Fulani, hold on now, do you think if they were to be Fulani, do you think the result will be the same or will be different?
Well, I think there's two things that separate what Boko Haram was doing and what
no, hold on. Will it be Fulani that were doing that Boko Haram campaign? Do you think result will have been the same as the one that the criteria you are using to praise this guy today, to praise Buhari?
Well, looking at the Northwest, it's not the same because that's not what is happening in the Northwest.
No, that's not the point. Let me tell you the point is this. See, right from when Lamadeshina was the governor of your state, when people when this Fulani cattle destroyed the people's farm and Lamadeshina as the governor took action, Buhari traveled down from the north. Buhari that was quiet, that nobody knew anything about, suddenly just woke up from somewhere. For us to even know that so Buhari was still existing, he now traveled down to your state to accuse Lamadeshina and say, why were you paying and dealing with my people? So look at that statement. So
please let us change the topic. We are just talking the trade business.
Is it not the same Boko Haram that trying to carry him to in Kaduna? You remember when there was a bomb blast before the election?
Yeah, Kano.
Kano. No, it wasn't. It was in Kaduna, not Kano.
No, in Kaduna, it was in Kaduna. Yes, he narrowly escaped.
Yeah. So the question I was asking was this: you understand, for Obasanjo to accuse Buhari of using his position to sponsor banditry, You know, when people like Obasanjo, you know, and you know, Obasanjo was not saying we still, but he put that down in black and
Yeah,
white.
yeah,
You
yeah,
understand?
yeah. Agree,
So,
agree,
so now
agree.
he was fighting IPOP with full force. He was fighting
Boko
Boko
Haram.
Haram with full force. But when it came to Fulani X-Men, he told us to go and learn how to live with our neighbor.
Even banditry,
Yeah,
even
yeah.
banditry. That
The same
time
thing now.
he
The
said
same thing now.
he cannot be bumping them because it will be affecting his people in the bush. That's
They
what
are
he
the
You
said.
same thing.
understand? No,
Yeah,
so
they are
I'm
the
just,
same thing.
I'm just telling you
I,
this. You understand?
I don't think you need to continue arguing with Azan. You know, we know that Azan will always support. You know, that is one of the major problems that
No,
we have.
no, no,
What is no?
no.
What is no? Why should anybody come here
What
and
I
now be
wanted to say,
defending
what
the
I wanted to,
recklessness and the
what,
wastefulness of an administration like Buhari, and you be saying they comparing and say, okay, your Tinubu, your Tinubu. You should not be ethnicized bad governance. Then what you are doing just because you are a northerner,
what,
you are
what,
not
what,
trying to be
what,
defending Buhari.
what government has not been, cannot be accused of recklessness and
So why
wastefulness?
are you
Even the
defending it
Tinubu,
then? Why are you defending it?
even the Tinubu that you guys are defending now, is
Wait,
he not
see, there's
also
no
wasteful?
need
Is he not buying
when we are
private jets
condemning.
and all that?
Wait.
You hide your own and
You
all
don't
that,
need
and
to
then
come here. Wait. We criticize Obasanjo, we criticize Jonathan, and nobody will come and be defending them. So for you to be defending Buhari and now say, okay, why are they not talking about Tinubu? That means you are defending it. So don't hide.
okay. If that's how you take it, fine. That's left to you. But the Allah that I'm talking to understand the nuances that I'm talking to, and
You
he's
know, because
engaging
Allah
in
will
more
always behave
rationality.
like a
You want,
gentleman.
you want,
So I have to give
you
it to
want.
you because what you are doing, is
So
defending
if you
bad
are not,
governance, which is not. So you cannot. You know, the problem with you is this: whenever you have because you always come and behave like your Fulani people, that you always want to be dominant and be talking people as if you are the only one that know everything.
you
What
want to
you
ethnicize
are doing is
everything,
not
that is
something
your
that can
problem.
move a country like Nigeria forward. Let us call a spade a spade. Buhari government is a very bad government. In fact, it's the worst democracy that we have ever had in that country. It's the worst. So for you to now come and be defending and say, okay, your Tinubu, who's your Tinubu?
I don't want to start
When
shouting
something
match
is
with
bad,
you.
let's say it is bad. So
Because you
don't
sound like
come with okay, what of
Sim,
this? What
sim,
about
sim,
what is your all this you what
Simba,
about?
Simba,
when you point a finger, you
Azan,
forget that
Azan,
you remain
Azan,
Okay, let
again
Azan,
pointing back
Adewale
at
bear the
you.
tie.
Azan,
Let Adewale
Yes,
intervene. You know me, I know if intervene between you and Simba. So
you just
let
Azan,
ethnicize
Azan.
everything.
Simba is,
Can we,
Simba
can,
is arguing
Adewale, go ahead.
sometimes. Simba is an educated Agbero. He's always looking for basketballs. Leave Asan alone. Asan will always defend his people. Why are you dragging it with him? To me, there's nothing to drag here. When Buhari is no longer here, but the impact of his administration is unfortunate that he let go. He let go in the second term, and he shouldn't have. It was unfortunate. His wife even said it publicly. Yes, when she apologized to the public, that unfortunately there were the likes of Malamina and the rest of them, that usurped that man's power and authority. Before then, it was his cousin, and then this man is chief of staff that were running that administration with fair freedom. And it's unfortunate. Buhari meant well. That's why I would not castigate that man. I won't.
Jesus Christ. We say you see
In
now.
terms of his
Let me
style of
tell you something.
governance, look, I won't
You know,
say that
now,
Buhari.
no, Buhari meant well. You know, that was why I was telling Azana, you understand? He said, I understand as Azan's sentiment
And you say you
because
don't want to get involved. Well, look at you now.
no. I'm just saying I understand the sentiment because he said he rescue his own area. That is just understandable. You understand? If there was no insecurity in Ekiti or in Yoruba land, I will have different opinion about Buhari. Bet you can bet that with me. But the thing we are saying here is this: he rescue Azan people. I understand the sentiment, and you understand. But now I say, okay, cutting that sentiment off now. when we go to economics angle that okay, it was because of recession. No, I disagree.
No,
Even
no.
Canada,
It's
was selling
uh,
was selling crude oil at $7 when Nigeria was still selling at 30 something, even despite that recession. Was selling at
even
$7.
America up to today still not balanced from the impact of COVID. What are you talking about? Not to talk about the third world like country like Nigeria.
Exactly. When a global financial meltdown happened in the no. I don't think that Diwali. When everybody was feeling global crisis, when people were feeling global crisis, China did not face it between 2007 and 2010.
How
They
to look?
escaped it. Now our economy. What this man used to kill our economy was that the shading deal they were doing with our
No, we are
forex.
not immune because we don't. Our transaction with China is not as the way we have with the Western
No,
world.
that's not even what I'm saying. No, let me make myself clear. Now, when global recession happened between 2007 and when all those foreign institutions were calling in their money back so that to stand as some kind of against the shock, all those stuff, you understand? What did China do to make sure that they didn't feel the impact of that global meltdown? China decided to cut down, like cut down taxes to all those company, cut down on the rate on the utility rate so that the cost of business will be affordable for the Chinese economy, so that they won't lay people off. Instead of laying people off, so that they will transfer the money, the recovery of that money to the workers. So the thing you have to choose between laying off like several million of people, or let's say you were paying $1 for gas before, and the government said should be paying 10 cents, so that you won't lay people off, so that they will collect tax. So that's how those guys, you understand, manage to escape recession. So many countries escape recession because of their policies. So what happened in Nigeria? The recession was induced right from 2015, in the sense that the way Buhari went to manipulate our monetary institution, that is started there. You know what happened? You know what it means? That okay, I sourced my dollars before, I put it in my account, and someone is now forcing me to sell my dollar to the bank. The dollar that bank didn't give me. What do you think will happen? I will no longer send dollar back home again, and you will have that forex. You will have that forex shortage. What happened is people started cashing out, because they will still get that dollar at the rate of probably 420, and we still go to market and sell for 800. Because already now their policy now start created some kind of artificial scarcity, because I put my dollar there. Bank didn't know how I sourced my dollar. And you announced I should be selling to bank at a lower rate than what I put there. For your crew, for the criminal in your government to go and cash my dollars, I'll be selling and I'll be making profit for them in the market. What do you think I would do? I will leave my dollar back where I have my dollars, and I will stop doing business that will require me to convert my money back to dollar and come back here. That's what happened. Before that time, myself and my wife were exporting something back to Nigeria. We stop. So Buhari created that recession himself before the oil, before the story of that oil. So we can't use that oil. It was because the way they managed that economy. Was that recession that gave Emefiele all those money? Look at I've just seen what they're getting back from Emefiele.
Excuse me. During that recession, 2008, 2007, Nigeria economy was so robust. They didn't feel the impact because I was really involved in
Nigeria didn't feel it too.
At all. It was 2015, around that area 16. That is when some policies checked that country. Up to today, he has never been able to recover himself as a country. I have to be honest. But many people don't know.
No, well, can you repeat that one, Midwest? Can you say that again?
Around 2015, 16, now there this economic crisis, now there start for Nigeria. Exchange
that's what I'm
rate.
saying. It was created by Buhari.
It has started. Ola, you are getting too extreme with this your Buhari thing. We know that the Nigerian problem started from 2013 during Goodluck Jonathan. So why are you shying away to
No,
say that?
wait. Even that way, during that Goodluck Jonathan, if everybody that were exporting goods from Europe to Nigeria at that time, it was still very manageable. But
Why
getting
are you
towards the
talking
end,
about people
wait,
exporting when
wait,
that was
wait,
when government started borrowing money to even pay salary? That was when the
wait,
government was not generate. So what are you talking
wait,
about? Are you talking
wait,
about
wait.
exporting? Is that what you used to judge the economy?
Well, you use the consuming power of a country to judge the economy, because if they can no longer purchase the way they used to purchase, that means something is wrong. Even
They
if you're
were
a
living
manufacturer,
fake life. It was not real. Why are you borrowing money to consume?
Okay. Simba, let me
okay,
ask you
let
one
me leave
question.
that way. Let me leave
I
that
got
way.
you.
But I don't know how
I,
they were able to generate
no,
money
no.
anyway. But I will, yeah.
Let me respond to Simba. You see, when I talk of that Buhari, I made a specific example how they manipulated our monetary system. You understand? And they created that recession from that one. Now, the one of Jonathan you were talking about, I will tell you the difference. The one of Jonathan, it was more of maladministration, mismanagement. Now look at this. I ask you a question. Was the federal government owing salary during that time you were talking about? As federal government, as federal civil servants, and those people that were working for federal, were they? Now, when you look at Osun State, what happened before they started having problem? You see someone that all the money that was supposed, it didn't balance between the project that he was doing and the government workers. He put all the money.
Ola, let me tell you, you might not even be in Nigeria, and you are not even there. I was working as a civil servant then. I
ask question now.
Wait now. I worked both in Kwara. Let me tell you what
were you working for the federal government to start with? Let us know, federal or state.
I was working for the states, and the revenue, the way they share revenue in Nigeria. Most states. Why do you think Buhari started billing out most of the states before when he came in 2015?
No, I know. Answering my question now. I said the other time where I asked whether you work for federal or state, was the federal government owing federal workers during
they
that
were
time?
not owing federal workers, but they were borrowing money to pay federal workers.
Okay. No, hold on. That's what you said, all right? Even there is no evidence. We come back to that.
There were evidences now. Even Okonjo-Iweala said it. Sanusi said it. Why are you pretending?
I heard you. I heard you because this is the this is why me and you they argue something, because I put partition in my own argument. I analyze how recession occur during Buhari, but you now brought it back because you didn't want
Ola, why do you just put it, even that recession, why did you put it only on the monetary policy? Let me tell you, you are forgetting that immediately after Buhari came in that time, the Niger Delta Avengers started their problem. And the crude oil production fell below, in fact, like 600,000 barrels per day. You are forgetting that too. You are not seeing that.
That's not even what I was trying to paint. What I was trying to paint was this.
No, that alone, for a country that is solely dependent on oil for their foreign exchange, do you think that will not have a serious impact? Because just before then, before Jonathan left, they were producing over 2 million. 2 million to 600,000. What do you think will happen?
I hear you.
So it's not only about monetary policy. Even the revenue generation in that country crashed. That was a major problem then. That was a major problem. If even with all this monetary policy that you are talking about, do you think that if we still maintain almost 2.3, 2.4 million barrel, that because during that time there was peace in the Niger Delta, because everything is about Nigeria, about ethnic violence and everything. If they still maintain, do you think that economy will go in that direction? You pay irrespective of monetary policy that they have.
Simba, let me tell you something. You see, one thing is this, and I want you to farabale and look at the way I partition my own arguments. Look at Buhari situation. Look at Tinubu situation now. You understand? Thankfully, you sent to me today that the expectation for inflation was supposed to be 15, but it has dropped to 14 point something now. Probably before the end of the first quarter, if politicians are not manipulating, maybe the thing will have dropped to around 12%. Now, this is the point. When you say there's no money, I just want you to put this into the, you understand? I just want to put some technicality to this matter. So for when Tinubu got to that place, the first thing he did was to borrow money and to settle all the foreign airliners so that they can repatriate their money. You know what that means? So that investment can probably come back to can properly come back to the country instead of running away because the environment was toxic before they left. Okay. Now, he's doing another thing again when people are arguing that okay, Lagos Calabar is not on the balance sheet. This is a gimmick. You understand? He's using PPP, where they call that type of PPP deferred payment. Deferred payment, you can do it off the balance sheet. You understand? And later put it on just to pay later, right? So that's why you still see the government today. You know, it is the 2024 budget they are still implementing. They've not even implemented that budget fully. But when you hear the word that they're implementing 2024 budget, it's not the current expenditure part of it, it's the capital expenditure part of it. So it's simply even the budget for 2025, they've not done anything. You know why? It's not missing the recurrent payment. You see what happened during that Jonathan, you see, was that because of the recklessness of borrowing, and maybe Jonathan was even trying to get back at those governors that took him to Supreme Court so that they could settle the money they saved the SS savings account they shared that when Supreme Court ruled. Now, these guys, they were diverting the money on projects. And how were they financing the project? They were financing the project directly from the purse of the government. And they were doing that at the expense of their workers. And federal government stood their ground. They were the obligation due to the creditors. They were removing it from the states and were sending to the creditors to the creditors. So whatever left to that state was now little. Maybe your obligation monthly is like $1 billion, and your revenue and your allocation was like a 1.2 billion. The Fed, Jonathan will remove that 1 billion immediately to pay, and we now remit the remaining 200 million to you. That was what was happening that time. You understand? Because the state they've already borrowed recklessly too. So I just want you to put separation when we are saying this thing, because I know see, this is not to support Jonathan. No. I'm just trying to give you the analysis of what happened that time. That thing was the first thing that deducting the revenue to.
Ola. So are you saying that?
Hold on. I'm just telling you what happened under Jonathan.
What you just said is not true. That's why. So you can't say I should hold on when you are saying something that is not true.
It is true.
How? How is it true?
The federal government was taking the obligation, the obligation of the state.
Let me tell you how the thing found out. If you look at the crude oil price from 2010,
you are going back to the crude oil price. I'm telling you why they were not getting enough money to pay workers in the state. That's what I'm telling you.
That's the same thing I want to say.
You are shifting the argument. This one has nothing to do with crude oil money.
It has to do because even the revenue generation by the federal government reduced.
Nobody is saying
the amount of money they are sharing fell significantly.
No, see, nobody saying it was not reducing.
Example, wait, Ola now. The example that you are giving, let's say a state that they are giving 4 billion. Let's say that was receiving 4 billion allocation in 2012, 2011. By 2013, they were receiving less than half of what they were receiving. So how did they want them? How do you want them to cope? So it's not even about the money that they are owing. They are coping even with the money that they are owing the financial institution that they are deducting from the source. They were still able to cope because they are receiving relatively larger amount of money from the federal government. But when the federal government revenue also dip, and even the federal government themselves, the one that they even accrue to themselves, they were borrowing money to pay salary. So I don't know where you want to just separate the federal government and say, okay, it's only the problem of the states. If you are receiving 4 billion and what you are owing, let's say you are owing, the financial obligation monthly is 1 billion, and then you still be left with 3 billion. But now you are now receiving, let's say, 2 billion or less than 2 billion. Automatically, there will be problem. So the problem actually starts from the federal, not even the states.
I don't even understand what you are talking. And remember that
You will
not
not
all states
understand
were
because
owing.
you just want people to understand.
No. I say I don't understand what you are saying because not all states were owing their workers. So how did other states manage to pay their workers?
How many? Because you are not there. How many states were owing that time that Buhari has to bail out?
You tell me
almost
now.
28 states. Almost
So,
28 states of the federation.
Okay, so what happened to other 8 states that
So
were
you
able to
want
pay
to
their salary?
compare states to some states that have IGR, to a significant IGR like Lagos, Delta, River State. Those are the ones that are surviving. Most states were borrowing money. They were owing.
Okay. Tell me the state that were owing. Tell me a state that was supposed to be able to pay and they were owing what they were doing with their money. Because this is what happened when someone is trying to. Because I told you, I partition my argument. Hold on. I'm not launching my arguments with that of Buhari. I was telling you what happened with that Buhari. Because Buhari paid them out, right? Buhari paid them out. Where did Buhari get money to pay them out? Where did he get money to pay them out? And how did Buhari run into a recession? You understand? So because I try to partition things, but you now lush it together. What happened under Jonathan? You see, Jonathan created maybe that was I say maybe just to create some kind of revenge, because it started deducting the money that were deferred before. It started deducting that aggressively.
It's not revenge. You can't be holding their money just because it's not revenge. That
then if it's not revenge, if it's not revenge, give me data and hold on.
Buhari, let me tell you, even those states, and that was why even with bailout and everything, Osun State, because they have significant loan that they took. That was why they could not even drain why they could not even sustain it, and that was why they were paying half salary. So it's not a witch or whatever. Don't just give that one as an excuse. It's not as if it's getting at them. How many of them took him
Doctor, we are talking of economics. We are talking of economy. Okay. I try to partition my own. When you are saying this thing, I want you to give me facts. Don't give sentiment or feeling.
Which fact did you want me to give you now? Which one? All these things that
hold on. I just told you that the government was deducting the obligation from their revenue.
That is not a Jonathan thing. That is how they do it right from time. So you are not saying because you want to get at them because they took him to court. That's what I'm
those things were those things were deferred before. Those things were deferred before. They were deferred before, and he started deducting them.
Okay, so you see, they said, in fact, I just Google it now. About 23 states were not fully paying salary as at 2019, 2015, 2016.
Ogagun, this thing. How much was petroleum? How much was petroleum price in 2014? because you were saying this. How much was petroleum pump price?
Okay. Let me get involved in this. Let me get involved.
No, you will get involved. You will get involved. No,
let me pass judgment. Let
me hold on. No, see.
Hold on. The loser will let me talk. I want to pass judgment. I've been listening to both of you. Let me pass judgment to what I've heard.
You will talk, but I don't want Simba. Simba does this a lot. Hold on, Simba does this a lot. I don't want. He does it a lot. Hold on now.
Are you worried that you're listening to the argument?
No. Simba does this a lot. You'll be talking of something logically. It will just bring some emotional thing to stabilize.
Hold on. Let me pass judgment.
How much? Oh, no. How much was crude oil price in 2014? How much?
This guy is going to walk you into the wilderness today. He's going to be
you are asking me. You are asking me. No, wait now. You're asking me how much was the crude oil in 2015? I think it was below $100.
2014.
Yes, now it was below $100.
In 2014.
Yes.
How much?
It was around $93, $94.
So not even up to sometimes it was 80 something.
Hold on now, guy. Hold on. Now,
what kind of wahala is this one now?
No.
Come on.
No. I understand when crude oil went down to below $40 between 2015 and 2015. But crude oil price fluctuated between $110 in 2014 to $95 in 2014. Okay. And that was Jonathan's period. Because you were citing example of that revenue that first the revenue for was the reason why state could not pay. That was why to Nigeria, when I was saying I was just allowing Simba to keep cruising. You understand?
But that was under Buhari.
I knew I will come to him. It has nothing to do with revenue.
Hold on. I think what Simba said appears to make more sense.
I made my point.
Yeah. What Simba said appears to make more sense. When you have a decline in crude oil prices, chances are that you are not going to have as much resources to go around, and the states will get less, and they are not able to pay their staff. So it makes sense. But from your own point of view, you are describing processes that are quite opaque, talking about obligations and non-obligations. Those kind of stuff is just the kind of stuff that nobody can relate to.
To Nigeria, the question was supposed to even ask him, why is it okay? Let's say they were even having enough money. Why is federal government themselves borrowing money to pay salary if they have enough money?
Exactly. Because they clearly didn't. Buhari's time in office was characterized by low crude oil prices. And the fact that he's one of the most accomplished
one governor was forced to
No, forefather. I was talking of how Buhari created recession for himself. And Simba just jumped back. Hold on. Simba just jumped back. He said revenue fell. That the thing started under Jonathan. That's what led to our argument. I now came to that was led to that argument, right? Because by the data I have, you understand, the worst case scenario of oil in 2014, for example, based on 2014 was $73.86. And then what was the peg of our budget for 2024? I don't think we pegged our budget up to even $60. So we made more money than what we budgeted for. You understand? The recurrent was budgeted for, but just because they shared the excess crude oil like that, and Jonathan started deducting the obligation aggressively. If you don't know, go and check your press.
Ola, let me tell you the trajectory. I just checked now. In 2010, it was averagely $79. By 2011, it went to an average of 111. 2011, no. 2012, average of 110. 2013, average of 105. 2014, average of 93. By 2015, it went to an average of 48.
Wow, that's a gut punch. That's a gut punch.
No, forefather. That's a manipulation. That's not even the issue. Now,
hold on, though. Hold on.
No,
See, you are not picking up on something that I just picked up on.
No, Forefather, you've been carrying, you've been made the judgment. He said, because of fall in revenue, that was why states were unable to pay salary under Goodluck Jonathan. And I said a lie. That is not true. You understand? Instead for Simba to apologize, that you see.
How can I apologize when I know what I'm doing? Why should I apologize?
No,
I know what I'm talking about. So I don't
you
even
know what
know
I
your
do
point.
when I make mistake. Hold on now. You know why I don't make mistake? Do when I make mistake, I say apology. I got my information wrong. I've done that like 3-4 times here. I will tell you that I missed it. Please apology. You said because the crude oil fell below the peg, the peg amount. You understand? That was why they could not pay salary. How much was used to budget our salary for budget of 2014? How much? Because the worst case scenario in 2014, crude oil, the worst case scenario in 2014 at a particular month, which in December was $73.86. That's the price of crude oil. And I've not seen the time we made budget and we used $70 to even budget before. You understand? So why this global 2012, you can say whatever you want to say, just because you know why you think like that, because the like of Simba, they derail arguments. And you now plan that. Now, when someone was telling me that it was forefather, how could someone say because of low revenue, that was why states were owing, when the budget itself was not even pegged at $73 for the budget? So that whatever Simba was saying from that already was a force, because it's already on the first base. Your premises is.
So are you saying that if it is pegged at this, let's say $47 and is based on the budget, that it should have already been paid for based on the budget? The budget, from what I gather, is a kind of a guess game whereby they are hoping that they are going to get certain income, but based on what they experienced, maybe how things turned out, they didn't have enough income to pay for the state budget.
To Niger, the question we're supposed to ask him is that why was Okojo-Iweala and Sanusi shouting that time that the way they were running the government that time, from that 2013, though, that was when the problem started, though. That the next government will not even be able to sustain, will not survive it. You understand? Then one thing Ola is not also focusing on, I mentioned even the crude oil production that time, because of the activities of Niger Delta Avenger, that crashed our crude oil production from over 2 million to about 600,000 barrels. He neglected that one. He said it was because Buhari has a bad monetary policy. That was what actually flung us into recession. I don't understand.
You see the cleverness sometimes. When you see it, sometimes.
Why are you meeting me now? Hold on, L00T. When Buhari came into office,
I didn't meet you.
You didn't meet me. Okay, that's fine. So when Buhari came into office,
I was not even touching the system to move you.
I see a pattern whereby Buhari came into office, the Nigerian economy kind of crashed, and Tinubu came into office, the Nigerian economy kind of crashed. So the pattern from between the, I guess, two APC presidents seems to be consistent. In the case of Buhari's one, you cannot necessarily blame him, but Tinubu one is self-inflicted when he decided to float the currency. So from that point of view, I think if you look at the argument that
your own bias now,
it's not biased. It's not biased. It didn't happen to Tinubu. Tinubu did it. No, it's only fair now. See, hold on. Buhari's one is global oil prices, crude oil price reduced. That's not Buhari's doing, is it? Buhari didn't have a policy to do that. It wasn't his doing. But Tinubu's one is his doing. He made it happen. But the economy crashed, and I really feel bad for Buhari, because maybe if he had the kind of income that, which we don't know, but if he had the kind of income someone like Goodluck had, his name is Goodluck. Maybe that's why he got Goodluck. If he had it, maybe Buhari would have even done more. Buhari, for somebody that has that had less than 50% of what his predecessor had, to spend, he managed to do quite a lot of things in Nigeria, even with that little. So I don't know why sometimes people don't acknowledge that clip of distribution. If Nigeria at the best of times, we barely even have money. Our budget is low, our income is low, our loans are low. Everything we do is low level. Recently there was a debate that was going on that Nigeria is a fake country because everything is so cheap. Do you know that our electricity price, kilowatt hour, is extremely cheap compared to other countries still today? It's only Band A that's even close to competing with overseas electricity rate, because I think from what I gather, and it's about 15% of people that are paying for band 1. The rest is like 1/20th, 1/30th the price that they pay overseas. So I don't know, man. The way the Nigerian economy has been run by these leaders is really befuddling. I wanted to ask a question about the recent tax reform stuff that I heard about. I'm not exactly clear on it, so that maybe you guys can educate me on it. Is it true?
We come. Okay, go ask your
question. Is it true?
Come back. Come back.
Yes. You know what to surrender that body argument.
No. I know. Uncle Simba must apologize today. He did that a lot. I won't allow him to do that today.
Look at the person that they are beating left and right. He's demanding apology from the other side. Okay.
No, forefather, because you didn't even know where I start. So I understand you, but that Simba will not apologize.
But is it true that the president gave the tax reform implementation somehow to the French? Is that true? What is happening?
Before I come to your point, you understand? Before I come to your point, that thing is it's just like one of those first narratives or those stuff. You understand? We come to that. Okay, let's even address that. You understand? Now, let's assume you have a technology. You have a German technology now. Let's assume you want to be selling one brand of German cars, right? Now, so you now have some kind of someone in the government, and you have some kind of a partnership, so that that this thing you are bringing into Nigeria, so you want them to guide you based on the experience, everything. You understand? You now sign memorandum of understanding. That memorandum of understanding, once the embassy in Germany knows that this guy is dealing with us at level of government too. If you are sending your staff, they will know that you have partnership. That will even help you secure visa without anybody having sentiment against you. Then you can use them to even through that to help you open bid for the people to come and support to come and bid and come and support your product whenever it is necessary. You understand? Something like that. What is happening there is just that you are telling the country that you want to learn how they do their things. You want to learn about the technology. I don't have experience here, so I want to learn. And I will tell you what I think of the implication. French government is not getting money from Nigeria Revenue Service. That's not what is happening. Now, you just want to learn. They are opening. They are willing to tell you like their process, how they run things, how they build their architectures, how they mitigate against some maybe that the way we implement that cyber criminals, they were unable to attack us, how we do our recovery strategy, all those in continuity. Those are the kind of advice we learn from all those people. You understand? So they are giving us what they call technical services. It's totally different from technical support. Technical support is when you start acquiring skill, like you know how to repair computer, you know where to install the solution, all those stuff. That's the kind of technical support.
So,
you have to sign that with vendor.
They will have access to Nigerians' economic, financial records, taxes, and all the businesses in Nigeria. They will have access to it.
Guys, why are you worrying yourself?
No, I'm asking, is that true?
I didn't. What do you mean by having access? They have knowledge of what the country is making already.
Okay, no, they have knowledge, but they don't have access to our banks and what our governments are doing, at least not officially. Are you telling me President Tinubu just handed I need to hear it again. Just handed Nigeria's information to foreigners?
That's not true.
So then what are you telling me then? Let me understand, because this doesn't sound right to me.
Let me tell you something. Do you have a bank account with Nigeria?
Yes.
Now, so if you don't mind, then I don't have to say which bank do you use.
One of the banks in Nigeria.
Okay, no, let's assume you use Access Bank, for example. Access Bank uses FlexCube.
Yeah.
Access Bank use FlexCube. FlexCube, so FlexCube from iFlex, it's not a Nigerian solution. You understand? Most Nigeria, we deal with Indian solution providers.
Yes.
Now, those bad guys, they are not even giving you technical services. The services, they are giving you technical support because you escalate to them when you have this. So I can now already, that's individual company that even can have access to your data when it matters. Okay. Now, this data we are talking about, it's not as if, okay, who brought you enter studio and kick out again. Come back. Oh. So the thing I want you to understand in this is, you understand? Now, do you believe that if iFlex really want to have access to your data, they will have access to your data, right?
Depends on how the Nigerian government have sorted it out, and I hope they've done it in such a way that they cannot have access to the data directly.
The worst case scenario, if they need to look at your data, maybe they can blanch your name out of it. But if they need to investigate, they need to investigate, they will still know who perpetrated a particular fraud, right? Now, let me tell you something.
Most of the Nigerian payment system actually use Nigerian payment. That's Nigerian transactions. I mean, happens within Nigeria, not through foreign tools.
But no, base 24. Hold on, base 24 is not. It was not built in Nigeria.
Postillion. No, sorry. The way I'm trying to explain is like if you use Microsoft Word to write a document or Excel to create a document within your computer, it doesn't mean Microsoft has access to it, does it? That is slightly different from handing a country's tax regime application to a foreign nation.
You just answer your question. In fact, that's the best response that you just give it to yourself.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But that is not what is happening here.
That's not true.
They are the ones running the application.
I can tell you, none of us have seen that memorandum of understanding other than rumor that we hear online.
So hey, excuse me, guys. Who is saying France don't have any to gain in Nigeria? You think they have had a Christmas or what? You think they are supposed to?
Our data is one of the biggest, very valuable to them.
What are we talking about, though?
Hey, why Farabale? I will tell you what I mean.
No.
I said it.
Come. Listen.
I said it. You let me clarify myself.
Hold on. We are educated.
No,
people.
I said it. Don't misquote.
You people will set this country out. Oh.
AY.
How come you don't know the operation of foreign?
I've been warning them now. When Tinubu is running to hospital in France every day, like, this guy is not governing for you. They will sell you one day.
Lazy people. Sorry, Ola.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth. AY, just hold on and listen to me first of all. Listen to me before you listen.
Okay, I will listen. I'm here.
Now, today, you bought to Kano jet from United States of America. Today, America is the one carrying out some kind of intelligence because you don't have some kind of satellite, you don't have some kind of equipment. What about that?
So it is called collaboration, right? So you in this way, if there is no option, you don't have the capacity. Yeah, you can go into some kind of like alliance and work with the foreign government, but you also make sure you don't give out too much. That's the way it works. It's just like, for example, I have a house. I can't clean my house. I want to get somebody to come and clean my house. I have to be cautious of, okay, I have some vital documents somewhere, I have some money put somewhere. You have to protect those environments. So that's the way it's supposed to work. Why I'm working seriously to be able to be self independent, a kind of reliance on, you know. So that's the way it works. If France are coming to Nigeria, there is a lot. There is financial aspect, there is issue of security, which I don't think Tinubu is taking even seriously, because it's like he sold his soul to France. I don't know the business he's having with France. I generally like a situation where a country can work with anybody, but you have to be cautious. You have to protect your people. You have to protect your country. Yeah, it's collaboration all over the world today. You know, you have to get what you can get, but don't lose guard. So what I see Tinubu do is giving France.
Okay, hold on. What did Tinubu even sign with France, if I may ask you? What did the Nigerian Revenue Service sign with France?
Can I share it here?
Okay,
he says that from what the Northern Forum is saying, that it's not just a technical cooperation or but represents what the group termed an unprotected gateway into the heart of Nigeria's tax infrastructure.
You can't be taking a source from a Northern Forum.
No. I'm going from the people that are criticizing it, because when they
no, you can't come from the
hold
point
on,
of view.
I understand what you are saying. I understand what you are saying. Let me keep going. I understand what you are saying. And my point is that from what I gather, the agreement is to give the French people's access to Nigeria's tax infrastructure, basically. And remember, the French have a history of controlling African countries financially. And to go and do this is extremely dangerous. It's like, for the life of me, the worst set of people that you can go to for this sort of stuff are the ones Tinubu went to. Like, look at this in the Francophone nations. We are talking about the financial bottle, this in a stranglehold the French has over them because of requiring them to put this in deposits in their banks and all the rest. Tinubu is exposing our tax infrastructure to the French. Why does it need that? The Lagos have to do that. Lagos didn't have to do that. Why did it
Let me ask this question.
Hold on.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
I want to ask a question, Musa.
Let me address for father once. No, don't let us model the thing together. Let me be direct with you. I think I have good example now. Now, Nigeria has no skill. Nigerians, we don't have skill in manufacturing vehicle. And General Motors now said, okay, sign agreement with us. We will lead you and teach you and help you build capacity on how to build car and sustain that car. Now, this is what we are going to do for you. We are going to give you access to come to our facility. You bring your staff to come and learn how to build car, how to maintain car, and how to even do after sales maintenance. You understand? So that is what France is doing for us. Now, those people that will be collecting our money, you understand, is still Nigerian Revenue Services. They have already have people that are collecting that thing. They have people. The part of it is what we call the express pay that we just gave another contract, because already others like InterSwitch and Co, they are there already. So express pay is another person that will be providing infrastructure. So we are just we are just understanding France, how they are doing their administration. You understand?
France is not exactly known for their efficient tax system. Why would you choose France of all nations that knows how to sabotage African countries so effectively?
They are leading.
So which country would you have suggested then?
You could go with Japan. You could go with Singapore. If you wanted to go with anybody at all, you shouldn't have to go with anybody.
Okay, forefather,
in Lagos, did they?
Forefather, do you know that people from our Ministry of Finance used to come to Quebec to train? You understand? They used to come
to train. What are they going to do with this agreement?
Hold on. Hold on.
Let me read the agreement. Let me read the agreement for him. So they said the agreement focuses on digital transformation of tax administration, information exchange and knowledge sharing, workforce development and institutional capacity building. Then the last one is collaboration on international tax issues like transfer pricing and base erosion and profit shifting. And what the government says is the FRS and Nigeria official emphasize that the MOU is technical and advisory in nature, not a treaty handing over control. It is meant to help Nigeria modernize and digitize its tax system using global best practices. No direct access to Nigerian taxpayer data or system is granted to France under the agreement. Nigerian laws on data protection, cybersecurity, and sovereignty remain fully enforceable. So,
yeah, that's what it says on paper, but you cannot trust the French to be able to on Nigerians.
That's what we have now. Oh, okay, you see evidence now.
I will need to check it. No, I will need to check it out on paper because I don't know where. Can you send the link to us?
Okay, let me address you right now.
Can you put the link up? Let me confirm it.
I want to ask one question, I beg. Wait.
Can you bring the link up so I can see where he
you will bring it up.
I just want to more question I want to ask. I want to ask Dr. question.
Midway, once we just enter like this, you know the year come, now go you the year. Just hold on. Nami said Nigeria French government is not being paid money. Yes, I said it. But can French companies get money from this? Yeah, if they are one of our contractors, because there's a possibility that we are going to buy solution from some French companies. That is where the French people come. You understand? We are not at procurement stage now. Now, French people, their tax administration, sure, is better than that of Canada because they are already.
Oh my God, this is diabolical. No. Nigeria. They say this deal gives Nigeria access to AI or the AI-powered audits, automated compliance system, real-time economic analytics. We are talking about real software here. You see what this guy just read, Simba? He didn't read it very well. We are talking about real software that they are going to provide to us.
Father, you are an alarmist. We are trying to.
No. You can't use your own software because their software ties back to France itself. See, and why do you say this is alarmist? This is a country that is known to sabotage African nations, right?
Most of the software that are using in your banking system now, are you the one that developed it?
Many of them, we actually own them, like the way we describe Microsoft, Word, and the rest of it. But this one is not the same. This one is going to be tied back to them.
What we are doing, I think we have to stop it. That
no.
Anytime, wait, now let me finish. Anytime government is
do you travel to
the more alarmed I get.
Do Nigerians travel to France currently?
Yes.
Do we share immigration information with France?
Yes.
So
what are they going to do with your tax?
Why are you not afraid of tax records? Why are you not? Hold on now. Why are you not afraid of traveling to France?
They don't have access to your bank account on a real time basis.
But they know your name. But the only thing, they know your country, they don't know your address, right?
Yes.
Now,
they know your address. What are you doing? You have to provide your address.
Hold on. When you want to audit, sometimes you understand. When you want to audit, it does not mean that they are going to have access that, okay, the name of this person is forefather. But there are some kind of pattern that they are going to see within your system that, okay, are you under an attack? At this pattern of data we are seeing, is it consistent with the behavior?
Wow. If you believe that, you believe anything. See,
okay.
Sometimes it's not necessarily about sometimes it's not necessarily about the tool that they are giving you. It's about the people that are providing that tool. It's not necessarily about, like, if this was, let's say, with Japan, South Korea, or maybe Singapore, I would be less alarmed by it because Singapore doesn't have any way to undermine Nigeria as a whole. But you are dealing with a colonizer here. You are dealing with a nation that we know has used financial instruments to cripple African countries. That's what we're talking about. So I'm not saying necessarily the what everything that is there amounts to a threat, but you have to look at the actors involved.
Ola, you know, let me also, can I come in?
For such a
Can I
service.
come in a little bit? You know, in this topic, first of all, thank you. You just answered because I wanted to ask what is France with what Doctor read and what is now the French benefit. Anyway, you mentioned something there. That is true. It can pave a way for their private companies to come in and render services, and we will pay them. But however, we need to be very conscious because since Tinubu tried to introduce this tax, that is when this genocide issue came in, and now France is rushing to quickly key in. And I think the president should be very, very vigilant. Frankly speaking, Nigeria, without this kind of policy that Tinubu is trying to introduce, we don't even have a country. We don't have all these blah, blah, blah economic terms that these professionals come to pour on TV. They are not realistic. I'm telling you the truth. I said we didn't mean that we are trying to move towards a very rightful direction, but unfortunately, our country is so complex to govern. Lack of information, lack of understanding is so high. So I'm not saying the government should not partner with people, but remember, when you are trying to strive for success and you are moving towards that direction, any people that doesn't want someone to succeed will ever look for one way, either to stop or take control or try to, possess some certain things that will enable them to take charge of that success. So it shouldn't rule that one out. These people don't really love us. And when you are negotiating with them, you shouldn't do it alone. But though MOU is not really like it don't start to. I don't know Nigeria law by MOU because this memorandum of understanding doesn't really hold like a website contract or something. But it pave a way for business and whatever you agree, so that you can meet again and discuss it concretely. So this is just my submission. We can't do it alone. And I don't think any country is doing it alone, but they are also very conscious of what everyone is trying to say. Look, there are some key areas they should not have access to, because sometimes when you start operating your code, they can still be breaking in easily from another, because nobody knows tomorrow. And
they can break in easily, especially in the area of quantum computing that is coming up now. See,
are they not breaking America, breaking all over the world? What you about to the talk about?
No, wait now. So the thing is this.
Hold on. What did he just say? You see, when people don't become careless here, it's our future we are talking about.
That is why you have to upgrade. The more people know you upgraded, the more people know you keep more. That is it now.
My brother, you don't upgrade with the wrong people. You don't upgrade with the wrong people.
I'm not talking to the France side. What you are saying that they will be breaking it.
We need to learn from what happened to Gaddafi. When this guy was a little bit far away from these guys, they were not able to penetrate. But he chose as a time to change policy, to start romancing with them and make good friendship with them, believing that is the best way to do things. And you see the way they hand that guy. So anything that is somehow of a good direction for our country, and if we understand it, sometimes they listen to our voices here. And I think even these tax policies, some of this platform is the one giving the key to them. I'm telling you the truth.
You see, to Midwest, let me tell you something. This is not the first time we'll be having MOU with France, because you see, the problem I have in Nigeria is everything, because it's going to be politicized. Look at what Aliko did the other time. You see how long people fought before they know that, okay, this express payment is just like when you are talking of InterSwitch, when you are talking of eTransit and Co. It's just one of those people they added. But look at how Atiku just engaged everyone. Atiku did not talk of insecurity in Nigeria that time, but he managed to engage everyone along the line of express payment that, they are now bringing the alphabet in. And everybody argue. See, Nigeria has some kind of
in
the area of security.
Let me read some of this again. Under this agreement, Nigeria will share aggregated anonymized economic information, including insights on multinational companies, transfer pricing, and profit shifting practices. although officials have emphasized that no raw taxpayer file will leave the country. See, there are certain things you don't do with certain people. Like you can do, let's say, you can even try military training sometime with the French or joint exercising some stuff. But this kind of stuff, we know, it's not like we can guess. We know the French are very good at using this stuff to undermine nations. Why would you pick France of all nations? There are so many advanced countries out there you can pick from that are actually Western leaning. Why not pick those countries?
This your obsession with France is something else. What is wrong about dealing with France? What is wrong?
Have you looked at West African countries and all the
So
francophone
all of a
nations?
sudden, French is not your enemy. America is never your enemy.
Adewale,
are you blind or
Forefather
something?
is just following the bandwagon effect now. It's
It's just a
bandwagon.
bandwagon. Honestly, you are reading your own book upside down.
People like you, God forbid, you are in charge of our future because you will sell us into slavery and you will not even care. People like you have done it before.
Stop being over sensationalizing. Stop being over exaggerating things.
Why are you having issue with the French? What kind of nonsense talking about? You know what the French are? What are you talking about?
You know,
somebody that has destroyed your ancestors. They are here saying, what have they done to you?
Did not destroy their ancestors. Is it the British that did not? Is it the Italians or
they
the
all
Spanish
did? That's my point. How can you pretend as if you don't know?
Oh, Father. Father, let me shock you. Hold on.
Father, who are protesting? That's all rock now. That's why you're disturbing us here.
Nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. That don't make sense.
Say
something that makes sense. I will listen. Why are you shameless if you're talking like that? Why are you not saying?
Why are you insulting people? They insult you now, you start shouting.
Why are you not going to Singapore? Why are you not saying that Nigeria should go to Singapore?
Then you go and meet the National Assembly, not here. Nobody is here. They are not listening to you here.
You should not come here and start telling us that French is okay.
To Nigeria, let me
why must you tell me what to say? Don't say that. Say your own, let me say my own. No. Say your own, let me say my own. You cannot tell people what to say. Okay, you don't tell me what to talk.
No, I'm not going to tell you what to say.
So why don't you not tell me why must I come here?
Expose you for what you are saying.
Let me say what I'm saying. Let you say your own.
Because
she can be saying that did change the
price. Is coming here to tell us that. Hold on, Ola. Now, let me deal with these people.
Who are you dealing with?
Let me talk to them now, Ola. Let me deal with
what you are saying. I don't know why you're changing anything. You're just gone. On YouTube, yelly.
Involved in this one. Let me deal with this.
I don't want fight.
Right to the National Assembly, right to president, right to them, right to them.
See, you don't know law. You really need to understand the kind of words you use. You can't
show me the law. Show me the law now.
Because people like you will be here complaining about why the Nigerian government is not working, but at the same time you perpetuate it. You literally said, and Adewale said, what is wrong with the French? And not. Why would anybody, grown man, say something like that? Because when you have that kind of mindset, your children go on to say, the French are okay. You know, it's like somebody saying, this black mamba beat my ancestors and he killed a lot of my ancestors. But later on, the children, when he's around the children, he says, what is wrong with black mambas? What kind of nonsense is that?
For many years. What have you done now to tell you?
Okay, let me respond
to you on succeeded, but at least I'm not here blaming it. And I think it's not the problem.
Father, let me respond to you. I beg of you. Now, your immigration system, you understand? Will capture your biometrics and secure your passport inlays. You know those people that provide that and that they are providing that.
UK.
France.
France. I know how those systems work. This one is different.
My God. No, I'm just telling you because we need to put this thing. We need to do this thing in place. You understand? When you go get that your Nigerian passport and they are capturing your biometrics.
Yes.
Who owns that technology? France. Who is the company that is providing? Hold on. No, who is the company that is behind your data? France. So all this idea of you think that today they capture your data. I don't tell you this thing is sensationalism. You understand?
Now,
there is a lot of hold on. There is a lot of
explain the difference between that and what we're talking about. You know, see, the capturing of this data is a Nigerian asset, it's like software. But this one, they are talking about sharing it. It's like Google. Google is owned by America. I mean, what you type in Google shows up in Google headquarters.
Your entire immigration data your entire immigration data. France own that technology. So if they want to put a back end window, wait now. If they want to put a window to capture your data, they will still capture. What you are not getting is
okay. You are saying that. Okay, now that's what you are saying. But the Nigerian government will probably have done a lot of these checks to ensure that that's not the case, even with the
hold on.
But this one is different. You are not listening. This one is different. This one they are sharing information directly.
Is it because of what you are reading online and you are wasting your energy?
I'm reading the actual agreement online. They say they are sharing information. They call it anonymized information. When they say anonymized,
that is what paper right for you to read now. So they can bear.
Okay.
Oh, you guys don't understand.
Atiku told you that
this. I thought everybody would be on the same page, but Nigerians today they seem behaving like their ancestors.
Hold on, Midwest. Now, okay, Atiku told you that Tinubu is replicating Alpha Beta at the federal level. Correct statement. We agree to that, right? Tinubu is taking Alpha Beta to the federal, right?
If he was doing that, personally, I don't have any issue with that. If that's what he was doing, I don't have any issue with that. I never had any issue with the tax bill. My issue right now is the fact that he's handing our information to the French. That's my issue.
Anand said France supply what you are using to do your passport security now.
Good. You said that. And I told you that is like Microsoft Word or Microsoft this in my SQL database. That is on your system. But this one involves sharing information. They literally said anonymized information will be shared.
So the passport is not an information-based document.
Sorry. They have real-time access to your information.
Why are you arguing so blindly like you sounded like an illiterate?
Okay, now tell me why. Tell me why now.
Passport is not information.
So you have an instrument that is even more security laden, and somebody is trying to I think you call yourself a security expert.
You are wearing Madam Tinubu. Slave trader. Want to sell Nigerians away because you support Japan. There's nothing you are not going to do just because you support Japan.
Hold on, forefather. MTN is a South African
support all kinds of nonsense.
Hold on now. MTN is a South African company. They have your biometrics. They have your name. Your name. They even have I can't even remember what hour it is. Maybe they probably have your mother's maiden name, everything, and your biometrics on the database. You understand? And it's a South African company. Now, at least these people, they have like over 100 million subscribers within the network.
120 million.
120 million. And they have all your data, including your date of birth, including
your mother's
maiden name, your father's name. Okay, deal with that. It's a South African company.
MTN doesn't have access to the entire Nigeria's tax database. There is a big difference. And then they also have access to the sensitive information like multinational companies' database. No, I hear what you are saying. I am not there. And besides, banks, the way they operate is that, from what I gather, even when I try to open an account, you see MTN Nigeria, and they separate them. There's a reason why you see them separately. There's a firewall between them. They separate them. But this one is different even let's say MTN, let's say all of them are combined. Not everybody subscribes to MTN. There's a difference. But this one, this tax one, everybody is in it. It's the nation. You're handing over to a former colonizer that is known to impoverish African countries with financial instruments.
How many people have account in Nigeria? 200 million.
No, the thing we cannot put that. We can't say like that. Too. I don't agree. But the thing is that if you are worried, I supported you for that. But the thing is this: we need them as well because there's already a vacuum. Tax system for years has collapsed in Nigeria, and that analog system it didn't work well. And the one they are trying to do now, I know it's complex, but we need the service of these people. That's just the global thing.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying.
Let me round up this. Let me round up. No, before we sign, whether French or whether Japan, you say whether anything, before we should start signing the rate contract with them, we should put pressure on the government to make sure that this thing is a little bit very transparent let Nigeria expatriates have access to what they are trying to sign. Because, take for example, if you are traveling in Europe, even where you are, all those software whereby they scan you in airport everywhere is owned by United States, not even European country as well. Everybody moving now, whether Brussels, whether Madrid, whether UK or everywhere is owned by United States. All those places where they give
no, Midwest,
pardon
me.
License.
Let me shock you again. Who provided the technology for Nigerian identity management, NIMC? Who provided that data management? Should I shock you? France.
Exactly. So again, you see how our leaders are telling us to the French. Maybe there's something going on in the last couple of years. They are selling out to the French. Do you know that West African countries wanted to go into ECHO? Who sabotaged the French? These people have prevented West Africa from progressing. They don't. Hold on, let me finish my point. How can we not? Okay, fine. Just argue for the French. Argue for your enslavers. Go ahead and argue for them. What's the point? People don't want to learn any lesson from history at all. Even recent history, you don't even want to learn anything from it.
Only you want to talk. Don't want somebody else to talk now.
I've kept quiet now. Be talking because you were getting things wrong.
I'm kept quiet myself. If you don't want to learn, I'm keeping quiet. Go ahead.
Let me shock you. Let me shock you. The same company that provided Nigeria, the same France company that used France hardware to provide this thing, they are managing border and identity component for the United States of America. Deal with that.
Who is managing America's border and identity stuff? Who?
No, the same company that provided Nigeria that hardware from France that they use for our NIMC is the same company that is providing that border and identity component for United States of America.
Is that company French?
Yes.
Is that company part of NATO?
The company is France. So
yes, is that company part of NATO?
So
do you think if nations can go to war and exchange military information, so it's bad information that they want to hide?
The question
okay, let me advise you. Let you tell
the question is are you saying in the entire America? Hold on.
The best country.
Hold on. NCR is an American company. Diebold is an American company. Triton is an American company. So why did they leave their own indigenous technology and they now try to now use French company?
Because the French comparatively are not a threat to them. Do you understand that common sense? You see, hold on now. You don't understand why I choose people like Singapore, choose smaller nations, because you have to use your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth. You can't go to people that are potentially more powerful than you, and you go and hand them more power. What kind of move be that?
No, you cannot decide for 230 people. That is your whole opinion.
You wish I should, because he left for you. We're in trouble. You really wish I should.
Naja, I want to recommend North Korea. So maybe that one can do it for us.
Yeah, North Korea doesn't pose a threat to us. They are not going to attack us any day, anytime soon. They're too far away from us. They don't have any history of attacking us. Singapore, I don't have any issue with Singapore. Singapore is a Western nation, it's allied to the West. South Korea, I don't have any issue with that. There are many smaller nations you can go to. Why do you
some of the vaccine where they give you now make us there alive today. You know, they talk about the positive, only negative. They supported us as well.
Hold on. You think they gave you vaccine for free? You think they gave you vaccine for free? They are using you to test vaccine, and you think they are giving it to you for free.
Some of the vaccine they gave to us who were small. All these,
okay, forefather. Now the mistake we are making is you understand. We are in a global community. You understand? We are in a global village. Everything we depend on one another. Now, can you just tell me 5 critical points that is making you scared? Because we are using these people technology. We are following their. We are learning from them. You understand that or sharing data you are talking about? You understand? I think, let me use the word, I think I have idea of that data sharing, you understand, means, you understand, but not the way you are looking at it. You understand? For example, now you move money from Nigerian system. Hold on. You move Nigeria from a Nigerian financial system. You need okay. Let me give you an example. If Nigeria, if US Embassy now ask for your statement of account, do you know one thing that happens in Nigeria? If Embassy of United States of America call, at least while I was there, that's what I can say. If Embassy of United States person call the bank in Nigeria during our time, they will just say, okay, Lagbaja, the forefather says that is your bank, is your customer. The maximum you will hear from bank, yes. Can you please confirm the last balance? No bank. As a bank staff, if you ever, I don't know if Adewale remembers, because I think Adewale work in the banking system too, all right, if I'm not getting it wrong. If any officer mention your last balance to any embassy, and they manage to catch that person, they will fire you straight away. The best they can tell the embassy is our customer. No bank. I stand to be corrected. Anybody that has contract information, please come here and challenge me. No bank tell embassy your balance.
You already signed your non-disclosure, so there's no way you can disclose that to not even your spouse if that person is not on your listing. No.
You understand? No, in fact, before they can even give your bank data to even the law enforcement agency, you must pass through all the inspectorate, all the compliance. If you as a staff, because police come to you and come and shakara you and you give that statement account, you are in Gaudade. You understand? So you see, sometimes we conjure something because everybody has access to social media. Sometimes we conjure.
So you are literally saying that the
Ola,
way bank officials will
Ola,
treat
let me
Nigerians.
quickly ask this question. But if they want a confirmation from the bank statement I gave to them, how do they do that?
Bank doesn't.
Would they send you a confirmation? Would they? No, wait, one moment. For example,
bank doesn't give confirmation to anybody. Forget, you will be the one to go and submit yourself. Whatever you submit, the best bank can do is Midwest with your customer. Yes, nothing after that. You understand? Not
even if they send a
I think the only exception is they go to the court and the court requests it, and it's still going to go through the legal department of the bank anyway.
No individual. No individual.
Not just telephone call.
Do you know the shock? Do you know the shocking thing? If I work in a bank, if I go and check your account, and I'm not working as a teller or in the branch, I did now see that I enter Midwest account, and I have no business there. It's a big trouble. You understand?
I think what you are describing, you are assuming that.
Ola,
Okay.
True Nigeria is scared that
let
the skeleton is buried before you travel to Europe. They will hurt it. That's why.
Madam Tinubu, the slave trader, go ahead.
All the mago that he has done before he traveled, they will now hurt everything. Look, your apprehension
It's literally Madam Tinubu and
it's not. See, it's not today. It's not today that countries have been signing partnerships and all that. It's not today. But the way Nigeria sensationalize this as if we are going to handle all our data, all our informations, to them just like that. It does not. As a matter of fact, before the advent of internet banking, bank used to travel to India, just to get software. And guess what? Those engineers will still come to Nigeria to teach IT people in our banks to how to go about those programs. And sometimes when they do a update or what you guys call it, update on those software, they will come and put everybody through. So it's not today they've been signing partnerships and all that, but to now think that Nigeria is gonna let them be the one to be collecting revenue. Come on, man. Somebody even told you that your electoral machine that you're using, they were not produced in Nigeria. They were manufactured, produced abroad, and those people will still come to teach you. I mean, they'll allow you an IT, you handle technology in a way. In some ways, when people get those applications, they will get them to know that they will have access to every data. So once you hand it off, they take charge of the control of their information. Look, to Nigeria, some of these things that anyway, guys, go ahead, continue. But your fear is unfounded. Let me just put it that way.
My fear, you see, when you say my fear is unfounded, it reminds me of those are our ancestors when they see a evil man bringing the guguru. It's like, why are you worried, eh? Your fear is unfounded, eh? It's Duroja, eh? Take it easy. Your fear is unfounded. Nothing is going to happen. Let's keep doing the same thing. So your argument is because we have already conceded a lot of grounds to them, why can't we just do more? It's like, what kind of thinking is this? No wonder we are where we are. That argument is crazy because these people are what do you want them to do anymore? Put a bullet to your head? They've sabotaged your nation and your interests continuously. I was on a panel of the damages when a politician came online, and I was asking him because we were talking about the Sahel nations, how they form military alliance. I said, why is that ECOWAS never formed the military alliance? He said because of the French countries. That because of France won't let them do that. France won't permit them to do that with this in Nigeria. Till today, even with fewer francophone countries, because all the ones that left so far are all francophone, Nigeria can not still form a military alliance with its neighbors. These people have been sabotaging us from time immemorial. Bakassi, it was due to their support with Cameroon that Nigeria lost Bakassi. We just keep pretending as if we can't see a danger. I'm not saying we should not work with foreigners. Make no mistake, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you have to pick your partners, not pick the one that has been sabotaging you for decades.
Okay. Do you know what I found out when people started making that argument? Now you will be shocked. Now, do you know that someone told me that this is a global practice, though? You understand? Then I searched. Germany, between Germany and France, they have such kind of agreement. It helps you sometimes to track some kind of a cross border compliance. Like now forefather now. Maybe you get one money now. You just go and pay. You just went to France to go and pay bandit now. Before, if you are not having such kind of agreement, no way France will just want to help you with such. You understand? Nigeria can just call, okay, there's one guy called forefather, or France will allow you, okay, there's one man called forefather. He just lodged like $3 million here, but we cannot see the evidence of tax payment, or we cannot really understand the narration of that. You understand? They can alert. So now what I found out is that Germany and France, they have such kind of agreement. United Kingdom and France, they have such kind of agreement. United States and France, they have such kind of agreement. Canada and France, they have such agreement. Japan and France, they have such kind of agreement. Italy and France, they have such kind of agreement. Spain, they have some kind of cooperation in their own tax. You understand? Australia, they have such kind of they call it a OECD framework, right? They call it the cooperation under OECD framework, which I think is what Nigeria is doing as well. But the only thing about Nigeria is that Nigeria is going to learn about the system, especially because of that AI. It's critical because you see what human cannot detect. You understand? Because what AI will do sometimes is this: you claim that you are paying, okay, like was it Dino Melaye that was paying tax of like 100,000 a year, but you are displaying Rolls Royce, everything online. So the thing is this: if you are hiding in France under the situation thing, I want to believe that France is going to help you, but in the sense that you think that Nigeria will now say, okay, these are my data, okay, forefather paid 2 million last year. Okay, France, look at this. So I want to now submit to you that we have collected tax from forefather, so we are letting you know that forefather paid this. No, that's not what's going to happen. Corporation does not mean that you are going to share your raw data. That's why they say when you say agree, sometimes you can blank out because you want to know. A lot, I see, a lot goes into technicality.
You literally believe that Nigerians can isolate critical information from the French if they want access to it. And secondly, Secondly, let me put this forward. Because AI is involved, why don't you just develop your own if it's so confusing for you? Or look for other partners that are not necessarily potentially, that has the capacity to undermine your nation. So, other nations don't have the capacity. There are nations that don't have the capacity on their own to undermine your nation. Why choose the one that has the capacity to eat your nation whole? Why choose that one? It's not smart behavior. If you want that, because that technology is not the entire Nigerian state. Yes, it's not the be and end all. So why not just pick on other people that you don't empower the French with? Let's say we are using other French facilities. Why go and use more French stuff? French is not just an honorary nation. It was an empire, still an empire to be fair, and they are losing their influence in West Africa. And then what are they doing? What are we doing? We are doubling down and running to the French. That other French nations are kicking out. Our stupidity, for the life of me, the heights, even Americans can see, they don't understand what is going on in Nigeria, where the France is being kicked out from everywhere, but Nigeria is swallowing them whole. And because there are some people that love Jagaban so much, they don't care about, they would rather, because of their love of a political leader, undermine the generations to come. And this is how we got here in the first place. So, because this attitude, where nobody wants to think critically about anything, just because you like somebody, you sell your whole generation down. How is this even? This is not foreign news.
Okay, forefather, let me be sincere with you.
Why can't you use it to make rational decisions?
Forefather, let me be sincere with you. See, your agitation is not wrong. As a matter of fact, Nigerians should be standing up and question everything. I don't have a problem with that. But where the problem is sometimes we just have to apply brake a little bit and try to dig deep and see whether I need to raise my blood pressure or maybe I'm overreacting. Let us make sense out of it.
Even the Western countries, they are trying to what they call it, censor a lot of Western people now. They are using data. Even the owners of these large institutions, they are already talking about it, that they are going to use people's information. People cannot misbehave. They will use their information against them with AI support and all the rest. Even in the West, not to mention in Nigeria, we have no chance in hell to repel these people if we carry on the way we're carrying on right now, thinking that we are going to learn. Our people already know about AI.
Let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something, bro. Your information is everywhere. You have Google Mail, you're on Facebook, you're on TikTok, your information is everywhere. So
Ola, let me have something to that.
Let me finish. Hold on.
Okay.
Bros, hold on. So your information is everywhere. What we are concerned about.
So let's give them more sensitive information instead. Because it's everywhere. Let's give them more sensitive ones.
Okay, no. Okay, what sensitive information do you want to give them? Let me just.
You are giving them not only individual tax structures. You're also giving them banks information, including China or bank information. You're also giving them multinational information. We're talking about like Chinese companies, foreign companies that shouldn't have anything to do with the French, but because of Nigeria opens them up to the French.
Hold on, I asked him a question. Let him land now, so that I want to interrogate him. Okay, go ahead.
Because what the document says is that they are going to have access to our tax information, including that of multinationals. So in other words, if you're a Chinese company, you are doing something and the West is against you, Nigeria provides all your information to them.
Let me now ask a question now.
Why would the Chinese want to do business in Nigeria?
What are you going to do with the data? Because data is one thing, but what's the intention? What are you going to do with data? Because I see people talk of data. We are not talking about data. What are you going to do with the data?
One, if they have your financial status paper, they can use that to make decisions based on how sensitive your situation is.
Some of the
money is power. Money is power. You should know that money is power. If somebody has access to your financial information, especially tax information, they can know maybe when your company is vulnerable and what issues that can arise. Let's say you are supposed to file your tax return at a certain time. What if they know and sabotage the company before then, and the company is not able to file? The company runs into trouble, or they use your tax distress situation to manipulate a company or another company. There are so many. I can't even start imagining all the ways. But the point,
no,
they all
I'm
know.
unable to link it. I'm unable to link it. If
Yeah,
a forefather
my point is that they know the value of information.
Forefather, okay,
and that's what we
forefather
are providing
today.
them.
No, Nigerian shared forefather information today. Nigerian share forefather information with France. You understand? Unsolicited. Unsolicited. You are not under investigation. You are not under anything. You understand? They share your information with France. What are they going to do with your information? I just want to know. You didn't commit any crime.
What they can do with my information is that one, they can even influence, because you have your tax information and they also have access to it. They can plant information. They can blackmail you. They can do anything with you. Not everything, obviously, not everything, but they can be able to put that information together with your private, let's say, WhatsApp information, other information they have access to manipulate you or to manipulate people around you against you. Just, you can't even name the possibilities that are there. The point is that if people have information about you that your own countrymen don't have, do you know what the power they have over your nation?
I'm still not getting.
My point is that if I know more about your family, if I know more about your family members that you do, I can influence your family over you.
Hold on, because you are not convincing me. Let me give you an example. When the US wanted to get Bin Laden, right? All they needed was just to get his voice, right? And that his voice, they already did attach to as a geo satellite. Now, it simply means that anytime the voice goes online, the satellite quickly locate where the voice is, and they'll be able to trace him. That's a way to use information. That's not financial data. Not just telephone data. That's telephone data. Okay, maybe they want to deal with forefather today. You're already on internet now. This internet, America can see, okay, maybe they are not even seeing, maybe they just record it even as we are speaking openly now. And they pick your data. Okay, this is forefather. They just set it to database that is a pair with a satellite. Now, if forefather now go talk, you are talking from the UK now. If you go talk from Malaysia tomorrow, they will still know the location of forefather. Now, that's an example of how to use data. Now, I'm still asking you. You have not convinced me. If forefather, you know, you have 10 million in Nigeria today, $10 million now, and they unsolicitedly they share your information because they can be like a 10 million people in Nigeria that have $10,000, for example, $10 million. You understand? $10,000, for example. What are they going to do with that your information if they don't really have specific interest in you? Meanwhile, if they have specific interest in you, they don't even need to share your data. They will find way. They will pay for investigation to get all those data.
See, Ola, wait. Let me say something. You see, this thing is good. That does not mean it doesn't have the offensive side of it. And what we have to do is to calculate all our own interests, securing our data, how to protect citizens. And they should be given to the president. They have to have a concrete knowledge of what they're about to do. But this is not a contract. I don't reject France coming to help us. It's based on win-win. They made their gain, we make our gain. There's nothing wrong. That is how the world is being structured these days. Even some of the, as you just said, there are some of the French software that Americans are using. I gave you an example. If you enter plane, they are checking you in the whole of Europe. The software is being owned by United States.
Can I ask you something?
So, wait, let me quickly round up this one. The thing is that indeed we are vulnerable. We are not sophisticated, but we have people that have brain. It's just a matter for the president to say, look, I will allow Nigeria expatriate to look into this for me properly, set up people, and they will educate them. We need them, but at the same time, we must protect our interests. That's just my own submission.
Let me just ask you this simple question. I think anybody else can answer it here. Say you know me, you know, I'm one of these renowned Agbaros, and you meet me on the streets one day, and I robbed you, and totally molested you, stole everything that you got. Then later on, you go back and you start building yourself back up again, and you're still poor. You're still poor from all the molestation that I've already done, stolen everything from you. Then later on again, I say, you know what? I have this service to render. Can you come and sign on with me so that I can give you this service? Would you, in good conscience, agree to work with me on that service?
Yeah, I can do. Depends on the services that I want. Take for example.
Wow.
Midwest. Hold on, Midwest. I want to.
Wow. This is classic. This is classic Nigeria. See, everybody, gentlemen, now you found out why we are where we are. This is exactly why we are.
Forefather, please allow me.
He has given you the answer there. I thought we were better than this, but clearly we are not. We are still very.
No, you see, what I hate about this platform is that. Wait, what I hate is this. You let me explain myself. You see.
Hold on.
No, you explain yourself now.
No, forefather, hold on. I want to give it to someone. You call yourself one Aladdin Kelly. Do you know something? Do you know something in life is that people like you are so arrogant, and you are so full of yourself, and you are intellectually deficient, and you don't know anything. You came here, and you are telling people to go and learn programming before you can have a real intellectual. Are you okay? Are you okay at all? You don't even know the background of those people that are speaking here. Who are you talking to go and learn? And you say you are tired of old people. You understand? That is why some of you are misled.
Yeah, but he's making a good point here, but they could easily hide the funds that they are funneling to bandits.
No. Look, like what whether it's he goat or she goat is talking about. Go and learn programming before you can have intellectual conversation about data. You understand?
Why
some of you are just so arrogant. You understand? You don't even know who you are dealing with. Who told you know anything about data? You understand?
Wow.
Next time, learn how to, because I'm going to be doing Daddy Freeze style for you here. You understand? When you abuse anybody here, I will come to you and I will abuse you to the point that you are going to weep. Don't abuse any panelist here. Otherwise, I will do Daddy Freeze for you. That's last warning for you. Next time you try it, I'm going to kick you out. Don't try that rubbish. Go ahead.
So I've just searched for the potential dangers, and I didn't just say potential dangers. I said potential realistic dangers of this system.
What I don't make I explain to Naija why I said I will do.
Go ahead then.
To Naija, let me just give you a brief. That Agbero you mentioned that robbed me, if tomorrow and he vowed to protect something for me, let's say I want to organize a show. And he said, Oga, this is your show. You want me peace day? And give me, I put my boys there. That's a different contract. Now I will patronize it. And we are rich. And I will assure you that kind of show, no allow they have. So don't just, let me tell you, don't look at something because of everybody describe that thing to be bad. You will just see everything about that person bad. Like me, I don't support Tinubu. Since I've been during campaign. But when it comes to this tax issue, when I carefully examine what they are trying to do, may God let them do it with good faith. That is just the beginning of governance.
I don't have any problem with the tax issue. So let me ask you now, that's your analogy, just to let me go with your analogy. That Agbero is not just that he robbed you once, he's still robbing your colleagues, your people that you know.
Wait. That is rumor. How is Agbero robbing? Agbero don't rob all the time because they are allowed.
Agbero, you think Agbero has to really living now? No. I'm just trying to shed light on the reality of what the analogy we are following. That Agbero has robbed you already. Then now he's still robbing your neighbors. You can see that he's still in the job of robbing people. So you are going to, in good faith, still sign him on to come and work for you.
Mr. Ola.
Oh, wait, I told you if I have an event, that is number one.
Yeah,
so you have to that
he deserves to be robbed if you get robbed.
For two father, to forefather.
If you get robbed, you deserve it, don't you?
No. There's one guy that called himself Aladdin Kelly. He said he has connection with MIT. This guy. I told you, see, you are just too arrogant. You understand? Some people, MIT is a top computer science school. I can tell you, someone here attended Georgia Tech and University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and both those schools are top. They were in top 7 when it comes to computer science in the United States of America. Go away with your arrogance. You understand? We have someone with background in electrical engineering here. We have economics here. We have someone with a full-fledged data. We have doctor here. You understand? A consultant. You understand that has practiced for years. And we have some people. We see. Look at this screen and look at the caliber of people here. and you are just coming with your arrogance, and you think you know better more than this. You understand? Next time you abuse any panelist here, I will just kick you out. If you are bold enough, come here and join. You understand? Don't just sit down there and be this thing. People like you, probably
maybe Naija students now. Just leave it. Maybe it's Naija students.
No. Maybe people like this man. Maybe they managed to get passed out of a national diploma.
Oh, leave him now. He's on the chat. So let me read the question I asked was
for him. I want to do daddy freeze for him.
I want to do mommy freeze for Naija. I want to do mommy freeze for Naija.
Now freeze him out. See, I said please highlight. Can you let me read what I'm reading? I said please highlight potential dangers that are realistic. So he said from that Business Insider African page, the publicly described MOU is FRS and France DGFIP signed on 10 November on cybersecurity, while Nigeria will share aggregated anonymized economic information, including insight into multinationals, transfer pricing, profit shifting. The article says officials insist no raw taxpayer files will be shared. Separately, FIRS has publicly said that the MOU is technical assistance, capacity building only, and does not grant France access to Nigerian taxpayers' information. But that's not what the MOU says. It's almost as if it thinks people are stupid. So now let me read the potential risk.
But remember, MOU is not a binding contract. I don't understand you to Nigeria. It's not a binding contract.
Oh, fine. It may not be. MOU is not. It depends on what the MOU says. Actually, it depends on what it says. It can be binding. Realistic potential dangers. So these are the realistic potential dangers, even if everyone is acting in good faith. He said, aggregated anonymized data can still leak sensitive information. Aggregates can still expose patterns, sector probability, compliance gaps, where profit shifting appears strongest, and in small numbers categories, they can become indirectly identifiable. Re-identification risk is context dependent and can increase over time as new data sets appear. So number 2, scope creep, gradual expansion from aggregates to more detailed data. The page itself ties the MOU to AI audits, automated compliance, and real-time analytics. Those often work better with more granular data. Also, multiple reports around the MOU talk about exchange of information, intelligence transfer, pricing the BEP's related cooperation, language that can broaden over time unless very tightly defined. Number 3, data repurposing risk, use beyond the original tax admin purposes. Like it listed at least 8 dangers on just this one, realistic ones. Not, he said even when both sides are acting fine, this could happen. How is it that, I said it before, our threat assessment antenna is broken. Our people don't have any threat assessment antenna at all. It's completely broken. We don't have it.
Ancestors, let me tell you something. For everything that are intended for good purpose, there must always be negative part, no matter how good it is.
Thank you, my brother. That's what I wanted to tell you. Thank you.
Even if I remember, a Christian should correct me. You understand? Even when God created human beings, it was still sad that He created human beings. Don't let me misquote him. You understand? See, when even God created human being, you understand? Human beings still have the negative side at the end of the day. So the thing is this: everything there must be real, because as you are working for a purpose, some people will be counter-purposing you. It is normal. Now, it is for you now
to look at. What you should understand is that when the counter-purpose happens, does it happen with a smaller nation, or does it happen with a python that can swallow you whole? This is what you don't seem to understand.
So, Naija, look, even that Singapore you refer to, behind the closed door, you don't know some agreement these people have with France, America, and other superpower. So, my dear brother,
I would rather go with them than go with France.
No, for
Because
me, I would rather go.
Singapore will not compromise themselves to France. To Nigeria, relax.
Let me tell you.
I can't be hearing your Singapore voice will not 4 hours. compromise I itself to can't be hearing
France.
your voice 4 hours in like relax.
Yeah.
Let's hear some other voices.
Why
Why can't people just agree with me and they will save ourselves all the trouble?
Why I agree with you on what? I will agree with you on the
disagreeing
danger.
with me when it doesn't even make sense because you want to
Wait,
fight
no,
for
look,
Jacobin.
look at
with
it.
your opinion now.
That
That is your opinion.
we have agreed with a lot of people. Even Ola said he agreed with you when it comes to the danger. But telling us France is not good, this is where the problem lies. You understand
I'm
me?
not telling you
I
that
can't.
France is not good. France is good for its people. Are we good for our own people? Allah, can I chime in? This guy would not stop talking.
Yes,
sir.
Look
Look
at that.
at that. Mr. Trump. Yes, Mr. Trump. Yes. Trump daddy. Go ahead. Let's sometimes I've said it before many times that we Nigerians we major in uselessness in the minority. So this France trying to get access to our data. What data are we talking about actually? I mean, how secured right now are our data in that country? We're pretending like we're so careful with our data and we protect our data and the government respect our data. None of those things exist. If anything, for that matter, perhaps the French government or the French people, the company, may be able to secure our data better than we can because we don't secure our own damn data. Okay. And number two, we talk about America. Even America, with all the security, this and that, there's so much vulnerability in the freaking system. Left and right, people are stealing data. Do you know how many millions and millions of data are in the hands of private companies that they steal from these so-called big corporations that spend billions of dollars every year on their freaking security? Do you know? So tonight, don't overwork yourself on some damn data about Nigerian data. What data is that? Every day, Nigerians are the #1 volunteers of that data online. Freely we give away, left and right. Nobody's saying anything. We give our data away. So this have this apprehension and headache over Nigeria French companies stealing our data is a non-topic. Let's talk about something more serious. So non-topic. Another one for because we are already compromised. Let's compromise ourselves further. That is his argument. Like many of us do. That's not my argument. And secondly, to show you how our Mumu argument, our Mumu how he wear trousers, he says whether if American companies steal American people's data, you forget the keyword there. American. They are stealing American data, the Americans. You are giving your own away. Oh, our people, I feel sorry for them. Let me lie. You like to form. Hold on. You like to form.
Me,
so that we can just go home.
Let's bring Daddy talk now. Yeah, see, forefather, he has been here since he hasn't talked. Let him speak.
Okay. So everything that I said is no. What you're saying is not what I said. Actually, you just like to form argument to your own direction. I just said again. Nigerians, we volunteer our information personally online all the time, freely on social media, but you are pretending. That's your pretend. You are pretending like Nigerians are so data conscious. Where did that come from? Or when are we ever showed that skill or the ability for ourselves and the government to protect our data? Why are you pretending? So that if a French company, by the way, has a fiduciary duty to the consumers or the citizens to protect their data. Okay, that's my argument. It's not about we should give freely. No. They have the obligation to protect our data. So that's one thing you don't know. You pretend like the Nigerian government has a highly secured encryption or data security system in place. I don't think so. So you like to blow things out of proportion. The French will secure your data for you, and you think that because Nigerians don't secure their data, we should now surrender the data. You truly measure in like but that's what you are saying. I'm not trying to gaslight you in any way.
The issue right now,
because Nigerians are giving their information.
The overarching issue right now.
To this. You know what, Prince Daddy, you already Trump Daddy. Take your DNA results, hand it to France. Since we are already giving everything away, give everything to them. Okay.
No. The overarching issue is
to Niger, President, sorry, to Niger. This thing, did you read it and see what's inside?
Yes.
So what did this say exactly?
I just read it. Didn't you hear what I just read just
okay.
now?
The issue is not even about data security. It could not be. I mean, that's why we measure in uselessness. Is the issue at hand can never be about data security. It can't be. So the issue has to be. I think somebody said it earlier. Is it this French company? Is it a fair company that can do a good job in order to, in order to collect the revenue for Nigeria? Can they do a good job? Are they qualified? And is there in the background of this deal? Are there some shady things going on? These are the main concern. It can never be. See, but why keep talking? Can somebody else respond?
Let me ask you a question so you can carry on. Do you think the French have acquitted themselves in terms of as a people that we should trust, given their history in West Africa?
So, Tunaja, can I ask you a question quickly? I know you asked a question. I want to quickly. Do you know this energy company? Is it Eon Energy?
Yes.
Who owns it?
I think it's the French.
Do they have anything in the UK? People do they supply power to UK citizens?
Yeah, they are part of the power supply company in the UK.
Okay.
Yes. What does that? Have they ever colonized the UK? Have they ever impoverished the UK?
So France colonized Nigeria. Is that what you're saying?
They are power distributors.
They are colonizing West African nations and impoverishing them. Look at Niger. They took uranium out of Niger and look at how poor Niger
did they colonize Nigeria?
They didn't colonize Nigeria. It was the British that colonized Nigeria. You know that.
Okay.
Patoski, waiting happened to your voice. Guys, let's Patoski.
We should not be on the same page.
Egbo needs to rule now. No, forefather.
He said not Igbo are not going to support because you support Jagaban.
No, forefather. The Patoski moves the way he likes, so he doesn't support.
Apart from that, people have the right to their different opinion. Why do you think somebody have to? Why did somebody have to support something because you support that thing?
Do you know why?
Why do I have to support something that you support?
Let me answer him now. Let me answer him because I actually believe that there are certain things we should all already agree.
No, we are not zombies. Okay, we are human. We are not zombies.
Forefather, Professor Noel.
Forefather, Patoski may soon.
Can I say something?
Forefather is Professor Noel.
So let me try. Even though this is my field, but let me just speak on two sides of it. I will speak on the DTA, that's the double taxation agreement, and then I will speak on the information side. You see, I was listening to you guys and say France is this. Why are we going to be doing this with France? France has DTA agreement with over 100 countries. And if you want to effectively collect taxes and do mutual and avoid double taxation for your citizen, you need to sign DTA agreement with as many countries as possible. So one of the things you can do is sign with the big countries. When you're already done that, the smaller countries will not have problems signing up with you. The implication of that is that some of us are in diaspora. When we pay taxes, if Nigeria say they're going to tax us on global tax, that means we are paying taxes here, and as Nigerian citizens, we also pay taxes in Nigeria. Now, the implication of that detail is that the two countries we reconcile their position, and if, for example, the UK, if you are UK, if your tax is 40% and Nigerian tax is 30%, since you already pay 40% in the UK, you are not going to pay anything. But if you are a UK citizen in Nigeria and Nigeria is taxing you 30% and UK tax is 40%, what you will just do is you will only pay the 10% to meet up. So that arrangement has to be in place. So if Nigeria can do it with France, you do it with other countries, then okay. But if they can't do it with a particular country, let's say Nigeria cannot have an agreement with UK now, it means that for those of us who have dual citizenship, you will pay your 30% in Nigeria and still pay 40% in UK. You understand what I'm saying? So I have clients I think Nigeria has similar agreement with Canada. because I have people who are in Canada working for Shell, and we just get their tax papers from River State and FRS and reconcile and just do the reconciliation. Kind of, it's like almost like transfer price. Do the reconciliation. I don't think transfer price is the right word to use.
It's called tax treaty. I've actually addressed that point on one live stream here.
So
it's called tax treaty.
So it helps.
No,
it helps.
We've not even done the treaty. Allow Patusi to talk.
It allows for double taxation. It helps to manage double taxation, and for you to do it very well for the fairness of your people, you must go into such agreement. So France has, I've checked up. France has over 100 countries that he has such agreement with. Then with expect to exchange information, that's taxpayer information. France has agreements with so many other countries, especially in the UK, Belgium, all the European countries, and so even Americas. They have with Brazil, with Mexico, with US, where they exchange data. If not, these people will be beating the system. I know people who are working in Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia is not a tax this thing, but they are still residents in Canada, even though their families are here. So they still have to pay taxes, but they hide the money. So if they don't exchange this information or this data, how do you think they are going to be able to collect? So we must position ourselves.
No. That is something that is totally different from what this treaty is doing, though.
No, we are looking at the data side of things first. That are you going to give your data to people? If they say no, it's a lie. They will.
No, you share relevant information, like in terms of the person that needs to be taxed. Let's say one of you travel overseas now, you want to be taxed. That's the person they share information. They don't share the entire country's information with that country.
If, for example, they know people have left the country. When you travel, didn't you use passport? They know people have left the country. They know people who are working in their own countries that are Nigerians. That of Nigerian origin, they will share those information.
Yes, that is what they share. That is normal. But what we are talking about in this treaty is not that.
So what is it? What is it?
So what's the problem?
Is sharing our tax information with the French and the ones. Like
they just explained to you now. Are you listening?
See, I listen. Don't you hear it? I already know about what he's talking about.
I don't care what you have already known. Listen, I'm talking to so many people. So what you know is
I know even the name, and
I don't care what you know. I don't care what you know or what you believe. So let me address everybody. If they are going to be able to reconcile taxes and have a particular maybe Ben or Imohwede, they need your name and your date of birth to be able to, because there might be so many Ben Imohwede, but the ones that have the same date of birth with you is not likely, and the one that has the same name and date of birth to you that is in Belgium is not as likely.
But this has nothing to do with that, though. I don't know why we're talking about.
Okay, forefather, hold on. Forefather. Patoski, hold on. Let me tell you something. You see, it's always good to listen to experts when they are talking to you. Patoski is not only an expert, you understand, his partner who is an expert in this field. Satisfied, government satisfied, not so. So when
he's talking about tax treaty.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, it's your hold on, man.
Sometimes it's good for you to know your limits. It has worked for consulting firm. When I won't mention the name of that consulting firm. Hold on, global consulting firm you can mention. You understand that the like of a Taiwo that is doing this task that has worked for. So just when someone is talking to you, sometimes everything is not agreed. Sometimes you have to cool down and listen. I can tell you that
when I told him it was tax treaty, why did he disagree with it? I know about what he's talking about.
You are not in Dr. Damage now, please.
You guys don't like to acknowledge when somebody does something. Is it because you don't like me? Is that it? You don't like me, so you don't want to disagree with me.
Like 3 minutes monologue, they make it silent after I don't talk.
Is that it?
Tunaja is not pivoting. Is it because I'm black or is it because I'm white? You're coming up with all those because you don't like me.
No. You see what I don't like? You're talking to someone that has handled transaction of multi-million dollars. That has handled the transaction of billions. No. Nothing can annoy. You have an opportunity to learn.
Ola, if you bring a medical doctor here and you are discussing surgery, two Nigeria will still argue with that person.
Nigeria believe he has monopoly of
Jack of all
knowledge.
trade.
He has monopoly of wisdom. He knows more than everybody.
Okay, guys. Let me chime in. Nigeria, hold on, please. Nigeria, hold on.
No, that is Dr. Dame's style now.
You can't be hearing your voice. Nigeria, hold on. Nigeria, your voice.
You need more than 20 years to get to
Trump Daddy, please let me just tell Nigeria something. Nigeria, if there's a way they can track how many hours people have spoken by their voice, you will discover that you have spoken 90% of the time here.
Because people refuse to agree with me. Agree with me.
Oh, so agree look at you.
Who the hell are you that you have to agree with you?
How you sounded.
Surrender.
Who are you?
Surrender and apologize. It will be over.
Hold on. Okay.
You are the king of Agbo, I mean.
Okay, Nigeria, please hold on. Patoski, let me engage you like a few seconds. So, the goal here, is it for internal collection of taxes or more like global tax collection? Is that what we're going for? I mean, it would be nice to be able to track across countries, Nigerians paying and not paying their taxes, but the ultimate goal here from the onset, is it to collect taxes internally?
It's everything. From what I'm seeing now, it's everything. You see why they say Nigeria will become...
What clause says that it affects everything?
Oh, more than letting run that place, make sure that we'll be learn that beg. Continue.
It's everything. Because there's really no way you can isolate it and say you are collecting taxes just from the internal people. You understand? There's no way you can isolate it. But what this thing is going to help to do is, it's going to help to one is going to help with an AI-powered tax audit, because that's the major issue internally. Not even internally, even globally. People don't want to declare their income. People want to increase. They want more deductions than they actually deserve. So to be able to administer deductions, tax credits, and everything, you need a system that is very, very robust. And I don't think we currently have that capacity in Nigeria. So you can't really blame them if they look outward for it. You understand? But my challenge is that if we say, then I think I've answered part of that question. But the second side of it is that
Mr. Patosu, please let me ask you a question before you continue, please.
Just let him finish that part.
So all of you should be getting ready. That's
please, I want to answer a question. Let me add this, Joe. Please. Okay, wait, are you not saying that, for example, now, we that pay tax in Nigeria already now, we'll still be paying tax here for Nigeria?
You that you have paid tax in Nigeria already, I see. You are in Nigeria now?
No, I'm in UK now. But I go to Nigeria.
So why are you paying tax in Nigeria?
There's what we call residency rule. You understand? This residency rule is that if by UK tax law now, for example, I did UK tax law, if you spent 180 days outside UK in a tax year, you understand, you are considered a non-resident of the UK. So you are going to pay tax in that country that you are. But it's not cut and dry like that.
What I'm saying, I'm paying tax here now, but I'm still paying tax in Nigeria. So with Nigeria taxing me here for Nigeria.
So what tax are you paying in Nigeria? What tax are you paying in Nigeria?
You see, if you are in UK, for example,
I'm UK.
You are in Nigeria and the UK, you might pay tax if, for example, UK tax is lower than Nigerian tax. If, for example, UK.
No, Patoski, I think we need to understand what is it that he's doing in Nigeria that he's paying taxes
for. I tell you what I'm doing? What do you want to know? That I'm paying taxes.
Yeah, we're supposed to. They're supposed to answer your question now. If they don't know,
I'm paying taxes in Nigeria. I'm talking about tax. Don't know what I'm doing.
If you still earn money in Nigeria, it doesn't matter where you live. That process of earning, you're still going to pay tax on it.
Okay, I think I understand you now.
So if you have a business in Nigeria, it doesn't matter whether you live in the UK. That business, you're still going to pay taxes from the dividends of that business.
Do you know the funny thing? You are in UK. And you have business in Nigeria, you will pay tax in Nigeria and pay tax in UK, but it will be reconciled. Now, for that business that is in Nigeria.
No, wait, no. I'm not understanding. In UK, I'm paying tax, I'm working and paying tax.
You are paying tax as an employee.
As an employee. Okay, Nigeria, I have a business, I'm paying tax. Do you mean Nigeria will be taxing me again? Yeah, I'll be taxing me in Nigeria.
No, Nigeria will tax you.
In Nigeria,
in Nigeria, but
okay.
but that's your as somebody who is the owner of Nigerian business, if you draw income from that Nigerian company, are you following me? If you draw income, you know you draw
income has to
income
be
in
over
Nigeria.
100 million before
If you
you
draw
start paying
income,
tax.
hold on now. We are just talking rudimentary. I don't want to go too technical. I want everybody to understand. So that's why I didn't use the word.
Yeah, but this has nothing to do with international
Oh my
now,
God.
what I'm saying is that
it has nothing to do with hey, keep quiet, Mr. Listen, I'm saving you now. I know you don't want to pay any tax anywhere, Mr.
He's asking
I
a
don't know.
personal question. Hold on, let's address.
He doesn't want to pay tax in Nigeria
The question was not made for you. Why you just do? I don't
This one is
understand.
no longer even question now, Tunaja. You wait a little
the
bit.
question is not relevant.
Leave him with his coconut head.
Advice.
You see, all these people, they don't
Tunaja, can you put yourself in the backstage for a while, please?
let me put him at backstage.
No, let him put himself. Let him put himself.
I'm telling you that this has nothing to do with international payment of tax.
They don't use talking swear give to Nigeria.
Tunaja, can you put yourself on the backstage for a while, please? Let's grown up people have conversation.
Let me keep quiet.
Okay,
5 minutes. I'll give all of you 5 minutes. Let's see how we get
Tunaja, don't take what he's saying like a debate. He's trying to pass a knowledge. And if we have questions, we'll go. Let him learn first, I beg.
So if you pay, if you now draw income from that your company, you know that is your own income now as a British resident. So that income, you are going to also pay tax in Nigeria, but you're going to pay the difference of that tax to UK. I know UK tax is higher than Nigeria. So if for the money you drew in Nigeria, for example, as a Canadian,
Patoski, let's put it this way. Let's say is any £10,000 in UK, and he's paying 40% of that as tax. He had an additional money in Nigeria.
Yes.
You understand?
Nigeria will tax him on that additional money. And
based on their own percentage of
based
tax.
on their own tax rate of Nigeria. So if for example,
so it will not be paying the differential because it's two different income.
No, so
now. Hold on.
Hold on, Patoski. Do you add it to your total income? The Nigerian income and the UK income, do they combine it and pay taxes on it?
It's a global income. Nigeria is not happening like that in Nigeria because Nigeria tax system is yet to be robust. If Tinubu is saying he's going to make Nigeria a 1 trillion economy, he knows what he's talking about. You have millions of Nigeria outside, and some of those countries, their taxes are lower than Nigeria. So the differentials will have to come to Nigeria. For example, someone like you in your place now.
I'm happy Canada is not lower.
No, in some countries, for example, somebody in the Middle East now that is not paying zero taxes, and is a Nigerian, is going to pay full tax on that income in Nigeria. So, Simba, your friends will be getting ready.
Yeah, but Patoski, hold on. Patoski, hold on. No, 1 second. So, if somebody is working in Saudi Arabia and they don't have any business in Nigeria, they don't have any income in Nigeria, or they live their life, they live in Saudi Arabia, they are Nigerians. So are you telling me now they're going to pay tax in Nigeria? No, of course no.
If he's not a Nigerian resident.
Okay.
Now, but the condition that makes you a non-resident in that tax year, because your residencies are appraised every tax year. If you are not a Nigerian resident that tax year, you will not pay tax in Nigeria. But what makes you a resident is not just the fact that, you didn't stay in the country, you are somewhere else. If your family is in Nigeria, if you have houses and property in Nigeria,
an interest-bearing property, yeah.
So that thing is somehow. I have friends who are working in Saudi Aramco.
Okay, let me come in here a little bit. You see, because we that live in abroad here, there's one thing we always careless with. You know, if you make business in Nigeria and you make profit, even if you pay tax there, where you reside in UK, I don't know, let me remove UK, most of the European country. By the time you want to do your year, what they call declaration, if you're not a business person, if you're a business person, you're going to do year balance sheet and a yearly report. They expect you, those profits you make in Nigeria, you have to point it out here by law. And failure not to do that, the consequences is very high, but people don't know.
Yeah, but
That's why
that is the integration that they are talking about
No,
now.
you don't
That's
necessarily have to
Yes,
do that.
because if we jump into international, then Nigeria can implicate most of our citizens.
No, but it doesn't necessarily work directly like that. If as a if as a Nigeria, I have a company in Nigeria and I'm living in Canada, and that company belongs to other companies, other people, and maybe I'm not the only shareholder in that company now. So when they make income, I'm not going to declare it that I make income because I didn't make the income, the company made the income. It will become my income if they share dividends or if I sell part of my shares and make some capital gain. You understand?
Okay.
So if they declare dividend, it becomes my income. I have to declare it. And when I declare it, because there's a tax treaty between UK and Nigeria, I need to pay the differentials to the UK. But if, for example, Nigerian
maybe I
tax
didn't
rate
get
is
what
higher than
Patoski
UK,
just
then
said.
I'm not paying anything.
Okay, Patoski, maybe I didn't get you. Now, let's assume Patoski in Canada, you now have you incorporated a business in Nigeria. Now, your corporation makes, let's say, 500 million, and you want to pay yourself, you want to pay yourself a dividend, right? Yeah, or you pay yourself salary from that money. But you didn't step into Nigeria. So where do you pay tax to?
I didn't step into Nigeria. Nigeria, the moment I declare income, dividend income, Nigeria will remove the tax. Nigeria will remove
what else? Hold on. There's corporate tax and there's
personal. You will still pay. You will
personal
pay
income tax now.
You will pay personal income tax in Nigeria.
No, make that point something to Ola.
Hold on, I'm asking an accountant a question. Hold on.
Because you are still a resident. You see, your residency is not only determined by the fact that you are living there. There are some other conditions that determine whether you are still a resident of that country.
Padoski, I listened to Taiwo on this one very well. I listened to him very well, and he explicitly explained if you live in the diaspora, you work in the diaspora, you will not pay a single penny of tax to Nigeria. He said even if you send the money to Nigeria, as long as that money does not earn any dividend or any salary on top, like say maybe you send money to your savings account, and that savings account, he said if that savings account then receive dividends, then they will tax that dividends from that savings. He said, but if you send money home, that money will not be taxed. So the idea that because somebody have a house in Nigeria or they have family in Nigeria, then they have to pay tax, that was not what he explained. I didn't hear that part.
Progressive.
Okay, but that's what I was asking. That's what I was asking.
No, he didn't. I've listened to Taiwo several times.
I need to read that.
I want to add this one so that you explain it.
I've listened to Taiwo several times on different forums.
That's what I was asking if it's more internal tax collection than global tax collection. The system they're trying to implement. Well, it affects globally, but just like you said, the number one criteria to determine if you're going to pay taxes is your residency.
Yeah, it's your residency.
How you define if you qualify to be in both countries, right?
Exactly.
Okay, Patoski, please add this one along. Now, if you add, hold on, Simba, let me put question to Patoski. Now, so that because a progressive may be getting what Taiwo is saying, because he didn't say everything, in my opinion. If progressive have like 10 buildings in Lekki, and you earn five, and let's say you earn,
Ola, that is different. Taiwo explained that part as well. Anything that is not any, your renter is any. He explained that part. If you rent your property out, you earn money from it. You're going to pay, even if you live in diaspora. As long as that property is any you money, you're going to pay taxes on it. It's simple as that.
Okay.
Thank you.
He explained that part as well. I've listened. This is the pro. This is why when people. This is why when people make comment about these taxes, because I've listened to that guy on several platforms explaining this thing by himself.
Like me now, I'm a resident of Saudi Arabia. I earn my income in Saudi Arabia, and you are telling me that I'm supposed to be paying tax to Nigeria. Is that what you're saying? No.
You're not going to pay tax to Nigeria.
No, that was what he said earlier. Now.
No, you will not. No, that you will not pay. You will not pay tax to Nigeria.
Guys, hold on.
Hold on.
Let me explain to you.
No, you will not. Okay, listen.
Wait.
Just go and listen to the guy, and you. Therefore, we don't have to argue. Go and listen to all these things. All these questions has been asked.
Patoski needs to answer this question. There's a big difference between your income and taxable income. We get a lot of deduction in the West before they determine your taxable income, right, Patoski?
Yeah.
Okay, so how would Nigeria see somebody makes $100,000? Say that's your income, for example, in America, but you don't pay taxes on $100,000. So how would Nigeria handle such?
So, Prince, that in Nigeria for Nigeria is 800,000 taxable income. So if you earn anything up to 800,000, you pay zero tax on it. And if you earn any money, anything above that 800,
monthly, you're talking about?
No, annually, a year. So anything.
So we're going to wait till a year before we pay tax?
No, you don't. Oh my God. So if those people like Prince Daddy is saying now, you don't have to wait a year. Like your salary could be say your salary could be 80,000 or 90,000 a month, right? They already factor everything in, and they know that by the time the different deductions made out, you're not going to get up to 800K. So government, even if it's underpay, you will pay zero tax at the end of the month. So you will be tax exempt. But if you earn, say, maybe 250,000, 300,000, then you, even if they tax you, at the end of the year, you will now make a claim by filing in your rent allowances, your pension contribution, your this, your that. Then you submit those things. Then government make a refund to you of those differences. So it means in the end, you end up not paying taxes as well, or you pay less taxes. That is how the guy explained the whole thing. So it creates a system for you to claim back taxes. It creates a system whereby they can easily know that, okay, once you're on minimum wage, you're not going to pay taxes at all. So, and then when it comes to corporations, once your company have to earn certain amount before you can pay taxes. They talk about dividend. Last time I came here and I was talking about the CTI or the taxes for dividend and stock. And I said that was the reason why stock market was going down. You guys were saying, no, it was Trump. I said, no, it wasn't Trump. By the time Taiwo and Wale came out to clarify, we saw stability in the stock market because people were worried that, hang on, you're going to be collecting 30% from whatever dividend I make from my stock. And people were taking their money out straight away. But we saw what happened recently now. They've clarified the issue and they said they're going to look at it again. And I believe that they will reduce that part of it anyway.
Okay, let me just say something. You see, one of the things that will determine whether you pay taxes in Nigeria or not, one of them is residency. But based on this rule, new tax law, these are the factors that determines residency. 183-day rule. You understand? If you spend 183 days in Nigeria within 12 months, you are deemed a resident. If you have a permanent home abode in Nigeria, you understand? A place that you habitually that is available for domestic use, a hotel or temporary lodging does not qualify. But if you have a house of your own in Nigeria, you might be considered a resident. I say you might. If you have government employment, that's okay. If you have economic or family ties, you understand, with Nigeria. So if you're an individual that you have substantial economic and immediate family ties, maybe your wife and children, they Nigeria, and you are now in abroad, you are making money. You are saying you're not going to pay tax. No, you are considered a Nigerian resident. You just went out to work.
Is it sufficient to have a house, a physical structure in Nigeria? Then how long you stay there? You actually live there. If you stay 6 months,
even if you don't stay 6 months, it's your house. You understand? So they will not use one rule to consider this. They will now evaluate your residency.
Okay,
you understand? They will
so it sounds like the government is going after diasporans to pay the chunk of taxes.
Are going to pay,
chunk of taxes in Nigeria, because at the end of the day, I can guarantee that 80 to 90% of the tax that we pay to Nigeria from income tax will come from diasporans because of the foreign exchange differences.
Prince Daddy, what Padoski is saying now is not our understanding, and it's not how it is not how Taiwo explained it as well, right? So those are optional. Okay, those are optional. It doesn't mean that if you're not resident in Nigeria and you have a house in Nigeria, so like people live in Ireland, they have holiday homes in Spain. Are they paying taxes to Spain? No, you can have holiday homes in the country. It doesn't mean you are a resident of that country. You can have properties in the country.
Hold on. So let me try
No,
to see. This
those,
I think
you
Patoski,
made a
one
mistake.
second.
Those properties
This
pay
is
tax to the
hold on. Okay.
government.
This is when Patoski alluded to earlier. See, Nigeria's tax system is not robust. It's not mature to that level. They don't distinguish all those things. If it's
Yeah, but I'm telling you, the guy distinguished everything. Go and listen to him yourself. All these questions were
Please,
put
can I
to
ask one
him.
question more, please?
Okay, what's that?
Okay, what about people that are by blood we are Nigerian, but by documents we are not Nigerian, and we have property at home? How are they going to tax us?
If you have property at home and you are making income from it at home,
But how would they know that it's me? But even the name here, but my passport here is not a Nigerian passport now.
That's why they need those data exchange. They need those data exchange.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that whether you have Taiwo,
Can I come in here?
tax,
Even if you are a foreigner and you have property that is any income, you pay that foreigner will pay
Hey,
Nigeria.
my brother, can I come in there a little bit?
Yeah,
the thing is
come in.
this: we that living abroad, if you are a citizen already and you have a property in Nigeria, my advice is this: if indeed we see that this tax system is getting robust, getting better, then you let the Spanish government or maybe any country to know you have a property somewhere. Because every year in you don't declare it, they don't know anything about it. That thing is a very serious offense. That's what I'm trying to point out. For example, now if I have a business in Nigeria and I'm also doing business in maybe Sweden here, the thing is this: by the time I want to file in my year report, all these offshore investments, this one, that one, if you make money elsewhere, there are columns there that they expect you to mention it, but we don't do that. You get what I'm saying now? Every one of us, we don't do that. So we have to monitor what they are doing in Nigeria very carefully. But if it get better, I know what to do. Personally, I will advise myself to let the government here know everything I have. And then I will be safe. Because you see sometimes some of these politicians, when they
Paddy, I think Larry should come on. Larry, are you there? Let me try and share the link. Try and come on. I think he has something to talk about there. That's why we're going to pay taxes, so we should start bracing ourselves.
Yeah, we should because
diasporas are not going to pay.
I'm not even afraid of Nigeria.
Diasporas are not going to pay taxes, Remy.
Wait, no, we are not. See the thing, my brother. For example, you want to register for tax here in Scandinavia as a whole. There's always a column. Do you work in the United States? Because I think they have some agreement with the United States. It's not other country. There's no Chinese there. Most of the EU country, they will ask you. That America, some will even ask you Canada. Some I don't know. But that America is always there. Because if you say you are
because Sweden is a part of the European Union, so they already cover nearly all EU countries. So
so they will now add America to it, no other country. And the reason why they are asking is that tax international agreement. I don't know the term somebody used there just now, I forgot it. So that one enabled them to see what is going. It's a part of this sharing we are talking about. Information and data because of money laundering and all those kind of things. But we as a Nigeria, if it gets robust and our government want to start sharing it, we will not wait for them to start sharing it to where we live before we start letting them know what we have.
That is not what we're talking. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about because part of what you are trying to explain now, right, is double taxation. They call it double taxation. You pay tax in one country and they pay tax in another country again. And Taiwo specifically said no. This is part of the reason why they even have this agreement, so that you don't have to pay taxes in where you live and they end up paying taxes in Nigeria. He said it specifically. Say if you're not in Nigeria, you don't live in Nigeria. He said you're not going to pay taxes in Nigeria. He said part of the reason is that they're going to have an agreement in place with these countries, so they will be able to see.
Wait,
let me ask you.
Sorry, that's what we are saying. But the point is that if you live in a country that the tax rate is lower than Nigeria, you understand, you might pay the differentials.
He did not even specify. His own is that.
He might not go into those details.
His own is that if you are not, if you are not a resident of Nigeria, you will not be paying any taxes in Nigeria. That is what he said.
No. Let me ask you.
I don't need to be paying tax again now, so I'm not a resident of Nigeria now.
Yeah, look, the thing is this.
Patoski, let me ask you. We don't pay tax in Saudi Arabia. We don't pay tax in Saudi Arabia. How do you now want Saudi Arabia government to get
No.
tax for Nigeria from it?
No,
They
you
will
carry all
deduct
the
from
money
you
and give to
now.
Nigeria now, Abi.
They will deduct it now and give to Nigeria.
How would it?
But they
How?
cannot deduct it where they don't have a tax system that to
No, they
tax
will,
you in the first place.
they will collect
No,
your
you
employer.
have to
They will deduct it.
self-report. You have to self-report.
They have to
Listen,
collect
See
that.
what? See the way. See the way. See the way it works.
Okay, I can say something there. See, progressive. When government want to deal with you, they can use a diplomatic means and get the information about
Yeah.
what you are earning. So once they get information about what you are earning, they will now apply that tax with penalty to you. So that's why that self-declaring is always better. They've
Okay,
done
so guys, I want to make this easy.
Nigeria should try and do this thing very well. Not as,
Niger man, Prince Daddy, please go to this woman, Abike Dabiri's platform. They hosted Taiwo there, okay, on a platform, and there were a lot of questions was put to him regarding all of these things. And Abike Dabiri is like a representative of Nigerians in diaspora, so this was mostly hosted for people in diaspora to put their question forward, and all of these questions you guys have now were also asked there, and this was how I knew that this is the situation, and he explained everything so easy, so understanding. If you live outside Nigeria, the old idea is for you not to be taxed twice, so that you don't pay tax where you live and you pay tax in
Yeah, I
Nigeria.
understand.
So,
Brother, let me ask you, that is talking. Let me ask you a question.
Let me respond.
I
Let me
wanted
respond
to
real
quickly
quickly.
ask him.
Let me tell you one thing, guys, and I think anybody that lives in diaspora knows that. One thing that's guaranteed to change are tax laws. They evolve over time. So what he's saying right now may hold true right now, but let the next government comes in, and when this structure is well established, they will collect all the money left and right. Forget about what he's saying right now.
Yeah, but Prince Daddy, it's not a normal practice anywhere in the world. It's not a normal practice.
No. Oh no, hold on. Be progressive. You are missing it. Look at this.
Missing what?
Hold on. Now, Simba is a resident of Nigeria. Everything he has trademark, digital mark, everything in Nigeria. He has resident in Nigeria. That okay. The fact that you may live in overseas for 3 years. You understand? As long as you are telling the government that your resident is in Nigeria, you're already committing yourself. It doesn't matter whether they pay tax in Saudi Arabia or not. As long as you earn and you are a Nigerian resident, you understand, you have that obligation as a resident, as a citizen of Nigeria
to self-report.
To self-report.
No, you don't have any. Oh my God, are you the person who wrote taxes? The person who wrote the tax is telling you all this. You say like.
I understand what you are saying. See, this is the difference. Okay, if the rate in Nigeria is 30% and I pay 25% in Nigeria, you understand? As long as I have primary residence, I have residence in Nigeria. Okay, this is my house, so I live in this country. I pay utility bill. Everything point me to my connection to that Nigeria as a resident of Nigeria. I'm going to pay the differential.
No, you're not going to pay any differential. You don't live there.
No, the mistake. No, hold on.
You're maintaining a property there doesn't mean you're a resident. Do you understand what residency is?
You did not listen to him. He was somebody that have the residence in Nigeria and is working outside Nigeria.
Once you establish resident, you understand? Okay, you may go out of Nigeria for 10 years and you don't go there. You understand? You earn money, you are not going to pay. I got your point. But a Simba is jumping between Nigeria and there. He has family in Nigeria. He goes to Nigeria, probably spend like some days in Nigeria. I don't know how long is it. You understand? His footprint is in Nigeria. But now he does not even pay tax in Saudi Arabia. He has to self-report too.
So I understand that you are trying to prove you are trying to push it to the edge. Maybe Simba could be spending 120 days out of the how many days in Nigeria, and then things like that. I understand you're trying to push, but I'm trying to say generally, according to what I understand, according to the way Taiwo explained it, if you are a Nigerian, you're working outside of Nigeria, as long as you're not a resident, you're not any money, the earning is not coming from Nigeria. You're not going to pay taxes in Nigeria. That's all.
A person like me now, I've not been to Nigeria for 30 years.
Let me explain something to
No, let me conclude this one. I continue. I've not been to Nigeria for 13 years. I cannot pay tax to Nigeria because I'm not deemed a resident of Nigeria.
Let me tell you something. You see, residency and deemed residence, they are two different things.
AY is not
You
on the
see,
panel.
okay, I thought it was AY that I was talking. Okay, if you say
No, progressive. It's progressive. Akim.
Akim, sorry.
Allah, we are going to do family
Residence,
meeting on you for not
resident
coming
and
home.
deemed residence and deemed residency, they are two different things. What they use to determine your deemed residencies are the things that I've outlined. Your family ties. If you're, for example, you are been abroad, but your wife and children are still in Nigeria, you are a deemed resident. So you're just seen as somebody who is a resident that just went to work outside. So there is not as if, how long has he
What
stayed there?
if I'm not married and I don't have any?
No,
Okay,
even
what if your family is not in Nigeria?
Then you are not a resident.
listen, guys. Forget all these things. The idea is
Let's
this.
say my family are in another country.
Listen, Simba, listen. The whole point is this. That money that you do not earn inside Nigeria,
Simba, we don't care, Simba. You pay taxes
that
by
money
force. You pay that
that money that you do not earn inside Nigeria, why you do not live in Nigeria, Nigerian government will not tax that money.
They
It's
will
simple
tax
as
it. You
that.
have to pay tax on it.
No, you're not. I'm telling you for far, you're not.
You have to pay tax on it. Why do you think they determine residency?
Yeah, that is the whole point.
No, you see, what you now need to do is look at the criteria they use to determine your residency. I've just read it out to you. That even though you have lived, okay, let me just read it out for you so that you can understand this new tax law. For you to be a resident, you understand? They consider a number of things. For individuals, if you stay 183 days in Nigeria in a year, you are considered a resident. Then if you have a permanent home abode in Nigeria, maybe you have a habitual abode that's available for domestic use in Nigeria, you are a resident. So if you are a government employee, you will know that. Then if you have economic or family ties, you understand? If you have substantial economic and immediate family ties in Nigeria, maybe your wife, your children, they are in Nigeria, you are a deemed resident, even though you are not actually resident in Nigeria. Then the other one is your source of income. If you earn income from employment or business exercise wholly or partly in Nigeria, you may also be considered as resident. Now, this thing does not confer residencies on you automatically. You will now, all these things, they will now appraise it. And the IRS will not determine
Patoski, so only one of those criteria you just need to meet, right? Which for most people that have homes. So if you have a house there, Simba, you can't run away. You must pay those taxes.
In Simba's case, if you have family, your wife and kids are there. For example, I have a friend who's working at Aramco. His family and children are here. He doesn't want to pay tax. He said this and that. They say he must pay tax. The guy don't move in family, go Saudi now. The wife had to resign her job because the tax he will be paying is more than what the wife is earning.
Okay, so Patoski, I have a lot of friends there that are their family are in UK, US, and all those things. Their wife and their children. So are you saying now that they are going to be paying tax in US and UK?
If they are deemed residents of UK, like for example, that my friend is a Canadian citizen.
They are not living there. It's only they just moved their family to those countries. So
no, it's not that because it's not a resident of UK at all at any point.
No,
you understand? He's not a resident of UK at all at any point.
No, he was. In fact, he has never lived in UK.
UK will not appraise him for taxes at all. But you are a Nigerian that you left Nigeria for Saudi Arabia. Your family is in Nigeria. You understand? And you are working in Saudi. You'll be deemed a resident.
A resident of where now?
Of Nigeria.
Under what law?
Simba, wait now.
Under the Tax Act, you are a deemed resident.
Yeah, there are general principles to taxation.
Not just based on they stay there and they sit there.
Simba, in your own case,
okay. Can I ask you a question? So, can you claim citizenship in a country that you don't live in?
No, you can be a citizen of a country and you are not there now.
Citizen doesn't mean resident.
No. See, the key word here is for tax purposes. It doesn't matter.
It matters.
Public announcement. Uncle Simba, you are going to pay tax. So you are one of those people that are
Uncle
in
Timba, see
favor.
what you will do. Uncle Timba, the way tax work, you will
Hold on.
declare it yourself.
Midwest. See, let me advise my uncle.
No, you can
Uncle
move them.
Simba.
You can move them.
Uncle Simba, you are paying tax. All those money you'll be eating these days, start declaring you. I beg you.
No,
You can move
Simba,
them
see what
to
will happen. Simba, see the waiting you go do to avoid problem. Now you go tell government waiting you earn. You see now, that is self-declaration. So you not to get problem. So
Anyway,
your
don't worry,
accountant
guys.
go do
January go soon reach anyway.
Hold on. See,
Simba, you
Uncle
know
Simba,
people
just get
that
an
have to,
accountant.
people that have
Just
to
get
be
an
worried.
accountant. Me, as I tell you now, I see the whole government now. I'm looking at getting an accountant to clear my to help me out with my.
So Simba, that one is called self-declaration. Problem not today. They're not going to follow up many things and so many things. So family dey a little bit moderate. Then you pay whatever you want.
Listen, this guy, look, I even listen.
I'm reporting Patoski to the house because
So,
Patoski.
Taiwo even said that because people were worried that what if I earn money in the UK or in America or something and I send money home, right? Would that money be taxed? The guy even said no, you will not pay taxes on the money. How are you going to talk about that? So are you going to talk about the money that the money that the person earned, the money that the person earned that has already been taxed? You're saying talking about tax differential? No, there's nothing like differential. It's called double taxation.
I can wait a little bit.
It's called double taxation, and it's ruled it out.
Hold on a moment, because when they break down something, we know where it's going. That's why we are trying to tell you something here. Look, my brother, if I send money, I'm sending money for a purpose. That one is quite different. The purpose why I'm sending my money is different. I'm either for family they want to use. No government will tax me on that, except some countries anyway. But if you have an asset or you are residing somewhere, you are working there and your residency, your address, where you live as a human being is in another place. That place where it is, that's where you will pay your tax to.
Exactly.
Like you see it now. Like him now, his residence is in Nigeria and he's working far away. Because his residency is in Nigeria, he has no choice than to make a banking accounting firm and tell them I earn this, I earn that. They will do the rest thing for him and he give government their own share. You understand?
His residency is not in Nigeria. If he hasn't lived in Nigeria for a certain amount of time in a year, you cannot say his residency is in Nigeria.
No. It's not straight. It's not something you define straight. Some people here, even I have a Swedish people who is working in Ghana for the past 15 years. Their tax still come here because all their life, their residency in here they put on because of their passion.
Which company is he working for? Is it a Swedish company that is working for?
No. Somehow the thing is a international company that link with European something. So they took them there as an expatriate. You understand me? And there's an agreement
that Swedish citizen is working for a Ghanaian company. He will still be paying
listen. You see, even the girl, she's even a Ghanaian, so if I want to call her, because the dad is from Ghana, the mother is from Sweden. But Simba Loco,
the foreigners, let me ask you people, the foreigners that are working in Nigeria now, where are they paying their tax?
The government is coming, it's a gradually process. Because that's why I tell you, it's a beginning of governance. Wait, all those nyama tax that they put for paper. This one we hold them on their brokers. I'm telling you, if the government is able to do it good, now we start something.
Let me explain to you where they pay their tax. It depends on the country that they work with and the tax rate in that country. Nigeria will first of all deduct its own tax. If Nigeria's tax rate is higher than that country rate, they will pay the differentials. That's if they have tax treaty with that country. Unfortunately, if they don't have, they will pay double tax. That's the challenge. That's why Nigeria must agree with all this country that we are saying, no, why do we have to agree? We must. If not,
we have agreement with Canada now. Nigeria has agreement with Canada.
I know what they talk. I don't do tax differential this thing for people working in Shell, but who are Canadians.
Now every year, Kistiari, they ask me whether I have property that is in excess of 100,000. Now every year they ask me that.
Also with me, my brother. That is why I say all diaspora should prepare. You see all those houses where we get once they start collecting tax there and the record is in the domain of Nigeria, you better just start telling. Use your mouth to tell them, yeah, I have this thing.
If you have a house in Nigeria and it's not fetching money for you, they won't tax you now.
No,
He
that's
has
a
no
different
income
thing.
now.
But you see,
Hey guys, I'm of the opinion that as long as you're a Nigerian, you must pay tax.
Yeah.
Whether you live outside or within the country, you must pay
No,
tax because
no.
don't mind progressive and Uncle Simba. They are
even though it's not
Simba.
something that we all want, it's not something
Simba,
that anybody
let me
desires.
advise you.
Ola, why are you
American that go out to the Asia country to work as an
Because you are a
expatriate,
millionaire, that's why I'm
they
attacking
still
you.
get
They
taxed.
still pay
Whether
tax in the US.
as long as you claim to be a citizen of that country. However, I think the federal government is trying to, for those who have dual
Adewale, you
citizenship,
cannot even renounce citizenship of Nigeria once you are born there. You cannot. So you are
you,
not
you can,
free.
you can, you
But
can, you can.
no,
You can
if you,
renounce it.
I know as a president, we have to be the one that can grant you that. So if
No,
they
they
do
don't
not,
need to
if
grant you.
No, they don't
You
need
can
embassy
renounce
can
any
do it for
country.
you.
maybe the thing
You
don't
can.
you can't
But
renounce
but I
embassy.
think in as much as we are clamoring to have a diaspora vote, we should also prepare to do the needful and pay taxes as well.
Yeah,
You're right.
because
Even if we
you,
don't
you want to
declare.
vote, everything will
Adewale,
tell
you're
you you
right.
are not
If
in
you want to
Nigeria.
vote, you pay taxes.
Sorry?
That is true.
I say you're right. If they want to vote, you must pay taxes.
Exactly.
Yes,
You must,
they will tell
it's
you you are
something
not
that to
residing
give.
there.
Tadewale,
So
you know why it will not really have so much effect on us? Because our tax rates are even higher than Nigerian tax rates. So if, for example, you are earning all your income in Canada as a Nigerian, there's no difference to pay.
But
Assuming Canadian tax rate is lower, I would have been compelled to pay the difference.
But Patoski, listen to this. I see where this thing is going already. I said it earlier. The goal here is to get the database ready. Eventually, you will pay minimum tax. It doesn't matter if the Canadian tax or American tax is higher than Nigeria. You will pay the minimum. They're going to require minimum tax.
No, what you will pay in the year is the maximum tax. They will now know how to share the money among themselves. Of the two countries, you pay the maximum of the two countries' tax. You
But that's what
understand
I'm
what I'm saying?
saying. If your country that you're living in has a higher tax than
You
Nigeria,
will
so
pay that maximum.
But
so,
no, but the thing
oh
is
no,
this,
Then
what I
that
believe is
country
this.
will
you
I
share
pay
thought
to the
Nigeria.
country of your residence. But my point
That
here is
country
that
will share
it
Nigeria something.
really okay. Well,
Yeah,
okay.
it will be there.
No,
Because you are their
no.
person, and you are
Prince,
no,
contributing to
Patoski,
the.
Look, my question is, look, I live in Europe now, for example, and I'm not in any income in Nigeria.
we know you
Definitely,
live
I
in Europe
enter
now.
the Europe.
So
I'm
why
not going
are
to
you
pay
telling us
anything.
again?
You are not
I'm
going to
not
pay
going
any
to pay
tax
anything.
directly to Nigeria.
But the thing is this: if I have a property in Nigeria, see the danger. I'm just talking about this side, not Nigeria, because there's the way we have been living for years. You know, if you are earning something in Nigeria and maybe rent or whatever, then Nigerian government is going to collect tax on that. That one is straightforward.
Yes.
And if they collect it for years and they are able to have this data, and tomorrow they are trying to link it up. We don't know the agreement we're going to sign with Europeans. So everybody, but if they are the first to tell the government here that you gave something, there is a serious offense here.
No, Midwest, look at it this way. If you have, let's say you have a house in a Lekki or VGC, you earn 100 million on your property every year. You declare to the government of where you are. Now, Patoski, this is where you are going to airports.
Yeah.
Now, as Midwest doesn't live in Nigeria. He has left Nigeria for the past 40 years. He has not stepped in, but he has house in Lekki and is earning 100 million every year. Now, who collect tax on that 100 million?
No, Nigeria will collect tax on that 100 million.
Nigeria will collect.
But if they have a mutual agreement,
No. The thing is that no. It's any income where is now. It's any income in Nigeria. You know, every income now combined together. So assuming it's declared the 100 million here, where it's in Europe, it now
No, I don't understand. He lives in Europe. He's any income in Europe. Then he has a property in Nigeria. He's now any income
in Nigeria, and it's any income too. And all his income is that combination of where he stays in Europe and the one in Nigeria.
So
now,
the point is
how
this.
will he resolve that tax situation?
This is the point. When he's filing his tax in the UK, he will report both all his income in the UK and that income that he has is earned in Nigeria. And then UK will evaluate him as if he's any rental income in UK. But so the tax that he has paid on that rental property in Nigeria, he will now submit it with IRS So those ones will now look at the difference. So they will only tax him on the difference.
Yes, the net.
Yeah, they will tax him on the net because it's presumed that you have also paid some rental income,
Yeah.
tax on some rental income in Nigeria. So if he has not, then they will tax him everything and share Nigeria on to Nigeria among themselves. That's why working with this other country is important. So you can't say,
We
oh,
are,
countries share
I
data
said it.
everything.
If anything good is coming to Nigeria, even me and you, we should ready to make
We
sacrifice.
must
That
pay for it
country,
too.
everybody. So
You
We must
see,
pay
my
for it.
problem with all of you people
But
have
with
been
that too, dead body go
you
surplus.
people
So
have been indulging yourself in your ignorance. And I'm sure,
Eba Minyoluwa
very, very
logo.
sure. You've been
Someone
indulging
kept
yourself in your
forefather
ignorance.
quiet for
Now,
like almost 1 hour.
yeah, exactly. You see, I've been very, very quiet. And I allowed people to share your
Father,
ignorance. So
you
where
have the
have you
floor. You have the
settled?
floor. Continue.
Have you people decided that you are going to sell us away again? Is that what you people have decided? Because clearly, what Sadi Abacha was saying, that's his suggestion.
A certified international accountant is ignorant. A tax
Yes, he is. Because you see,
play.
the
So
thing about see, hold on.
ChatGPT accountant, they
Sadi
argue with
Abacha. Hey, hold on. You see, what you have to understand in this life is that there is difference between wisdom and knowledge. You have to understand that. And there's also a difference between idea and knowledge. What our Nigerian people have is knowledge. They don't understand wisdom. Because if you don't know how to apply knowledge, you will seem like you're educated, but somehow you always reach disastrous conclusions for your people. This is what people do all the time. And this is why I can argue with a doctor. Not because I think I know medicine more than he does, but if he makes interpretation that I feel is wrong, you have to know when to call him out. Now that being
okay.
said,
Okay, let me ask you something for further. You have an orthopedic doctor, you understand, and I say, okay, the best thing for you to do so that you will be able to use your hips up to 60 years, 70 years is to do hip surgery and do hips replacement. You now argue with that doctor that, oh, you want to do traction. You understand?
No.
Now,
I will not. That suggestion, I will not.
Hold on now. Are you saying you know better? You know better than the doctor? Or maybe doctor say you have to go to C-section. You say, oh, doctor, no, I heard that someone you say one agbo and they were able to go that. You understand? Who were you going to believe? Assuming someone was suggesting that to you. A doctor says
if the doctor suggests that, for me to do those things, I need to go to a doctor that we know has been killing people repeatedly and finishing all of my family members.
I know you will go for agbo. You will go for agbo. I know you.
Hold on now. If he says I should go to a doctor to go and do those hip replacement,
anyway, thank you, Patoski.
That is killing people. Hold on. You see, people don't like wisdom. You're against wisdom. That's the problem. If that doctor says I should go to a family doctor, a doctor that has been known to be killing people, I will tell him good advice, but wrong destination. That is the point. You have to know where you're going.
You see how I kept quiet when Patoski was talking because I know Patoski, I know it's his profession, and I know the level. You understand? See, but like I told you, Pato, see, you are talking anyway. I don't know. I know them very well. I know the entire family, so I know what when we are talking when it's come to this field, you understand? They are qualified.
When it comes to tax regimes, you share information of the people. Oh, come on.
They are qualified to be the professor of the field. So,
but I agree with
when I told you don't
this guy.
You understand? So let me tell you one thing. Patoski has worked for multinational. That's what that is basically what he has done. Hold on. And what he's doing here? And what he's doing here is practicing. So when you are talking of your knowledge and wisdom, I don't know. You have knowledge, you have wisdom, but you are not.
So Patoski says you should jump inside fire. Will you jump inside fire because he works in
we are
international
talking of someone that has handled multi-million-dollar.
So you will jump inside fire if you say jump inside fire.
Audit. We are talking of someone that handled billion in a
ancestor.
What if you tell me that I have billions? Jump inside fire. Will you jump?
Are you went to ChatGPT and you are claiming to have knowledge and wisdom?
I'm asking you now. If I'm not arguing his qualification, I'm arguing his conclusion. Because that conclusion, I know Nigerian very well. Now,
Ancestor,
experts are reading wrong conclusions.
Ancestor, I agree with you to some extent. At this moment, the government of Nigeria.
Why will you agree with him? Why will you agree with him?
No, look at what I want to say here. That's what the part I agree with him is what I want to tell you. Indeed, we need some wisdom here. The government should not expose the diaspora at the early stage of the whole thing because we are still on the trial stage. And that is the only
Midwest. Let me tell you one thing.
What do you mean by trial
If
stage?
Nigerian government say,
What do you mean by trial stage?
by exposing us, like they are just starting. For example,
So
let me
what
tell
if they start
you.
with people at home and leave the diaspora?
No, they you see, if the system fail, even along the line, complex or whatever way, if they start exposing diaspora, Nigeria will be so vulnerable. Let me tell you, most of those things where Nigerians get for home, country where they do.
What are you hiding? What are you hiding that you are afraid of? No, because the way we talk sometimes,
the guy
they never owe you. Now when they go send you letter because of $100, now your eyes go declare.
Midwest, hold on. This is a disclaimer. You are not a criminal. You are not a terrorist. You are not a fraudster. Now, as James Alisha will say, the guilty are always afraid. Only criminals will be afraid of this thing we are talking about. So, cool down. Don't be afraid. If you don't have any skeleton in your cupboard, you understand? Do you know how many background check I don't do that they go ask for my even mother's maiden name? Have you ever done background check like that? My mother's maiden name. When they ask for your mother's maiden name, they don't open everything about you, your immigration profile. They don't profile you at the international community. So why are you? Why are you afraid of?
Wait now, make I tell you my fear a little bit. Not to let me. See, we Nigerians, most of us, we get small things for us. It can be landed property, it can be little thing. Under normal circumstances, if you're a full resident of this place, you're supposed to let them know that you have such a thing. Whether you are generating income from it, you understand me? So normally, I can tell you 90% of our people, we're almost guilty of this already. And if we, because of the nature of things we find ourselves, because those things you can't even value them, that's why some of them we don't even report it here. Let me just put it, not that because we are bad, because of the system we have been practicing. Now, if they bring in this new system, it's going to start capturing things. And if they have a link with some of these Western countries, before you can explain it to them, it's going to take time. I don't know that you get what. That's just the only little worry I have. That's why I said, okay, let them do it. Let us see where they are going. We know what to do. That's not that I have skeleton. I don't have any skeleton.
Midwest. You see, some of these agreements exist before. What makes this France own difference? Because
but our system was not really exposing things.
Hold on, Uncle, hold on. They are just trying to now build capacity because we have this thing, but we've not been implementing the you understand. So they want to build in such a way that when it's AI will be able to AI work faster than human beings. So
seriously, if you were around 300 years ago, you would be a proper slave trader. You'll be like, they will give you proper mansions for it. It's the kind of stuff you talk about just to make yourself feel good.
You nobody you sell us into slavery.
How can you say no? Look at where's Madam Tinubu? She's there now. Look at that. Look at that's a Bewa leader. So my point is that how can you look at something that is endangering your people and you feel so comfortable? You should be paranoid at all times.
Now, Uncle, where are the facts?
Why are we not more paranoid?
Where are the facts?
The facts are that I just told you, France has been known to impoverish many African nations. Do you know? Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. No, you've been talking. Do you know they told the Burkinabes that they are not allowed to buy any weapon that can kill anybody?
But they are not allowed. Burkina Faso now.
Hold on. Now let me finish. You tell a nation grown full of about at least 15 million people, tell them that they are not allowed to buy a gun that can kill people. You treat them like babies. It turns out that the only weapon that they had was the weapon that the Soviet Union gave them since the 70s or so. By the time they kicked them out of that country, that's how they infantize. Hold on, just stop interrupting me. That's how they infantize our nations. And you sit there, act as if these people are benign. My God, I don't know, man. You will sell slaves. You will be the kind that will set slave, and you will not care about the consequences. Even when the result, the answer is there in front of you, telling you that these people are dangerous, so stop giving your people to them. You will still do the same.
The thing is this, forefather, those days, they were those people, our ancestors. Okay.
Midwest, hold on now. I've been trying to engage him, and you just jump in. Now, forefather, look at it this way. We'll be dealing with these people, right? Now, I want you to know, all those francophone countries you are talking about, they were colonized by France. And during their independence, whatever agreement they signed, now them sabi, they never colonized us. So we're not coerced to getting any independence from them. We'll be dealing with these people. I've told you that what technology we are even using for our passport data and even our national identity card is from France. You understand? And
that is not financial information.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth. So what will I do?
So because you have surrendered some information to them, you want to. It's bad enough you have surrendered some already. Hold on. Okay, let me ask you. Do the French have information with the Chinese? Why do you think they are backing up? You see, other people have common sense. The reason why they have issue with China right now, because China is developing, they don't want China to be able to swallow them. They understand that. But we are so muish. We are so muish.
Can you tell forefather what people were saying when they were building? Well, can you tell forefather what people were saying when they were building Third Milan Bridge? The level of opposition. Can you advise the forefather then?
Wow.
In fact, they were no. We are saying financial this now. If Simba can just tell you, you understand?
What is the relevance of Third Milan Bridge to what I'm saying?
Hold on, because no, the relevance is that we are always finding one kind of conspiracy theory against any government. This thing. Look at what.
No. I didn't have any issue with the tax reform bill. I didn't have any issue with the student loans system. So it's when your leader is telling you clearly.
Every one of them are praising now. Only God
when your country is clear, when your president is clearly selling you away to a foreign nation that he goes to for treatment all the time, and you can't tell the difference, then
I can't going back. Whether you change your mind or
no. I want to pronounce
this. Then you come back on this same platform and come and say to anything is working.
Yes, let me tell you something.
Breaking news. The federal government of Nigeria has sold forefathers to France.
Thank you. Look at that. You see, he has no issue with that. You see, he has no issue with that because he would rather sell our people away. These are the kind of people that are okay. This is not funny business, man. This is serious. This is why our country never develops.
I agree. Forefather, look at it from this. Forefather, look at it from this angle. Look, yes, France, when it comes to his relationship with so many African countries, it has soured. We can fill the gap with proper negotiation because at this junction, they want to be nice. They want to appear good. And if you even all this country you are pointing to, one way or the other, France was also assisting them. But the problem is that maybe the policy was these people should not grow. I can't doubt that because to some extent, that is some levels of their own agreement. The world is changing.
Nigeria, French. Yeah. Let me ask Nigeria to Nigeria. The country colonized by other countries like UK, even Portugal and all those things. Are they very better than the French colonized country?
Oh no. That's the wrong question. Forefather, I'm going to ask my own question, please. Which country do you live in now? The UK.
Yes.
Okay, so if you are so worried about your data, your information not being shared, did you apply for a visa to go to the UK?
I'm in the UK. They have my information.
So you apply for a visa. You give them your date of birth, your name, everything. Why were you not worried about those information then?
Because I'm an individual, not the entire nation is being sold.
So you don't care about your own. You don't care about giving your own data to them, but you are worried that the government is sharing your data with them.
Yes, because the data that you are sharing affects the entire Nigeria.
Yeah, but are you not part of that Nigeria? Why did you go and volunteer to give them your own data?
Individuals can share their information. Like everybody knows the details of President Trump and all the rest. It's an individual. It's not the entire nation. Do you have access to American data? You don't. These are relatively common
No,
sense
no,
things.
no, no. Don't say that. Don't say that. Look, there are so many French companies, software that are operating in America, and they're doing fantastically. It depends on the history of that company we want to deal with. As I'm telling you, let me tell you, my brother, as it is today, France is already in a tight corner when it comes to Africa. And any country that want to give him a hand and you want to negotiate fairness, they are willing. And if they are
Now,
able to
let me
wait
give you
now,
a reason to that.
let me round my point a little bit. What I believe is this my own opinion, it may not be right. So if they are able to push their image in Nigeria, they will sell more because you can't just blame them for the failure of all African leaders. They were also helping. A leader that you pay money, all they negotiate for is how they will be the owner of the money. And when you are negotiating for your country, it's a different thing. You can't just blame them for everything. Who want to marry 10 wives and look at the biggest person, you want to be there forever. So you can't blame France for everything. We should also check the way we reason as an Africa. You can't just say because Tinubu is dealing with France, is dealing with wrong people. That assumption is very wrong.
No, let me give you my reasoning.
Well.
Let me give you my reasoning. One, the French has not been known to enable any country to develop that wasn't developing by itself already. You can give me one or two, but you see, that's the thing about the French. They are quite unique in that nature. But if you look at the Americans and maybe even the British, some of the nations they work with, like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, even, they work with nations that have a level of progress. Even if you look at Brazil under the American hemisphere, Brazil is relatively advanced. Like, it's a nuclear threshold nation. Now, if Brazil wants to build nuclear weapons, they can build nuclear weapons. The same thing with this in Japan. So you have to look at the nature of the country. Like, if you look at China right now, you cannot say China helps any country to get nuclear weapons or help any country to fully develop. China is not known to do that. They do business with you, but they don't necessarily focus on helping to
Stop
develop.
saying develop. Okay. It's developed. What you develop?
So you want us to start with North
develop,
Korea?
develop, okay. No, my point is that you have to look at the nature of the character or the nation that you're trying to deal with. If you have any nation, that's why I'm asking you now. If you have any nation, France has been known to develop.
Wait now, let me reply you. Can I reply you? After the Second World War, when the German fell, the America, the British and French, they supported German to grow. Then in Japan, you just mentioned, the America, the British and French, they put their hands together.
Those are
to support their development.
It's American that gave what do they call it, Marshall Plan or something. It's America. It's not the French at all. It has nothing to do with the French.
Okay, if that's what you want, look at Canada. See, my dear brother, after the Second World War, most of these industrialized countries today, France played a huge role in their
Which country are you talking about? Which countries? Which country?
German, Japanese, and mostly these two countries. They supported them.
Germany was more advanced than China than France. Germany was more advanced than France during the Second World War.
After the Second World War, they have nothing. They were destroyed now.
Yeah, they were destroyed, just like France was destroyed too. Germany was more advanced than China, than France during that time. How would France help them develop?
Not the way United Kingdom was also destroyed. But the thing is this: they almost catch up France. But after the war, they were able to also play a role to support the development of this country. Why they were strongly on there? Every country was strong, even the Americans themselves. So, but yet they still play a role. If you say France has never developed any country, don't bring it to Africa continent, because no country there is moving forward. So I don't know whether it's British colony, whether it's Africa.
That's what I'm saying.
But outside Africa continent, in terms of scientific advancement, they have played a role. So I don't know what you're talking about.
They may have been involved in scientific work and even work with the European Union to develop the Concord and all the. Yeah, they work with Europeans. I'm talking about nations that came out of what they call it, the control of the West.
That is why I told you.
Let me finish what I'm saying now. Let me finish what I'm saying. Like nations that emerged from colonization, nations that emerged from war, like China and all those things. None of these nations, France is the one that stepped out to assist anybody. They
mute yourself. Don't mute yourself.
They don't help anybody else. It's sad to say, I've not seen any results that the French have actually helped develop properly. There's zero in this world that I can see.
Give me one country that Britain developed.
Yeah, I can't even give you one country that Britain developed. And am I telling you to go and advocate for Britain? I'm saying in the US, as we know it, if you are useful to them, you can see them working with countries. In the Middle East, in Asia, you can see it. You have example. Why don't you have example with these other groups? You don't, because they are colonists. They don't understand that their whole approach is they want to oppress you.
To Nigeria, don't be worried. Let me tell you, the best choice for me is France. At this moment, France has no choice. One, the economy is not doing well back home. Their influence in Africa is dwindling. And if Nigeria should give them a hand, I think they will treat it with caution. That is just my belief.
They lost
they
three
will.
nations. They lost three nations that
Because
are less
we
than
are
the
no
population
longer,
of Nigeria
wait,
put
we are no
together.
longer,
And
we
now
are not in
Nigeria,
a,
Tinubu wants to hand us back to them.
we are not in a media, we are not in a media age, and they know the consequences. It's not like before. If it is win-win game,
How can you after everything you've heard, you are still even entertaining them? My God.
What have you heard? I don't
You
know
are still
what you
even
have.
entertaining the French. You know their
What you- I
history
don't-
with us, and you are still entertaining them when you have
Forget about the
259
past.
countries to go, almost 200 countries out there.
Forget about the past.
Wow.
America that brought whatever in Japan is
Man,
still
if
helping them.
you can think like that,
Yeah.
no, you see that's the thing about America. You have examples. If you're useful to America, they will assist you. But the French, they don't seem to understand that subject matter at all. All they care about is exploitation, which is silly, really. Because if we're helping other African countries today, do you think we'll be having this conversation? But because they were so selfish, they didn't help any African country at all.
In clear time, what are they going to exploit here? You tell me the risk now. What exactly will Nigeria lose? I've asked you today.
Okay, let me tell you what Nigeria will lose. If they just lost about 3 francophone nations that are in total, their population may amount to 60 million. Now Tinubu is handing over 230 million to them. Do you understand what that means? In other words, they could use that information that they are collecting from us to leverage it against our state, and in other words, keep us where we are, at the same time use it to influence events on the continent. If for the life of me, how can you surrender potentially sensitive information like financial information to a foreign government? This is
And
this kind of stuff you don't.
No.
To Nigeria, we don't. Me and you now, we don't even have tax number. So why are you so worried?
Don't let this guy escape. Hold on. Tell me this thing in clear time without using big grammar. We had the air security. They can use it in what time? So because for Nigeria,
Okay, let me release them. Let me read them again. Since the last time I read them, you didn't hear the danger this imposes. Okay, now let me break it down for you.
Hold on. We are talking to a primary one person. Assume I'm a primary one person. Now explain to me to understand. Don't talk to an adult. Talk to me like a primary one person. What are we going to lose by doing this?
Our data privacy, data sovereignty, and you could
lose. That's a big grammar.
Data sovereignty means you don't control your data. It means other people have control over your data. They could decide that you don't have access to it anymore, and you will cease having access to it. Your own data, they can seize it because it belongs to them.
Okay,
that is what it means.
Let me give you an example. I want to start selling tomato paste now. Now I go to an area and I see these people, they go. Instead, okay, I'm within a kilometer to them, and I notice that these people, they go to like a 30 kilometers place to buy average of 2,000 tomato paste every week, and I'm within a kilometer to them. Already, I see a need now that these people really need tomato paste too. And the data I have now, because of that volume of tomato paste now, and I say, okay, I'm going to take this pain of traveling like 30 kilometers to buy it, and I cite a company within the environment so that instead of going 30 kilometers, they can now be buying that tomato paste from me. That's a data use story. Now, it's clear that why I needed that data is to make sure that, okay, the consumer, I can now put my factory and provide for them. That's a clear case of data use. Now, what is the clear case of data use that we're afraid that France, who, if they have access to our data, will they come to our farm to carry our produce or what? I want to know what exactly. What exactly is
Ola, can I help you here, please, Ola? To Nigeria, wait.
Yes, sir.
Data. What's data? Who doesn't have your data? Which country? Was Nigeria just bettered yesterday? You key into TikTok, 33 million Nigerians every day. MTN, you key in everything you have to get a number. We have credit bureau. I think 3 register with CBN. Have you been to their office and see the computer corridors built so large? Do we have those capacity? Even CBN, even your payment system, PayPal and all the rest, you think they don't have data? It is the tax that will bring in data to the hands of everybody. We don't have the capacity. What nations do, after many years of perfecting the system you installed, you build firewalls on your own, your understudy engineers. And even that's not working because there is always upgrade every 6-9 months. These machines are always upgraded, new technologies, and no one country is an island. The moment new technology comes out, if you can't copy it, you acquire it, you build them. The framework of most of these systems, you see, they are like slides. They remove them and put in another one. If you've been to a credit bureau, for instance, even have your credit, how much you are owing, because they are the one that will build up your credit to get a loan from a bank. So when people say data, I laugh. It's the easiest thing to acquire. Even all of us, 9 or 8 of us here right now, as we are speaking, as we logged in, we've submitted our data to a certain platform. Nobody is safe. The world is not safe anymore. Nobody's invisible. Thank you.
More of the hold on, Baba. That's what I've been trying to tell to Nigeria. That every day we expose voluntarily our data all around the internet, social media, and even the government. We are very much exposed. And I said, the French company is more likely to do a better job because they have fiduciary duty to the citizens to secure their data. And if we want to talk about data vulnerability, I just told you too that in America here, left and right, millions and millions of data have been stolen. People are very exposed with their personal information, their social security number, everything's out there. So this one that you're hanging on to Nigeria, you're just wasting your time.
Can I talk, please? See, what we are talking about is real-time data. When somebody steals your data, generally they use it for trying to do something else with it. They don't have real-time access to that data. They just have access to the information they've just stolen. But this time, what we are talking about is real-time information that they have access to. And in other words, your data sovereignty is compromised. Then the AI audit system, from what I gather, it could also be arbitrary because
what are you talking about? Have you heard about dark web? Have you heard about dark web?
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. See, because the AI system is arbitrary, because it has to make decisions based on its intelligence or the algorithm, isn't it? What if he decides that they decide to manipulate in such a way that it does certain things to certain groups or certain groups to certain sectors? You don't have a clue what you're doing. It's like our people, when we do something, we don't even understand the ramifications of what we are giving up. We just do stuff without thinking deeply about it.
Okay, to Nigeria, you just mentioned Singapore. Do you know any information about any Singapore companies that can handle this for us? Or Singapore themselves, they are also using some of these software from France, from Europe, from America. Do they have
Singapore is not likely to be using anything from France, but maybe they may be using something from other people.
Okay.
And hold on. Let me tell you something about Singapore. If they are going to be using anything, whatever they are going to be using, the methods that they are using is something you want to learn from, because they will do everything in such a way that protects their sovereignty.
And that's what Nigeria wants to do as well.
But Nigeria is not doing that. Nigeria is going to the woo, not going to the people that know how to deal with the woo.
To Nigeria, look at where I'm standing. When you are negotiating a deal, they will call leverage sometimes. With the current situation, France happens to find himself in Africa.
How is this even hard?
Let me land my point. Let me wait a little bit. If Tinubu want to negotiate anything for the interest of Nigeria, I think he has some leverage here. I'm telling you the truth. That's why I said I don't see anything wrong. I don't see anything wrong with choosing France, but the thing is, we should negotiate our own interest properly. Protection of the data and how they can support us, what we can benefit, and then how their own company can also take an advantage of that market as well, make profit, we tax them and all those things. In most cases, we can even ask for know-how transfer in some area because tax job is very complex. You know, when it comes to this declaration of the year, rente or whatever they call it in English, tax refund in English, we call it rente year. Yeah, that is the most complex.
Midwest.
You know what I say? You know what I say? Hold on now. Okay, I'll just.
Father, me, I don't tire to talk with you for this topic. I don't tire to talk with you.
10 seconds. You see, well, let me tell you this to you all. The love of Jagaban is the root of all sins. Because you love Jagaban so much, you are willing to ignore dangers to your own people. Because you love one man.
I share your concern, and I share your concern. So, but not the way you are going.
I was engaging him. Now, forefather, hold on, please. Now, the question is this: I gave you a use case the other time, and you are still here to give me a use case. Let me give you another use case now. Now, if a Yahoo boy got your credit card data, got your name, got your data, got your PIN, and got your CVV, they could use that one to withdraw money. They could use that one to do cash transfer, right?
Yes.
So that's a usable data. But now, if a Yahoo boy now managed to get your name online and get your phone number, it's not a usable data. You got that fact now.
It's usable.
Because, okay, I don't know. You will explain. Now, what I'm saying is this: when you are saying it's usable, you know all those Truecaller. You can even buy the phone the directory, a phone number directory online, and you see all those data. Some will even include your address. Some will not include your address. Now, that one is not usable. You understand? It's not usable. Now, when they say they share data, sometimes I want you to know this very well. Now, between bank and processor, for example, they share data. Do you know that your PIN number, once you put your PIN number, the way it is encrypted, someone in the back end will not know your PIN number. Just like when you are doing all those double factor authentication, it's only the server only that will even know whatever you are authenticating. So sharing data, sometimes you have to be very, that's why we have data governance. Maybe you are using PC, DISS or whatever, you understand, whatever data standard you are using. So, so when they are saying they are going to share data, they will share the data part that will not be injurious to you. Because I'll be asking, that's why I've been asking you for use case. Now, another use case, you are using American satellites. Now, when they kidnap their citizen, because of the data they got from satellite, they went to that place and look at those guys. They gave them gas to sleep, took their citizen, shot all those guys, and send them to go and meet a 77 virgin or whatever, right? So that's a data that's a data use. You understand? So you understand? Now, the fact that Nigeria will be exchanging tax data, you understand? Assuming that was true, does not necessarily mean that it's going to be injurious. What they want to know is this: okay, forefather he live in France. He said this is what he earns. Do you know this kind of man that called forefather? Can you please let us know what he earned from that part? You understand? It's not injurious. It's government to government transaction. But you are looking at it as if, okay, if you now send your data to France, now that data in France now will go and prime card. I will just use your card and withdraw all the money of Nigerians from
and that's the thinking of many people.
See, guys, I think we've been in a dead horse with this two Nigerian nonsense about security stuff. Man. It's not it's just not a topic.
Prince
Daddy, let me shock you. If you happen to stumble one day, you wake up in the midnight. If it's those days that they take data from our phones, your phone will be off for 5-7 minutes. Your phone will be off. Somebody switch it off. The same system that makes that will turn a leap year around. The same system that will change our clock when we change from -1 + 1 of the Eastern time to West African or European time automatically. What do you think? Once you have a phone, you are not safe.
Baba,
You're
you
not
know,
safe.
see,
Have you people heard
America.
of what they call deep search?
Hold on. See, America is the most vulnerable country in this. I would
in
say,
the
you guys can
world.
correct me if I'm wrong when it comes to data breach or data
Americans are
security.
Europeans, my brother, and the West, the
Yes.
European country.
Okay, exactly. So tonight, I just like to talk in circles, man. I don't know what this point is, but the point here is, look, the issue is us paying taxes, the diasporans, not about some silly data security. That's not even the problem. You know, you're talking about the dark web. Do you know what goes on here? I mean, this lady, and her name is what? Kim Iverson. She lives in California. She has a show that she does on YouTube and other platforms. Somebody stole her data, and in Texas bought a brand new car. This kind of things happen all the time.
How can you not know the difference between that and surrendering your whole nation's details? And it's not just details. You're talking
You
about
keep saying about surrendering, and that's the part that doesn't make any sense. That's the part that doesn't make any sense.
Do you know people go to jail due to tax? Hold on.
Do you have the
Do you know
capacity
people go
to build
to
your
jail
system?
due to tax issues? Do you know people go to jail due to tax? That's information that you are presenting to foreigners. That's the kind of information you're presenting to foreigners.
These are talking about government, not an individual or an organization.
If you want to talk about compromise,
regulated.
The Chinese have more data on Nigerians and Africans than any other damn country in this world for free.
At least we are not handing it over to them.
So if you hand it over, if you hand it over, and if you steal it, doesn't.
Yes, actually, there's a big difference. Don't you get that? You see, this is why I say our people lack wisdom.
But hold on. This is hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me chime in. Hold on. This is why you're a joke tonight, Jack. Because so if I gave you my if I gave you my data, that means you have obligation of fiduciary duty to me to protect the data. If something goes wrong, I can come after you and sue you, right?
Wait. Let me give an analogy. It's like a child that steals meat from the pot. Wait, a child that steals meat from the pot. And one day, just cook the pot filled with meat and say, Joe, the pot is there. Put it on the table and walk away. You will come back. You will find that pot still filled with the meat. Do you understand what I'm trying? The analogy. A child that steals your meat every time. Okay. And you carry the whole pot and give to that child one day and say, look, the pot is there on the table. That day, that child will not touch it because he will be overwhelmed.
Oh my God. Is that what you're thinking?
Because you don't have the capacity to build ordinary laptop.
Oh my God! People.
Do you have the capacity to build a laptop?
This is bad, though. This is bad. This is bad.
This is reality.
This is bad, though.
You have capacity to build ordinary laptop.
This is bad, though.
You don't have the capacity. Somebody has to build the system for you.
I don't know whether we have to move away to Naija. Look,
or we will start using the accountant of those days.
He's just let me give the killer or the thief something to steal.
Wait a little bit. For you to know how how vulnerable we are. I saw something, they call it deep search. So I've not been to that kind of something before. So I put my name there. You know what happened? The limited company I registered in Nigeria some years ago came out. My name, full name here in abroad. The business I'm running currently. I was 3 days ago here. I just tested it.
See, that's what I'm saying. If you go to the dark web, Nigeria is just talking, he's just running his mouth. It's not serious.
That is public information already. That's not you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about
and with that public information, you can do more damage.
You wait a little bit. The funniest thing, the business I'm running now, the number or some certain number appears there, the address where it is. It describe whatever you want to describe. And now, if I want to go further and I register with those people and I pay the fees, my brother, we are not living in a place where are we not this online law? They have already captured our data. I see it. If they want to register our voice,
another argument that they already have some information, so let's just surrender everything.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Just stop arguing against me and just agree with me. This is silly.
Tell us to look.
Why we even argue?
Wait, tell us the solution. We
Look
can
at
wait to
this
build
two
our
Naija.
own.
I already gave
We
you
can wait to
solution.
build our own
In
computer
your
first
village
or
where you
what?
come from in Nigeria,
I
did they
already
build
told
laptop
you.
there?
I already told you if you want alliance or want to share
What do you
information.
mean they build
Hold
laptop?
on
Can they build
now.
catapult?
See,
Do
Oh,
they know how to
I
build
beg
catapult?
you, just for
Go there and tell those
argue.
children, the children grown up in his village and say build catapult, whether they will build it. They don't know anything.
Hold on. If you want,
let me give another example.
let me give
Forefather,
solution now. Let me give
Forefather,
solution.
look now. Hold on. You are talking of your tax information. Do you know that
Mhm.
most solutions they use to prepare your payee were not built in Nigeria? You understand? And although you may say it is modular, right? Like TurboTax,
Microsoft
for
Word.
example.
Yeah.
Hold on now. The TurboTax, for example, now they have some other kind of thing. You use it to file your tax. You use it to, some of they have this thing, payee management solution and all that thing like that. They call it. What's the name? Do we even call it the credit camera? We have something like credit camera. Hold on. Intuit, yeah, that Intuit, all those stuff. Now, you know, even right from where you are preparing your pay stub, your tax information, everything is there in the hand of third-party companies. And if these third-party companies, they are controlled by all these foreign companies, they want to conspire against you, they will have conspired against you a lot of time. So it's just a matter of getting data and getting data. They will go. They will get
Genius. Can I ask you a question?
No, forefather.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
It's a very, very simple question.
You will ask. Let me tell you something. And this guy that is so pompous, it is, you understand. I was actually trained in transaction data security. Okay.
Yeah, you're a trader. That's
No. When we end this thing, you understand. You may ask for it. I can show you my certificate. In 2009.
I'm not disagreeing with you. That makes it even worse.
No, yeah, because I'm telling you now, I'm just telling you that all this, 2009 was when all this cyber security was not that this popular, right? I'm just telling you that this data you are talking about, you are just exaggerating. You are just being dramatic.
Okay, I'm exaggerating now. Let me say this. Do you know, Ola, if you said something, something against Jagaban, that your microphone is not going to get out there and start beating you up. You know that, don't you? I'm just confirming that you are aware of that.
The only thing I agree with Senegal, hold on. The only thing I agree with Senegal is that I don't care for the French. I'm not a fan of the French people, so you can both agree on that.
I don't have anything against the French people. I have something against our people. I have something against our people acting like moose, keep giving people things that can swallow us whole. These people are capable of destroying continents.
Yeah, right.
And you want to hand sensitive information of your people over to them, and not only of your people. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I've not landed. Let me land.
You've already said enough. We know where you're going to. We already heard you.
We all know where I'm going. I'm saying that you are not only handing our own information, you're also handing information of other nations, other people that have come to Nigeria, to them. And when they will use that as leverage against those nations, in other words, to even make us even beholden further to them. Can you imagine like a French, Chinese company in Nigeria?
For example, listen, an American or a British data, personal information is probably 100 times to 1,000 times more important than an average Nigerian data. So I don't know what the heck you're talking about.
Because we will never grow now. That's your future.
When we grow rich there, then we can talk.
Information is not important. So why protect yourself?
Okay,
your opportunity is not important.
What do you suggest in this case? What do you suggest the tax people should do? Tell us what we should do.
Thank you very much for that question.
Calm down. Let's hear him.
What I said was the only advantage they have right now is the AI platform that it has. And if you are going to use it, you can do it within your own country. The only reason why the Nigerian government is not allowed to do that is because they told the Nigerian government that you have to link it to us. Otherwise, we are not giving you the software to use on your own listing. Otherwise, why are they not giving it to Nigeria so that it can be self-contained in Nigeria? Ask yourself that. Why are they not doing that? They want us to be linked to them so they can have leverage over us.
So they should give you the hard work
like Microsoft Word.
Wait.
Word and Microsoft Excel. Why can't they just give us the software?
I'm interrogating what you are saying.
Good.
A nation that invested tens of billions of dollars to develop a system because they like your black face and white teeth.
then they should hand it over to you wholesale. Right? Is that what you're saying?
This one has a problem with blackface and white. You see, all these old people, I said they should not be allowed
I'm
to
making
come to this platform.
description. Don't you read? Don't you have imagination?
Yeah.
Don't
But
you
you are
love
the one that
figure of speech?
blackface
Are
and
you not a
white.
student of literature, or
Okay,
you just
fine.
read all this funny stuff
Fine.
about gun and bullet and iron?
Fine. Your question is about why they should give it to us for free. If they are not going to give us to us for free, they will buy it. If you cannot buy it, then keep it. Use some other tax. Listen, after all, they were collecting tax in the 80s efficiently in the West. What software were they using? Use that software. After all, they were able to do it in Lagos. Alphabet was able to do it. They didn't need the French then to do it. We can figure it out ourselves. You have to ask yourself,
let me bust your bubble. Let me bust your bubble.
Okay,
the same Lagos state government is using a system from France through Alphabet. In Osun, in I think about 5 states.
Okay, are you saying that they are using the same system and forwarding their tax information to France already?
No. I'm not saying that is tied. The same company they just signed an MOU with. No, a different company entirely. So I will leave it just at that.
The software they are using is actually self-contained. That's why it wasn't controversial. If they were taking Nigerian information overseas, that would have been a problem. Like there's even a law in Nigeria that prevents this from happening. In other words, change that law.
Wait. This is where you have a problem. This is where you have a problem. Yeah. You said the system they are using is self-contained. You think they hand it over to you and you call them to this system, they upgrade them every 6-9 months. Even ordinary, wait. I want you to understand one thing. We are in a technological race. Even ordinary
it doesn't mean you become a moo because you're in a technological race.
Look, the thing you do, you stoop to conquer. I just told you that. Look,
no, you're not stooping to conquer. You are stooping to become a slave.
Can you let me share my point? Okay, can you allow my point? You have nothing. You are just proud and poor as a people. Proud and poor, or poor and proud. You understand? You don't have a system. What the most African countries do, how do I put it? There's something about the credit bureau, for instance, when they created them. Most of the companies that install the capacity for IT for them are South African companies. They install this whole thing for all bank customers. They have their details. That is credit bureau. So when you apply for a loan or anything, you get your credit rating from the credit bureau. They access your account and they give a record to the bank that through this bank details, from this bank to this bank, this is a transaction, this guy, they do it analytically and advise the bank accordingly. They get paid. Both the customer, the person applying, and the bank that they give the copy to, they get paid. What I'm trying to tell you is that we don't have capacity for this thing. But the thing is, they have understudy.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me finish now. We are learning. They have understudy. Most companies fool themselves by going to another country, another company, to be able to get firewalls to block the original company. But when the software from the original company, they have to upgrade it, you have to bring down your firewalls. Look, this technological thing is complicated, very highly complicated.
You know, when you talk about technology, just assume that I do understand it, probably maybe better than you. And the danger is where many of us that think that we understand it, ascribe it to some kind of fancy stuff that, doesn't do us harm. It's just as dangerous as colonizing soldiers came to Africa. And we don't seem to realize the difference. These people are investing billions to acquire people's data, and you want to surrender it willingly. Now, the point I'm making is that, do you have any problem with, let's say, Nigeria going to, let's say, Singapore, Taiwan, or South Korea to seek the same support?
They are all the same thing as far as I'm concerned.
You see, now that is the problem, isn't it? You don't understand that there is a difference between them.
No, there is no difference between them. There is no difference.
A dog that is used to, or a lion that is used to feasting on human flesh, and the one that is not used to feasting on human flesh, which one do you go after first? Which one would you go to consult?
That doesn't apply here. If I go to if I buy from a Taiwanese company, the Taiwanese company may have American investors, and if they want this, they want it, they get it anytime.
Yes, they have to jump through hoops. And like I said, the two animals, they are not the same. One of them is used to feasting on human flesh. The other one is not. You can't see them as the same, because if you do, you will make the wrong choice. France is used to oppressing African nations. We have seen it. The eco currency that was about to be adopted in ECOWAS by now would have been using common currency that was sabotaged by the French. The reason why ECOWAS is not a defense alliance is because of the French. And these same people that have an empire over us, we want to go to them for this same support. Why don't you just go to other countries? There are many, many countries in the world. Smaller countries that can never dominate you.
So we should never do business with France again. Is that what you're saying?
No, not this time. You can do business. Like if they want to sell something to you, like they want to say, ballistic missile technology, you want to sell it, like, thank you very much. We would like it, please. And
you are a dreamer. You are living in cuckoo land.
Would you like to give us your nuclear submarine? See, he's calling me a dreamer. Hold on, Baba. You call me a dreamer. This is why I say people like you, they should retire you. No, why are you talking? Because France has gone to India.
You have not grown.
Hold on.
I'm talking realistically.
That's the problem. You are too grown. You are overgrown.
Realistically, because wait. Your CBN is using the same. Your CBN is there using technology.
The same
Credit bureau is using technology. All the payments you are using, your passport details, everything is built around computer. So what is it that
the thing about black men like Tunaja is they want to
what your tax credit,
but they don't produce anything.
Tax credit system will do that they don't have.
That they don't have. The same France is offering India nuclear submarines for free just because they see India is worthy. But us, we just surrender our people to them. Do you see India?
Who told you they give them for free?
They gave them, what do you think they are charging them? They're not charging them anything. Did they say they are charging them anything? They said, take it. As long as you use it,
who told you? Look at that. You see, that's where naivety comes in. No country will give you anything for free.
My God. What
it's a trade. It's a trade. What they do underground, you do not know. What they bury inside, you do not know. When the people sell you weapons, they tell you not to upgrade the weapon.
The idea is to bring India closer to them against China. That is the point behind it. Not because they are looking to charge India for it. They want to make India an ally.
Tunaja, look, when it comes to data, even this European country, France themselves, their citizens, they are even vulnerable than Nigerians. Have that one in your mind.
I don't understand.
Like I told you, I just put my name in.
They are doing technology transfer to India. What have they done for us? What technology have they transferred to us?
You hold on a moment first now. You wait. Yes,
you're not asking for anything. You're surrendering your people to them.
Oh, excuse me now. Let me round up a little bit. You see, when you negotiate that know-how transfer with them, they will do based on arrangement. These are the things we have to tell our leader, not to say don't do something with them. At least we have some levels of leverage. As I said, France influence in Africa is dwindling. So if Nigeria can step in with proper arrangement, where what you can win, and at the same time what they can win, it will be win-win for us. So don't just say because
France? Why not choose another country? You guys keep not understanding what I'm saying.
What do you have against France? What do you have against France that I don't have against Taiwan? I don't have against Singapore.
Okay. See,
do you understand strategic reasoning? You have to think strategically. They are dangerous strategically to you.
Tunaja, see the way these things work. You see, most of this software, along the line, you will discover that some products are even from United States. Or
exactly.
something is from what is it called, Japan. Okay, some from Sweden. This is how these Scandinavians are making their money.
Combination.
So because they have some, we should just give everything to them. Oh my God,
Whoa,
that's the argument.
you
People
hold
keep
on a
making this
moment.
argument repeatedly because they have
Okay,
some. Why not give
continue.
everything to them?
I got tired.
That's the
You are
solution.
giving me a deep.
You keep
know, the
saying the
way you
same
say
thing repeatedly. You say it in different ways. All you keep saying is, "Oh, because they have access to this, let's give them more." What
no,
kind
we
of
didn't give
argument
them.
is that?
The president, wait, he didn't give them anything. We
We
want
didn't give
them.
we didn't give them
We
what they
want them
don't have already. We
because
didn't
they
give them anything they don't have
They don't
they
have
already.
don't
access.
have.
They
So
don't have
we
access to our tax records.
What
we
do
don't
you
even
need
have
your
tax
tax
record.
record for when they have your bank
Sunaja,
balance?
what will France do your tax record? Are they going to use it to
No,
what?
Now,
Explain to us.
in the
Mike,
first
do you know that people can go to jail if they
in the
don't?
first stage.
Hold on
People
now.
can go
One
to
at a time. Tonight. Yeah.
Mike, hold on.
Wait. Now let him answer my question quick. I just want to understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, do you know people can go to jail because of tax
Mike,
issues?
hold on. Mike, your microphone is so static. Oh my goodness. If you see the way they pinch here, what happened? Your microphone is bad.
Can you hear me now?
Your microphone is bad.
Oh, I see why. It's my car. It's my truck. Okay, let me turn this thing. Okay, can you hear me better now? Am I better now?
Not
very
that better.
bad, very terrible.
It's like those old school record that has cracked a little bit.
It's sounding like it's in Sambisa forest.
Old school record, Baba is going to relate to this one. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. He knows those records.
Nah.
You know the records, how they sound now.
Nah,
When they are
Walkman.
No, tell us now.
Walkman,
From one Nigeria, $1, pay $1 tax. Tell us, Sunaja, what will France do with it?
Yeah, the tax. You see, when people have access to your tax records and your tax, liabilities, it means that they understand where they can manipulate you. Remember, if you don't pay your tax or you pay your tax,
they tell us how they will manipulate us. Tell us.
That's what I'm saying. Now, you can literally send you to jail, and they can because it's AI.
So France will send us to jail. No, tell France. Don't tell us. You are not telling us France. Tell us what France will do.
I'm telling you now, like if they have access to your tax record, what it could mean is that they will pick and choose who they go after. In other words, and because they control.
So who they be going after?
People that don't serve their interest. They will ensure that the people that only emerge in power are the people that serve their interest.
So hold on. Is France the one enforcing the hold on now? So are they the one enforcing the Nigerian? I mean, the whatever we have with them is within Nigerian this thing. So maybe someone does tax evasion and somehow France detect it. Is it France that will carry out the what they call it judiciary process, or is it Nigeria?
They can have ways of releasing it. They can release it to your enemies. They can release it themselves. Just like how American universities. Hold on, now let me answer the question.
Okay, answer
how American universities are saying that, or CIA, or I think FBI is saying they are not going to release information about Tinubu. When people have information about you, they have power over you. You have to understand that.
So, do you know that every American person? Wait, let me tell you this. Do you know that every American person's tax record is in public, right?
No, not every.
You don't know? Even your own.
No.
Everybody's tax is public record. Everybody's tax information is public record.
Not your tax liability. Not how it's. Not everything is exposed. The way the money moves. That's not how it's not.
Tell me which part of your tax information is private or something. That no one can go look up your tax history, your record.
It's not only tax that it has access to. It has
Mike,
access
which is
to,
more important, your tax record or your bank balance?
See, it's monitoring. It's also monitoring financial.
They have your bank balance at the tip of their hands, of their finger, and you are talking of credit.
Exactly. He's talking as if tax is some kind of private. I'm
not listening.
He's just showing who pay tax. All they will have is.
You're not talking to. You see, they also have information about how finances flow. We are talking about if I list the thing that they are monitoring here.
We are already on gray list. Gray list copy all these things. International transaction.
I also mentioned their AI. Do you know what the AI does? You know what the AI does? The AI picks and chooses. It makes choices based on what it thinks is the right.
Do you know that everybody's cell phone, everybody that have phone, America, the company they are producing phone, they can trace everyone's this in Nigeria. I know that, right?
You know what? what is the point of me telling you?
So Tunaja, you are talking as if we are this kind of people that are already not exposed. Now African, we are not advanced
We
technology
are not
people.
It's
exposed.
because we are isolated or we live in another
Our
planet.
mumu wear
Exactly, Tunaja is
trouser.
sitting here telling us
Our
about how
mumu wear trouser.
someone wants to invade us
I don't know what
technology
he
people.
doesn't want to
They
get
already
into his
ahead of
head.
you, man.
See,
They already know everything about you. They want to smite
so
you
give
from.
them more. Give them more. You see, let me say this. One of the studies I did last week was to study the relationship between the Somalis and the Kenyans and how they relate. And I see the pattern everywhere. There's something wrong with our people. The way people are talking right now, Oyibo people will not talk like that at all. The moment they hear it the first time, they'll be thinking, let's say it was China. They'll be thinking, are you crazy? China has not colonized any of them. Oh. Are you crazy? Are you thinking of giving our information to China? Are you mad? But our people, they do the opposite. Like when I studied the relationship between the Bantus in Kenya and the Somalis, the Bantus are giving the Somalis power, and they are getting more and more powerful. In the next 30 years, they will even get more powerful because of they have a higher birth rate and they empower them politically. But while the Bantus in Kenya, in Somalia, are treated totally differently. And the Kenyans that are in Kenya, they don't support the Bantus in Somalia. But while the Somalis in Somalia support the Somalis in Kenya, it tells me something about the way our people behave. We have very, very negative and destructive relationship with the world. We always opt to have them have an advantage over us without questioning it at all. Something is seriously wrong with us, the way we think. Something that other people will not tolerate, you will tolerate it as if it's nothing. Give them information since they have access to some. I don't see why we should keep doing that. You have to learn to say, you know what? I've seen you guys. You have not done so well with our neighbors. Maybe we should go and try other people. Is it so hard to do that? Is it because it's Janabana is doing it that you just have to double down on France?
Look at you. Look at you. That is you are being petty now. Talking about
I'm
Jagaban.
not being petty.
Listen.
I don't have any rationale for your support for it. It doesn't make sense.
When it comes to harvesting information, there are different layers. I've just told you now the system your CBN is using, the credit bureau, the system they are using, all these PayPal, PenPal, this thing, the system they are using, and a host of others. All the system they are using, they got those systems from different technological countries, and they are using them. So what are you trying to hide? A naked man? What are you trying to hide?
A naked man should be more cautious and get proper clothing than expose himself to the reason why he got naked. Every time you talk, you are not thinking about it from the point of view of preventing things from getting
takes
worse.
time. It is you that is not trying to apply gumption here. What you don't have, you have to acquire it. The world, Nigeria is not in isolation. We don't live on another planet. We're on planet Earth.
I agree
We
you
are
have
part
to
of the
acquire
system.
it. So, Baba, I agree you have to acquire it. Remember, I agree we have to acquire it. The question is, where do you acquire it from? You don't want to acquire it for something that can destroy you. Don't empower the people that can destroy you.
France is a destroyer, right? In your own considered opinion.
They have proven themselves to be that. It's not me. They have proven they too know it.
Let's digress now. All these nations you are thinking, all this AES and all this rubbish, and then if they think they are wise, they have capability, why have not changed their currency? Why haven't they changed the CFA monetary system they are using? Why are they still using it?
Maybe they are not stupid. Maybe they are waiting for the right time
So,
to do it.
do you think other countries are less evil than France? They're the saint country in the world. The rest of them are saints. France is so evil. Then
No. It's not about they are evil. I just told you it's not because they are evil. It's because they are capable. The other nations,
so the other ones are not capable. Wait, the other nations are advanced are not capable.
Singapore can do that much damage to us.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
I know it not because they don't have the capacity to beat that damage. They are not even nuclear powers.
So it's the nuclear bomb that determines that France will do you harm.
No, France is.
So are you saying France is nuke us?
No, how can you say France is not different from other nations? How can you not know that France is the
superpower? They are all the same. The only thing is that France had the opportunity to do something in the past and they did it. If Singapore or anybody else had the same opportunity to rob you in the past, they would have robbed you. So there's no nation out there that's not willing to rob another nation.
They are smaller.
Smaller. Tunaja, what are you saying? That France is it that France will come and bomb us or France will take advantage?
Even
Which one are you saying?
evil is evil, but you don't surrender yourself to a bigger evil. This we are talking
No
about
one is
evil that is,
surrendering to anyone. We're doing
but that is
business.
what
What
you
you
are
are
doing, though.
We are
That's
doing
not business.
business. Simple. That's it.
It's not business. You see, you call it
what do you mean
business,
it's
but
not
only.
business? Is it not deal?
Oh
Is it
my
not deal?
God.
They
Do
don't
you
have
know that
agreement.
if French people hear you talking what you are saying right now, they will be embarrassed.
If who?
They'll be like,
Which
even
embarrass?
if
Which
French
embarrass?
people, if a French man
What
that
would
is actually
France
honest
do
hear
to
you saying what
you?
you are doing,
Tunanja,
they'll
America
be like,
does
oh my
business.
God,
Hold on,
these people.
America does business with their obvious enemy, like China, Russia. They do even America and
Yes,
Russia. They're
because
doing like
America
space
is
deals.
a power.
It's
America
deal. It
is
doesn't
not
mean they like
stupid.
each other.
Hold
It's
on, hold
deals,
on. You
man.
see,
If
you
you don't
see,
have your in, go ahead.
you see what you still don't understand is you just said it
It
yourself.
is you
America
that
is
don't
a big.
understand.
Tunanja, there's a difference
Oh, let
between
You
me
have
say
a thing
one
against
thing
France.
now. Let me say
I
it now.
don't.
You
I
keep
cannot
don't keep
inherit
interrupting.
other.
You see, I'm not interrupting you all the time. You're interrupting me now. See, America is a superpower negotiating with another power, not even a superpower, negotiating with another power. So they don't feel threatened by China. That's why they are doing it. As a matter of fact, now America is even feeling threatened by China. To the point whereby they don't want to use
Well,
Huawei's
Tunanja, is it about being
telecommunication devices
bombed or
anymore.
is it Tunanja, you are shifting your argument. Are you saying France will bomb us? Are you saying France will take advantage of crooked things with the system? Which one are you saying?
Yes, they will take advantage of the information they have. They will
Okay,
they will
so we are
provide,
telling
they
the
will
other people can do
aggregate
the
it with the
same
other
thing,
information.
but you are telling us that.
But
So your
they can
argument
do
is
the
that the
same
reason other people
thing.
not doing it is because. Calm down now, calm down, because you keep shifting your argument. The point, okay, we're trying to. Are you saying the other people that don't have nuclear bomb will not try to do the same thing because they don't have nuclear bomb? Is it nuclear bomb that determine whether it be crooked or not?
No, it means that whenever they do something, one, you can't challenge them back. Secondly, they have the means to also back up
Why not?
whatever
Is it
threat
not
they put
contract?
on you.
You terminate the contract now, Tunanja.
Oh
Tunanja, if
my
they
God,
start, you
I
start,
don't think I
you
can't believe
terminate
they
the
are worrying about
contract.
contracts these days. I really don't think. Why are you worrying about
What do
contracts?
you,
There is no when it comes to
Tunanja?
power, there's no
We're
contract.
having mutual deal with France. Tunanja, are you
When
saying
it
if
comes
Nigeria
to
decide to pull out of
power,
the
there's no
agreement, we
contract.
can't do with France? Huh?
You don't
You
understand. When
said?
it comes to power, there's no contract. It's all about
What do
power.
you mean?
It's
There's
not
no
about
contract.
Mike,
they
these are
don't
the
care
people
about
that are
contract.
Oh
glamorizing
God, this guy, man.
coup d'etat.
Haven't you
They
seen the UN?
glamorize
Haven't you
people
seen the
like
UN violate
Traore
the UN
with all the
resolutions
trash
all
they
the
put on
time?
the internet. A
You've
country
seen
that
the
half
US.
of the
You've seen the
country is
US violate
already
the UN constitutions
already occupied
rules all the time.
by Tuaregs. That's the country. These are the people. That's why he's always saying France, 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 France. Must I acquire other people's enemies as my enemy? Can't I do my business as
The
I
thing is,
please?
Tunaja is insulting Nigeria. You putting us in the same
See, Baba,
category, the same class as
you see, this is why I said
all these
no
Africans. They don't know how to
overseas thing.
reason.
No
That they
overseas
sit
thing should
there,
be
they don't
allowed
know
to
how to
hit
negotiate
Nigeria.
deals.
At least there's hope for Mike.
Tunaja, do
There's
you
hope
think
for Mike.
Tinubu is
There's
not
hope
going to
for
bring
there's
some
hope for Baba.
people that know how to strike deals to sit down with France? Or do you think we are comparing all these Africans that don't have people that can sit down and strike deals, where France will just be telling them what to do and things like that? You don't think Tinubu is bringing some real Nigerians that have brains? We're sitting down analyzing what we are trying to putting documents together. You don't think we are doing that? You keep
See.
comparing us with Niger and all these people.
Hold on, Mike,
You go and sit down on all these platforms with all these low IQ people.
calm
I mean,
down.
putting
See,
Nigeria on the
Mike,
same.
let me talk.
He's
See,
talking all day anyway.
if Tinubu came back from France and says this is the deal that we got from France, some big deal. Let's say France wants to start manufacturing its fighter jets in Nigeria, or wants to start exchanging its technology with Nigeria. I would say okay. Then after he goes
But
and
it's
says
not
something
about
else.
technology. What
Hold
we're
on
trying to
now.
do now.
Let me finish what I'm saying. He goes and starts saying something else about tax. I can understand because now France has proven that they are willing to share something really strategic with Nigeria. That if they share it with Nigeria, it gives Nigeria power over them to an extent. They've not done any of that. You are surrendering your people to them.
How they surrendering our people to them?
Okay. Leave it now. I'm not going to tell you again. Since you don't know, let's see it.
You are the one. You are not even ready to learn from people, even despite giving you all those facts.
All the people that are trying to teach me are the people that kept Nigeria the way it is now.
Hold on. MOU is not treaty. We've told you that. They are just
it's a form of treaty. If you can find it, it's a form of treaty.
What France is trying to do for us is to mentor us into what we've not done before.
Oh my God.
Technology company that we handle things is totally different from the
Then
memorandum
why
of
are you giving them your information
Okay.
then? Why is the information not
Guys,
remaining in Nigeria?
hold on.
Why
Let me
does the
give you an
information have to go
example.
overseas?
Hold on. You have an Anglican church you have a Catholic church in France, and you want to have Catholic church in Nigeria. You want to understudy the doctrinal principle in France, so that you
Yes.
go and look. Hold on.
Good.
I look at what they are doing in France,
Mhm.
and you come and replicate it in Nigeria. How father break the bread, how they pray,
Exactly.
how they do this thing.
Mhm.
That is what we are getting now from
You see the
they are
difference?
just mentioning. Hold on. They are mentoring us. You see,
Do you know the difference of what you just said?
Hold
Okay,
on now.
Ola, can you let me read to him the trade balance, Nigeria and France? He says we don't do any business together. US
Not
4.7.
business. I didn't say we don't do business together. I said we don't do
Oh, that's
strategic
you just said
exchange.
that. Am
I
I
said we
wrong,
don't do strategic
panelist?
exchange.
You just said that
I
because
said
right
we don't do
here,
strategic exchange with them.
right here, we the
Show me
total
anything
business.
strategic.
Look at you. You are changing. You are shifting posts.
No, I didn't change. No, what I said was the kind of, if we're exchanging anything strategic with them that gives us real power that even they will struggle to take from us.
Yeah, we
Yes,
buy
now
aircraft from them.
I know that
Didn't
they
you
really
see
mean business.
Keyamo went there? What's the name of this
Do they buy
aircraft
aircraft from
builder?
us or we buy from them?
We,
Ew.
oh, you want
No
to
wonder.
manufacture aircraft now,
No
Abi?
wonder. No
You
wonder
want
they're
to
going to
manufacture
say.
aircraft?
No wonder they're going to say we export wealth and import poverty. This is our people. They know
You have.
refuse to stop.
I don't know.
They
I think
refuse
you
to
live
stop.
you live in a different world
You
entirely.
just want to keep importing
Sunaja,
poverty
you
and
are
waste
talking
away
as
our
We are
if
life.
to, we are
Nigeria,
to
we don't know
sell
how to think for
aircraft to
ourselves.
France.
Naija, you
We
want to
don't.
manufacture
We don't.
aircraft?
Clearly,
Answer
you
the
got.
question.
Ask him.
Sunaja
I don't
doesn't
think he knows
manufacture
what he's
anything, though,
saying.
but he wants to talk
Mike,
as if he doesn't need
Mike, you are not
anything
Mike.
from anybody.
I admit that you are not totally retarded. You
Sunaja,
definitely, you definitely know what
you
he's
don't
saying
have
is
to
what
make
he's saying.
anything, but you want to teach us how to not to buy anything from anybody. Like,
Yes,
okay, the
now.
Nigerian government should come to
You
Sunaja
don't know
now.
how to make something.
Help
He
us
lives
trade in
in
data
dreamland.
technology.
It's one thing not to know how to make something. It's another thing to put yourself into more trouble. And all people keep saying
If
is
you
let's
don't
get
know,
yourself
so
into more
we should
trouble.
sit there now. Okay, abandon all technology then. Say because it's all coming from Oyinbo man. You
See,
and all these
better
Pan African,
that
I go they talk to I don't like Oyinbo, but everything from your head to
who
your toe now
says
Oyinbo
you
make up.
see everything you see. This is
Everything
now
from your
again.
toothpick to your from your heart to your feet to your everything now Oyinbo.
Again, another
They go
gaslighting. I
say
never
the
said I didn't like. I never said I didn't like the French. The French are doing what they are supposed to do for their people. My question is, you people are the problem, not the French. The French are taking advantage of us as much as they can. Our people surrender into them. That's the problem.
Nigeria bought 12 Alpha jet from them, and those are part of our major aircraft today. So why, when Nigeria is flying those aircraft, why didn't France just change and took the control of that aircraft? Why the pilots were inside
because we are doing it, we are using it exactly the way they wanted us to use it.
so
My
Nigeria no
point is
trust
that
Oyinbo man, but you do Oyinbo man country. You go sit down there, they chop
I didn't say I don't trust them. See,
this thing,
you
cake
are
and
not. They
everything for
don't
there for
trust. They
London.
don't. Hold on. They don't trust each other. How can you trust them when they don't even trust each
You
other?
sound like all these black Americans. They always say the white man, but they know if you
Oh
come
my
up for
God!
Oyinbo man country.
I'm
You
not
tell them
saying
to
you
move to
white
black
man.
country.
Why do you keep trying to twist what I'm saying? I'm telling you
You
right
are
now.
not
If I
sounding
was,
different now.
hold on. If I was a French, I would be proud of them. As a matter of fact, I like the French if I was on their side because they are behaving the way a true nation should behave. I prefer to be on their side, but unfortunately, I'm not
We even
a
have trade
Frenchman.
surplus with them. They import from us 4.7 in 2024, and we export to them 1.12 billion. We have 3 million trade surplus with them, and they
$3
give
million
us
trade surplus there with them. $3 million trade surplus. Okay, that's
3
nice.
billion,
$3 billion
B
trade
as in
surplus with
Bravo.
them. Okay,
Yeah.
Mike,
okay, that is
like
nice.
So
this
Nigeria, you
country
have what this mentality that all these
is like
Pan
conscious
African, all these
black
black
people.
Americans, where they
Yes.
believe every black man, white man relationship has to be.
Hold on, what are they buying from us? Is it not crude oil? What are they buying from us? Because they own some of the oil.
No, they buy agricultural and
Agricultural products too.
Okay, let
And
me check Nigeria French trade.
Total Energy, it belongs to them anyway. And they've been Total Energy has been with us even before independence.
Baba, you know one thing about Two Naija is expert in medicine and surgery. He's a finance expert. He's a military expert. It's an
No, I heard him when he said he can argue with a doctor. He can
not a
argue with a
military
civil
expert.
engineer.
I'm a
He can
common
tell me
sense
the stress
expert.
level
I'm a
in
common
a
sense
20-story
expert.
building.
And that is something that our people lack dearly. Common sense.
All thanks to ChatGPT. See, let me tell you one thing. When they say jack of all trades, master of none, that is exactly what is happening here.
I am master of common. If you want to call me master of common
You can't be
sense,
using. Hold
I'm
on.
not a master of many of the subject
Hold on.
matters.
There is
But
a
when you
limit.
talk about things that don't make common sense, I will call it out.
Hold on. There's a limit. You can't be using ChatGPT to be challenging every professional. That's the thing.
No, not ChatGPT. I use facts on the ground, like what is happening in West African countries.
It was just like a web person was arguing with a lawyer that has handled the electoral case, and that is not even.
Paul Biya is almost 100 years running for office, and his plans are backing him. And you act as if you can't see it.
You were here.
Can Nigeria accept that? No. So we are different.
Yeah, you are different, all right. That's why you have so much poverty in your country.
So can a man rule us for 40 years? It's not possible.
Yes, that is true. It's not be possible in Nigeria, but it doesn't mean we don't succumb in other ways.
Very soon now, you'll be telling pilot how not to operate Boeing 787.
I will tell them if they are screwing around, they decide that they're going to be flying
God. You always bring me on board every time with your argument. You have an overrated and overbloated thinking about Africa and African nation and African leaders.
Retire gracefully, Baba.
Yes, man. It shows that tonight you're not self-conscious. You see, in life, hold on. Listen, I said it before, hold on tonight. I talk too much. Even in heaven, they have hierarchy. You have to put yourself where you belong. See, well, see, you can't compete against these people unless you have the technology and the expertise and the know-how. You have to be subservient to them. You want to talk to them like you're equals. You're not equals. We're just not. We're not there yet.
I accept that perfectly.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
You see, my problem is that when you say something I agree with, I accept it. But you don't listen to the one I'm telling you. That's the problem because of your love for the Jagaban. Yeah, that is the problem.
That's where anchors this argument. Jagaban. What has Jagaban got to do with it?
It's making people, because if you agree with me, you have to
condemn
this
the president
policy.
of Nigeria. He is
because if
using
you agree
his
with me,
discretion.
you have to condemn that
He
policy.
is the
That's why you don't
president
want
today.
to condemn it.
He can be Obi tomorrow. So your Obi can take it to Haiti for all I care.
Yeah. See, like I said, the only reason why you don't want to agree with me because it might force you to condemn the policy, and Jagaban is the one doing it.
No, it's because you have a hatred for Jagaban, and that has clouded everything you see, you smell, or you feel about him. And I'm telling you that as far as he's the president, let him lead us right. If tomorrow your Obi comes in, he can go sign a hell of agreement with Haiti. I don't give a damn.
Okay, it's up to you now. I've said my piece. If you want to
you see, Tunaja, you know what it seems like when I hear you talk? Tunaja, it's almost like you think like our Tinubu is not aware of France, who France is, what France has done before, and things like that, and he can't think for himself. It's not conscious of looking at the deal, making sure he strike a better good deal. It's like that's the way you sound. You sound as if they just dumb, they just go in front of France, and France is just in control and just. I mean, that's the way you're sounding. Like, come on now.
Actually, that's exactly what they do. Don't you know that? That's exactly how they
are. Oh, that tells me you are projecting your own low IQ onto.
Okay. Keep thinking that these people are very smart. I'm speaking to colonels. I'm speaking to all kinds of people. The way they reason like they were still subjects of the British.
Really?
They reason like people that are still subjects of the crown. No, I'm telling you, they behave like people that are still subjects of the crown.
This is how you people started with the coastal road, and today alone on the first phase of the distance for almost 15 kilometers is now being used for dirty December. Something you don't believe in. You want environmental impact report. You want these things that would delay our progress. That's all you people are after, so that you can have something to glee about.
Baba, Sherry, that coastal road you even mentioned. Baba, you can tell them about how many people oppose the Tobelan Bridge. And today, assuming there's no Tobelan Bridge.
This is what they do. They don't have vision.
That time, as if the hell will break loose, as people were talking economic viability, wasteful, white elephant project, and today, take Third Mainland Bridge out of Lagos today, and you will see what we face.
Stand still. Even it will affect the economy, the GDP of Lagos.
the coastal road that we open entirely new community. Do you know how many
new
businesses
businesses?
That place? How many schools? How many hospitals?
Sunaja was against that coastal road,
you
by
know
the
how
way.
many employees? You understand?
Of course.
Electricity projects.
Of course.
We are talking of we just
even at its ongoing now, do you know how many people were employed directly and indirectly in that axis?
See, nobody's. Did I disagree with the Jagaban?
Just imagine 2 million buildings along that Lagos coastal road only. Just look at those people that we do the corrugation. Don't look at the carpenter. Don't look at the art workers. Look at those people that we do the
so now you care about job creation, and when they tell you to create job in military, you have an issue with that. You see how people behave.
I'm just telling you. So sometimes when you criticize, you have to look.
I didn't criticize that. I don't know why you're talking about. Did I criticize that? I didn't criticize
No, you did in the initial stages. You did.
What did I say? What did I say?
Okay. They are doing expansion of airport now. They are doing expansion of airport. People don't even know why we are remodeling Murtala Mohammed. No, see, let me tell you one thing. Murtala Mohammed will become a regional hub. And people don't know. Now, we are making about 300 billion from that place. By the time they finish that Murtala airport, who knows? Probably Nigeria will be making like about 2 trillion. And people will not know that. Everything that they are spending among you. Now,
who are you talking to? I don't disagree with Lagos Calabar Road. I never disagree with it. I have
you used to disagree.
No.
Hey, don't come. Hey,
you see, no wonder you people are supporting foreigners to come and
you used to come here to argue against that.
Your memories are fuzzy.
Stop lying,
you have fuzzy
I forgot he used to use a certain word about it. I forgot.
Tell me what word I use, because if you remember, I will know.
Something like it's all nonsense. Or something.
No, not me. Not me. You know why?
You
know why I know it's not me. You know why I know it's
not. Swear that you were not against that coastal way before.
And now, let me tell you this. Do you know why I know it's not me? Because I fought with a lot of Southeasterners because of it.
Do you know one thing?
I've had a serious argument with so many Southeasterners because of this.
And do you know how Lagos Calabar is being financed? That's one of the best PPP you can do, because you are transferring the risk. Because if the contractor don't do good job, you understand? Then they are not going to get the
as the Calabar style construction started.
Oh, no, they are using PPP.
They started, and even started compensating.
Hold on, Mr. Hold on.
They've started compensating even those houses that are demolished.
So they started construction on the Calabar side. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I never had any issue with that. I always thought that that's what they should have done, because West Africa had the same kind of road networks. And I didn't know why Nigeria never had it. Because of politics. They ran the road through this in Onitsha instead of running it through the south.
No, you change your mouth a lot.
I didn't change my mouth. Your problem is that your memory is fuzzy.
You change your mouth. Remember you here arguing.
I am one of the few consistent people. I was the one that came on this platform and said Tinubu has been given a gift that he could be the greatest president Nigeria has ever had. Well, did I not say that?
Nigeria.
You see, you don't have memory. You know the video is there. The video is there. The evidence is there.
I'll ask one man to do research and go back to what you said on this project.
I said that about the project. I said about the student loans. I said about the tax. If something is positive, why would I be against it? I don't have any issue with that.
They have 800,000 on record.
The problem with you all is that when you see something that is wrong, just because of your love of Jagaban, you are willing to fall flat.
Look at how he calls it Jagaban with
Jagaban. You love Jagaban so much. That's why you like that. I say, kill us, it doesn't matter. As long as we are fine. That's very dangerous behavior people are posing. Because just because of it's him, the friends suddenly are beautiful. How can you
in all honesty, it's not because of him. But they are his projects. And it is a project that made me fall in love. Particularly, nobody can convince me otherwise. That student loan, oh my God. I'm so passionate about it.
Good, you're very passionate about that. How about our GDP? When our GDP went from $477 billion to $185 billion,
that's because of the devaluation, the indirect devaluation.
Yeah, but he did that. He did it.
But,
do you have any issue with
as
that?
of today, it's almost inching towards 400 back. As of today,
it's inching towards 250 billion.
No. You don't have the latest figure. You don't have the latest figure. Let me read out the latest figure to you. You don't have it.
Nigeria GDP. It's right here. It's not long.
Exactly.
It's not
do it yourself. Fine.
This year. Let's see. Nigeria GDP 2024. It says it's heading towards $285 billion
as of today.
Estimated. They said estimated for the year because it's almost the end of the year. At most, it's going to be $285 billion.
No. I don't know where
you are fighting them now. Keep fighting them. You are
no. Let me give you the latest. What you are reading, I don't know what you are where you are reading that from. Let me give you.
Give me the link of where you are getting it from now. Let me see. If you can share the link, I'll be happy to see it.
Okay, let's do a simple one from Google, for instance. Nigeria's and ask simple question. Nigeria's GDP up to date or current. I get the GPT current. Okay, fine.
GBT. Of course, it's GBT that they do now. It's all right. You are forgiven for calling it GBT.
No. I'm on Google.
Okay. So let's see. What does it give you? Am I wrong or am I right? And that is estimated. It's not even the actual figure. So it's nowhere near $400 billion. That is after going to 3 years of this government. We are now racing towards where he started from.
Yeah, it's close to 300, 285.
Yeah, okay, that's the figure I gave you. So we are, and that's estimate. That's estimate. We don't even know that yet. So by the 3rd year of him being in office and 4th year, we'll be lucky our GDP comes back to where it was in 2023 when he came into office. And what you should be worried more about is that after all that, he's still spending money defending the currency. Why? Tell me, don't know. When I say people love this,
listen. In a free market economy, only an irresponsible government will not mitigate against anything that will affect and let the currency just run away. So as of necessity, when it is necessary, they apply some comma and full stop somewhere. But before, it was a constance. Before 1.5 billion. Let me finish.
Now.
It was a constance then. Every month, 1.5 billion. Constant.
Yeah. This year, they may spend more than $8 billion.
But this year so far, I think the last I checked was
4.2 in June.
Yeah, 4.2 billion. So compared to 18 billion previously.
Yes. No, 18 billion. Remember, that 18 billion figure you're using is one of the highest of all time.
Yeah, of course, I have to use the highest. We are using the highest right now.
No, because some other times it's not even up to 10 billion. So you have to understand that it's not all the time they are paying all that.
If we are at the end of the year and we spend, if middle, we just 4 point something, that is understandable. Because no responsible government will allow the currency to just fly and bounce around. You have to shock it.
Now, let me find out how much Nigeria spent on this defending the currency for the last 10 years or so. Because if you use only the last year figure, then you are still
you use up to 2023.
Yeah, up to 2023. Let's see. Let me see if I can get those figures. That division should be able to provide to us. Yeah, 2015 to 2023. Let me put it in dollars so that this thing doesn't go and do shakara with me. No be drama. So because the idea behind this is that if you are still spending money, even if you are spending half defending the currency, has it been worth all the trouble you put the economy through to just save half on the currency? When in reality, the reason why it is now
can you perform an invasive surgery without spilling blood? Or can you make omelets without breaking eggs?
Yes, he gets that analogy. If that was the case, I would support it too. But what they did was they basically took a sword to somebody that needed a scalpel, and then they chopped the person's tummy open, and then they ended up trying to sew the wound back with scalpel back again. So you are
shock treatment. At times you have to do shock treatment.
But the shock treatment didn't work. What worked?
But the patient did not die.
Oh, but the patient did not die, but why put the patient through that when it's not necessary?
It's necessary. Okay, imagine if Tinubu has told the same old line from day one up to today, what would have been our lot?
What would have been our lot was that we would have been far better off right now.
Oh no! Be sincere.
Let me say why.
Wait, what was our credit rating when he took over? 1, 2. What do we have in foreign reserve when he took over? Almost nothing. We had 23 trillion money printed, so he himself had to print even 7 trillion just to take up.
Just ask me why I think would have been better off if he hadn't floated the currency.
Okay, tell us.
If he hadn't floated the currency, do you know he had financial wiggle room that has been provided by removing the fuel subsidies? In other words, he has a little bit of money to spend. Instead of the Nigeria being in distress, Nigeria wouldn't have been in distress then because just removed the fuel subsidies.
He should have been using the gain from the fuel subsidy stoppage of payment to still be propping up the naira. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if he has to. You remember,
then where would the money for development comes from?
Let me finish what I'm saying now. See, the development, most of the development is through PPP. And at the same time, Dangote refinery is coming on stream, which he was very much aware of. And that Dangote refinery is the reason why we borrow about 1/3. We look for 1/3 of foreign exchange. That because we are importing petroleum into the country. So he knows he has the tool now within the country to reduce that demand for foreign currency. So why rush into floating the currency? Now, because he floated the currency, he also had to spend almost $10 billion subsidizing the petroleum again. So it shows you that he didn't need to rush. Why did he have to rush to do that? Because if he hadn't floated the currency, he wouldn't have had to do subsidies anymore. So it cost, just because he floated the currency, it cost him almost $10 billion to subsidize the petroleum until Dangote refinery took over production. This is supplying Nigeria completely more than a year later. He did that. Secondly, if he hadn't floated it, now the demand for the foreign currency will reduce. The amount he spends defending the naira will be just as low as it is now, or even less. In other words, the Nigerian currency will be stronger. Mark my words, the Nigerian currency will be stronger, and the naira, the defense of the this naira will be less required. It will be just as much as it is now. It wouldn't be that different, and he would still have been able to pass the same law that he used to tie the hands of the Bureau de change people from making excessive profit. You see what I mean? Nigeria GDP will be a lot higher now, a lot more higher than where it was when he came in.
Your theory there, it doesn't gel. It doesn't gel in the sense that you're talking of an economy where you have only one foreign exchange window. But as of the time they came in, there are about 3-4 A&E windows, starting from 460 something to 720. Multiple windows.
How do you think that stopped? You think that stopped because he floated it?
Yes, that put a stop to that nonsense.
What stopped it was the law he passed. The law that says the rate change is not allowed to make more than 1% profit.
No. It's by stopping the A&E multiple windows. When he stop it, then he back it. In fact, the
Okay, he stopped that A&E multiple
Let me finish.
windows,
They
but that
stop it.
didn't float. He didn't need to float the currency to do that, did he?
It has to. When you stop the multiple window, for instance, then the intelligent thing to do is to allow the currency to find its level, and at the same time, it's like a hair that is running. You're watching it. The moment it stumble, you throw some corn or whatever the hair eats. You throw it at him just to mitigate against what makes him run so fast, and that's what he has been doing. Don't forget, there is just no even money to do that, to prop up the naira. There was no money. Himself, he printed 7 trillion. Don't forget, he printed 7 trillion.
See, he printed 7 trillion. You are just blaming the previous guy. You're not holding the one that is in office now.
The government that printed 23.
See, somebody that decided that he's going to kneecap the Nigerian economy from $400 and something billion to $100 and something billion within a year, something that no nation has ever had to go through during peacetime and without being sanctioned. You should hold that person accountable because he sabotaged your economy. He set Nigeria backward needlessly. I don't understand why we support him. Because I gave you the facts already. You have access to the facts.
You didn't give me any facts. You were only postulating a theory that what will have happened, and I'm telling you what he did that stopped the bleeding, because the economy was bleeding.
Yeah, but what he did had nothing to float in the currency. Had nothing to do with floating the. Sorry. Everything you said, that had nothing to do with floating the currency. It had nothing to do with floating the currency.
It has.
Floating the currency is the one that did the most damage.
It has. Even as we speak today, though there are some good things that came out of that multiple windows, which the Dangote refinery is one. Without that multiple window, Dangote wouldn't have. That refinery would not be functioning today. But at whose expense? What did Nigeria gain from it? Even the 4% we talk, I mean the 20% we were talking about, 4 billion investment went up in smoke. That was the reason why money was being sold to Dangote for 400 and something, when money actual value them was 700 and something. And he could just cross the road after having the 400 and something transaction and round trip it.
See, you know what I'm talking about. If he had to spend $10 billion to defend the currency, even after he has removed the fuel subsidies, it means the fuel subsidy cost Nigeria almost $10 billion or so a year. So why go and remove it and have to pay it again? It just shows you it's counterproductive. He just went and did something.
No.
Like
wait. The payment was being made based on the debt we're owing. And at a point, if you remember very well, they stopped paying the subsidy. That is the old one, the old subsidy, because there's even an outstanding, I think about 6 billion today that is still disputed. He cleared the airline backlog. He cleared it. And that backlog was about how many billion?
That has nothing to do with removing fuel subsidies. I don't know why I keep associating with fuel subsidies.
I'm telling you what he did with the money.
Tell me how that has nothing to do with
the first months they came in. It wasn't easy. There was no money in the treasury.
Fuel subsidies? How has that got to do with?
There was no money in the treasury.
Baba, I've tried to explain this thing to Nigeria, even if it's something that is closer, just to, although not purely fully in the coming time, but something that is closer. But he will not just understand. See, before, Nigeria peg and way was using the reserve to defend a fixed rate. The real value of Naira then, you understand, the real value then was supposed to be 1,000 to $1. But you were selling for 420. Nigeria was losing 580. Wow. You understand? Hold on. Holiday. But the situation here now is this. Nigeria government just intervene when the liquidity is below the normal level. So we call that one adjusted cost. Because I was not using this terminology that time so that you won't be confused. That was why I was now using the saying that, okay, what Nigeria is paying then, just look at it from the opportunity cost, but it's not the right time to use. Look at it from the opportunity cost, that Nigeria is just releasing money to the market so that the money that was supposed to be used for something else, so that it can make sure that nobody trick the market. Because already when you are having when you were not having enough liquidity in the market that time, you understand, some people will start mopping up that dollar so that to drive the price up. But once Nigeria government release money, it helps the market, it helps that the value, the exchange rate to stabilize at the right equilibrium so that the crooks will not shift the thing away from the real market value. For example, now the when the liquidity is drying up now, maybe we are exchanging for 1,000 to $1, for example, now, and because the thing is becoming scarce and the thing is going to 1,200, what will government do? Government will sell dollars out at 1,000 just to make sure that the value stay the same. So to some people will come and claim to you because those down to they say, okay, the price was actually 1,200. And why is government putting? No, government is just making sure that nobody manipulates. The thing has stabilized already at 1,000. You understand? But you now know, okay, maybe your weekly demand used to be, let's say, $2 million. And you now realize in the market that this thing has fallen short by $1 million. Government say, okay, no, I won't let this crew combo. And government quickly release $1 million so that the thing can still remain at that equilibrium point, at that 1,000. That is what government is doing now. But before, government is losing arbitrage. You sell to someone at the rate of 420, the person will rush to the market and sell and sell for 1,000 and make overnight money. So the intervention itself, you think it's totally different from how you were using reserve. You understand? To defend and to enrich some people. I try to explain this thing to you. You understand? Maybe when you start hearing the word adjusted cost, all those things, maybe you understand better, because like I keep telling you that explain this thing to me like a primary one or primary two people. That is exactly what I'm trying to do to you. What we were having before was total fraud. And we were defending, we were using our reserve to defend what was not okay, just to make some people to become richer or to become rich. But what we are doing today is this: government is saying, okay, I'm going to maintain the level of liquidity. So that is what government is doing now. So government is not going to sell for you for 520 again, for 420 again. You understand? Instead of some people to mop up the land for the thing to jump to 1,200, government is going to sell for that 1,000. That is what they are doing. I don't know. What do you people? Anyway, whether you
what you are saying, you are trying to waffle round and round. You know full well this policy was destructive to the nation.
I just saw Baba trying to convince
you know full well the policy because you don't want to believe.
No.
You choose to want to see what you want to see.
I'm done with you on that FS. If you like, accept. If you like, don't accept.
Anybody that see, you should accept my point of view. Stop following somebody just because you love the politician. Stop following somebody because you support him. When clearly you are seeing your GDP. If that policy was so great for the nation, why is the GDP more than halved? Because he says he's trying to save you.
It's because of devaluation. Don't you get it?
But he devalued it. He didn't need to do that. Don't you get it? Anybody can devalue their currency. Why did he not do it? He did it when he didn't need to do it.
What is GDP? What is GDP? What is GDP?
Oh my goodness.
Now I'm asking you now, what is GDP?
Defining what the GDP is now. I don't know what GDP is. You tell me.
Okay.
See, Baba answered the question was due to devaluation. There was no like real or substantial economic activities going on that decreased as a result of what Tinubu did. It's just a matter of devaluing the naira that brought about the lower GDP. You're so stuck up on GDP. It's not true.
I really have failed you all, you know.
No. Okay.
To pretend as if that is nothing.
No, hold on. Okay, the GDP today you say it's about 300,000. It's about 300 billion, right? Now let's assume the exchange rate today is $1 to 100. Okay, calculate the GDP. What will GDP be?
$1 to 100. To how much?
What would the GDP be now?
If the exchange was what? $1 to what?
100 naira to $1. What would the GDP?
100 naira to $1. So that would be
what would the GDP be?
1 point something trillion at least.
Now, then something still constant there, right? The gross domestic. Hold on. The gross domestic product itself, without pricing, you understand? Let's say, now let me give you an example.
No, just keep talking. Don't change topic. Just carry on.
Hold on, I'm explaining it to you. You understand? That is exactly when Baba say it's devaluation.
Because he's walking into a trap. He doesn't know. Carry on.
No, hold on. You have 10 Android phone. You have 10 Android phone today. You understand? In Nigeria today, you understand? You see, have 10 products is what you have. Now, how you price it is what is giving you the value of that GDP. How you price it is what is giving you that value of GDP.
Good.
What are you talking about?
So now, oh my God, let me tell you what you've just done. You've just revealed the true problem, and in a way that you can understand because you brought the example up. If the Nigerian GDP was worth 2.something trillion, that means the Nigerian currency itself is worth a lot more, and the Nigerian economy is worth 2.something trillion pounds. In other words, or dollars, they can be able to purchase more things, have more access to whatever they want, high technology, whatever they, and not to mention loans. If they want access to loans, they can have access to loans. So you see,
no. It is the foreign reserve.
Let me finish it now.
No. You have to stop there so I don't forget. It is the foreign reserve that helps your credit rating, that makes you get a loan at a very good percentage. Interest rate. Now we have our foreign reserve at 40 something.
Your foreign reserve. That's what it means. Now it means your currency can be converted to the foreign exchange currency, and it gives you a lot of power. That's what it means. Your currency is strong enough, and if you have an economy that is 2.something trillion value in the Nigeria, it will go further in dollars. If you have an economy that is 180 billion dollars within Nigeria, it goes far less.
Don't forget we are B plus today.
This international arena. So 2.something trillion versus 100-something billion. You can see the big difference. We don't have a lot of weight. We can't get loans, the kind of loans that we need. We don't have access to the kind of market that we want to. The kind of equipment we want to buy, we can't even buy. When you want to buy equipment for soldiers, it's more costly because of it. He made it 3 times more expensive to do that.
No. That's wrong. The foreign reserve. Wait, the minimum, the foreign reserve you need as a nation is what can carry your import and export for 3 months, 90 days, according to for LC. And in Nigeria's GDP, and that will be about just less than $20 billion. But today we have, I think, 46 or so. That's how this government has grown that foreign reserve. How much did they meet? According to Morgan, it was 4 billion. It was 4 billion that they met as foreign reserve.
The foreign exchange,
and they built it within 30 months. They built it up to something.
Sorry. If the Nigerian currency is that powerful and we can do 2.something trillion dollar economic activity within Nigeria, do you know what that means? You can be able to generate more dollars with that kind of economic activity.
No, forefather. We don't need at the stage we are now. We don't need strong naira. Let me tell you, when we add strong naira, what was happening?
If you are depending on import, you need strong naira. That's simply the principle.
Hold on, yeah. Because of our currency was strong, people were demanding for forex, so we were importing a lot of things. Importation, for example, is when
government can control demand.
Hold on, Oga, hold on. It's when your people started leaving the shore of Nigeria. You started paying like $40,000 pounds to pay for foreign education. You understand? Maybe in a year. There was a time in a year that Nigeria was paying close to, was it above $20,000, $1 billion or there? I can't remember, for foreign education. That's a form of importation. You are not, because you are not bringing the good in directly, but you are not looking at that because your exchange, you understand? You are, as a citizen, you understand, although you stay in foreign country, you understand, but you are actually doing importation, where if you apply it by principle, I'm just trying to explain in a clear time you are going to, you understand, because that demand on that thing, you understand, you could easily put that those $20 billion,
and most of them are fraudulent,
into the local economy. You understand what we're saying now? So we're creating some kind of arbitrary transaction, forex transactions, So people will create that thing just to keep the money. So you have to look a lot. So when you are weaker naira, you understand, you will now look for import substitute now. You start looking for substitute for the product you want. Maybe before you were so thirsty to go and study overseas for 50,000 pounds, right? Then that education you don't want to get in Nigeria for like say 300,000.
You'll be forced.
If you want to, you'll be forced to go and patronize, and that's how you grow your economy. You understand? So for further, ChatGPT cannot tell you all these things. Sometimes
and we're exporting more right now because our currency is cheap. Why is China's ascendancy economically? Because their products are cheap. The cost of toilet roll in China imports is far low than imports of toilet roll from America.
Exactly.
So everybody's rushing to China. China has become the manufacturer to the world.
But when you see forefather keeps quiet now, he's checking with ChatGPT.
We ready now to answer too. In a regime, in an administration he met when they were paying 90% of our income, using it to service debt. 90%.
People are not going to get tired of this kind of rhetoric just to protect
but they are facts.
Yeah, they are facts, but remember, he's already removed fuel subsidies for that reason. He didn't have to float the currency.
You are not giving him credit for that genius. You are not giving him credit.
Is not factoring in. See, Nigerian economy is unique in a lot of ways.
The subsidies anyway.
Nigerian economy is unique in a lot of ways.
He didn't remove subsidy. Oh God!
Some other person removed it for him.
You are insufferable. You are insufferable. Nobody removed subsidy.
Was it not Buhari that removed it? Is that not
factual? Done. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Give the man his flowers.
That is factual too. You guys are supporting something that is actually damage your own economies, but I guess, like I said, all